Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's another beautiful day in the Counterpoints household. I hope you are doing fantastic. Lord knows that I am. And I'm looking forward to hanging out with you guys today for approximately 5 hours. And we're going to cover the news. We're going to cover Nick Fuentes crashing out in a pretty funny way. We're going to cover Jordan Peterson crashing out in a not so funny way, but an interesting way. We are going to be speaking with Destiny, providing that we keep the same schedule at 3 p.m. We're going to be talking about his morality in 2022, his morality in the current day, and we can't talk about the case specifically, but in general, we can talk about what's going on with him, so to speak, in the wake of his dramas, I guess is the best way to put it. Then after that, we do have a fat acceptance video that might be a little bit old, but I still think it's relevant. And then I have a bunch of military technology stuff. So we have a very full docket today. I'm very excited to be hanging out with you guys, and it's another beautiful day. It's another beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day to be a neighbor. Won't you be mine? Couldn't you be mine? Will you be my neighbor? So let me go ahead and pull up the news stories. We'll get our news roundup kicking off. Let me share my screen and add the audio and all that kind of shenanigans. Jonah Boy, good to see you again. Honestly, seeing the regular, seeing you, seeing Christian Valera, seeing Harmonic Fox. I know she's got work, so she might not be able to hang out all the time. But seeing y'all consistently genuinely does make me happy. Think First says hello. Well, hello back to you, Think First. Hello back to you. All right, let me add this to the stage and we'll begin our news roundup. So one of the things, I'll be engaging with chat. If you guys want to say hello, if you want to talk to me about how your day is going, if you want to do some shout outs, anything like that, I will, of course, address your chats. But I do not want to have a lot of dead air. I don't want to hang out and just kind of vibe without saying anything. So we're going to get the news started as well. Bautista 929 says, what's good, y'all? Glad to see you're doing this full time, Connor. Well, thank you kindly. It is very much appreciated. I hope you have a good time on the stream today, no matter how much time you spend with us. I hope the moments that you do spend with us are very enjoyable. So, covering the first news story, Razzle Cherry says, W, Nick. We'll see if it's a W in a minute. Tech bros and trad wives are unlikely allies in a little-known movement that's gaining momentum. A few minutes after taking the stage, a featured speaker at a conference poses a question to the audience. Does anyone here have more than 7 kids? In many circles, asking this would be strange or surprising, but at this kickoff dinner, it's a clear crowd pleaser. Over the din of clinking cutlery, someone shouts out, 9! Can anyone beat 9? The speaker says with an auctioneer's flair. All right, 9 has it. Congratulations. As the crowd responds with cheers and applause, the audience member with the winning answer adds that their 10th child is on the way. Welcome to the Natal Conference, NatalCon for short. And then Gen X, good to see you again. Hello. Jack the Lantern says, like we got some good stuff in the docket today, or looks like we do. We do. Aaron Roman says, hi, good to be here. Having a great day so far. I'm happy to hear that. So some 200 of the most fervent supporters of a budding movement are here, hoping this in-person meetup will help their cause find an even larger audience before it's too late. Many in this group are unlikely allies who share a common goal. Birth rates, they say, are plummeting to dangerously low levels, posing risks to the economy, services like Social Security, and even the future of civilization itself. And as they see it, getting more people to have more babies is the only solution. Pronatalists are having a moment, buoyed by Elon Musk's frequent social media posts amplifying their message, and early policy moves under the new Trump administration, such as TSA's Sean Duffy's memo promising more funding to places with higher birth rates. I mean, that's all you really need to know is tech bros and traditional folks. Oh, snap. Am I live on Valor or are we monetized? We're live on Valor and we got the first super chat, the Dashing Rogue, $2. Everybody, round of applause for Dashing Rogue. I think that means that the monetization has been approved and we just got our inaugural dono on the channel, the Dashing Rogue for $2. Tradcasters are the worst. Nick's is case in point. Awesome. Well, thank you, buddy. Thank you for your donation. Greatly appreciated. And, you're the first one. You're the first one ever. You're a part of history. I think we get it. All right. We get it from the news story. There's tech bros and there's housewives who are trying to reinvigorate the pronatal movement. I'm a fan of this. I do think it does get crazy when you have like 10 kids. But I have 2 children. My wife and I are talking about a third. We can't afford the children. Okay. We cannot afford the children. We'll ever be able to afford children. They're expensive. Diapers cost a lot. Food costs a lot. Your bills managing a household cost a lot. You're not going to be able to go to the fancy restaurants and have $200 nights out with your wife or girlfriend where you just drop money on liquor and $100 meal and maybe, Uber back and forth and all that kind of stuff. You're not going to be able to afford that anymore. What you're going to be able to afford is pizza, movie night, and then you and your wife can hang out and be intimate after you're exhausted, after an exhausting day where you lock the door, turn up the music, and hope the kids stay asleep. Okay. That's married life. So, just be ready for that. But I'm telling you, the joy and the love that I feel for my children is far exceeding any other emotional experience that I've had in life. So I don't invite you to have 10 children. I do invite you to have 2 or 3. 2.15 is demographic replacement rate. Well, QC John says, good afternoon, Connor and Chad. Good to see you as well. Aaron Roman says, I'm a gay man with Asperger's that's writes stories on Blogger. Cool. Based. Think first. I don't have children and it's still expensive. I don't know how families do it with just the basics, groceries, healthcare. You know what you do think first? You just don't do it. And what I mean by that is you just make it happen. Okay. You're not going to be able to afford everything. You're going to be broke every now and then. There's going to be bills that are a couple of days late. It is what it is. You just be broke and you love your kids and you make sure that they have food. You make sure that they have shelter. You make sure that they go to school. You make sure they go to their extracurriculars. And then you make sure that every now and then you have a date night with the wife. Okay. And if things are a little bit tight, it is what it is. That's just survival. Joda Boy says, soon parents can spend time with their kids while they're all working at the American Nike factory. Exactly. That's part of the reason why I feel like the pro-natalist Elon Musk tech bro culture, while also trying to onshore factories where everybody works 16 hours a day for the great American leap forward, I think is contradictory, but far be it from me to challenge our tech overlords. Excuse me. Batista says, adopting or fostering should be more normalized. I agree. I think that my goal, my personal goal, is to become independently successful and wealthy, and then start. I know this isn't necessarily related, but a dog rescue. But also later in life, in retirement, like 60 to 80, I think that I wouldn't mind doing fostering and or adoption to get kids who didn't have a shot. So that's actually probably how I plan on spending my retirement. So Scipio Africana says, good afternoon. Good afternoon to see you. Well, QC John says, the love for my daughter is mutual respect, greater than life itself. And since she moved out last year, I'm simultaneously proud and devastated. Well, that's good, man. That is good. Life happens very quickly. My oldest boy is already 7, and I am going to be freaked out and devastated when he turns 18 and either goes to college, joins the military, becomes a firefighter, becomes a police officer, becomes a YouTuber, becomes a streamer, and moves out on his own and has to deal with life under his own power. It's going to scare the hell out of me, but I'll also be, like you said, incredibly proud. Sean Kaplan says, I do a large yearly donation. Let me know when you need to start that charity. Okay. Yeah, Sean, you and I should talk about whether or not you want to. Sean, realistically, one of the things that I want to do is disaster relief, and I'm not kidding. So there were tornadoes it was either Kansas or Kentucky, I forget recently. What I want to do, and we should talk to JMac because JMac funded the last one in Florida with Hurricane Ian. I didn't have time last year, but ideally once a year, I would want to do a community event, but I would want to do community event that is disaster relief. So basically, let's say Alabama. Let's say that a big tornado devastates a community in Alabama. We can do a community meetup event where we hang out at a hotel, we get drinks, we have a meeting at nighttime at like 8 p.m. We talk shop, all that kind of stuff. But then also if we get a few dozen people to show up, then we go do disaster relief during the day. So we do, 3 or 4 days, maybe like a long weekend, and we just help people pick up the trash in their house. We give them water, we give them food, we cook them food. We do whatever we can in the limited 3 or 4 day window that we have, but we also do community night at nights. So that I think that would be a way to spend our time and our energy as online creators. Razzle Cherry says, got to respect parents. More people should have kids. We are facing a population collapse all over the world. Well, hey, in 2.15, I'm going to try to have 3 kids. My wife seems down so far. I think that's the maximum that I can do along with my other goals. But I think that most people should shoot for 2 kids or 3 kids if you want to have kids. And then we can have the psychos who have 10 kids. So Aaron Roman says, mainly I write science fiction, fantasy, adventure stories, and original horror stories. Well, based. I'm a huge science fiction fan. I don't know if you know this, but I run a science fiction channel called Counterpoints 40K. So check that out. Sean Kaplan says, sounds 6. We can talk more when you've got the details worked out. All right. Then, yeah, let's shoot for like fall time frame. If that's okay with you. Like, I want the channel to be successful. August, September, October timeframe. We'll find out whether or not the channel is successful enough for me to renew my contract with Valor. And so if they renew my contract and I have a stable employment thing, then absolutely I'm going to want to do that community disaster relief event, basically. All right, sorry. Moving to the next story. Where do you meet chicks? At the community disaster relief event, Dashing Rogue. All right. Anyways, I'm joking. So let's take a look at this. This is also important. More than 300 student visas revoked as the government expands reason for deportation. Ksenia Petrova's path from a Harvard laboratory to an immigration cell began with frogs. The Russian national, who has been working as a researcher at Harvard Medical School, failed to declare non-hazardous frog embryos she was carrying with her on her return to the U.S. from France in February. Petrova's attorney said, rather than issue a fine, Petrova's exchange visitor visa was revoked and she was taken into custody. Revoking Petrova's visa was a punishment grossly disproportionate to the situation, her attorney, Greg Romanovsky, said, calling the error on the customs form inadvertent. CNN did not receive a response from the Department of Homeland Security to a request for comment, but the department told ABC News messages found on Petrova's phone revealed she planned to smuggle the materials through customs without declaring them. Petrova now sits in an immigration and customs enforcement detention facility in Louisiana, ICE records show, waiting for a June 9th hearing that could end with her return to Russia, where Petrova's attorney says she would face immediate arrest over previous outspoken opposition to Russian invasion in Ukraine. Her detention is not only unnecessary, but unjust, Romanovsky said. CNN has reviewed court filings, statements from attorneys, and announcements from dozens of universities and colleges around the country, and confirmed that more than 340 students, faculty, and researchers have had their visas revoked this year. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said last month that the State Department, under his direction, revoked more than 300 visas, with most of those being student visas. So what's obviously creepy about this is the chilling effect it has on free speech. I know that you guys, not all of you, but some of you might have seen my debate on Twitter with Pisco and with a few other people, and also Wick TV, where I argued that Mahmoud Khalil, being a member of CUAD, which is a student body organization that endorsed the terrorist actions on October 7th, that was sufficient for me to have him deported because it violates a deportable alien substatute, and I don't have any problems with that. However, I will say that is my line, and all of this I do find pretty stinking messed up. And what I mean by that is terrorism is something that's near and dear to my heart. I, of course, saw 9/11/2001 as a teenager. I fought in the war on terror. Boston, which is my place of birth, was subject to a jihadist bombing attack with the Boston Marathon bombing. I also live in Central Florida, and Pulse nightclub, where 50 people were massacred by an ISIS-sympathizing jihadist terrorist, also happened here. I lived in Southern California, and we had the San Bernardino shooting. So, yeah, jihadist terrorism is a big deal to me. Jihadists walking into random areas with civilians and slaughtering them is... Terror is near and dear to my heart. Has never said that organically. Well, you heard it here, okay? And then also... True. That's probably the first time that sentence has ever been uttered. But also, like when I was in Iraq, you know, there were jihadist terrorist attacks that slaughtered civilians. This is so astroturfed. What's so astroturfed? Me caring about terrorism? K-Max Strum, you're my one guy. Let's get it going. You can tell me. Tell me what's astroturfed about my concern about jihadist terrorism. Please. Waiting on you, buddy. I hope you're typing your next sentence. But anyways, while we're waiting for him to type his next sentence that is going to annoy me, I think that's the limit. So advocating ADL's finest at work, Anti-Defamation League, they haven't even sent me a paycheck yet, K-Max Strum. And also, wait, why aren't you concerned about jihadist terrorism? Like, we had the Bataclan massacre. We had ISIS take all over eastern Iraq. We had the Taliban take over Afghanistan. We have Iranians backing the Houthi pirates who are shooting missiles into random commercial vessels. We had the October 7th terrorist attacks in which, 1,200 people were slaughtered. We have, I'm trying to think of what else, but basically there's been like dozens of jihadist terrorist attacks worldwide. And of course, I'm going to be pissed off when civilians are slaughtered. Why are you not angry at civilians being slaughtered? Intentionally, by the way, not collateral damage. They're walking into areas and they are massacring civilians. Why doesn't that frustrate you? Anyways, we'll let K-Max Strum play around for a little bit, but if he gets too annoying, then we'll obviously we'll phase peacefully, okay? But the point is that I do think that Mahmoud Khalil should be gone for his involvement with CUAD. However, all these other examples I'm against. That's the too long didn't read of that news story, okay? You assume a lot. This is a honeypot. Oh, you're trying to seduce me. That's interesting. Okay. Well, telling me that I don't care about jihadist terrorism is an interesting way to get me on a date, K-Mox Strum. That is that's the first time that I've ever had somebody proposition me and they opened with, you don't really care about jihadist terrorism. 14.3K subs. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're dumb. So all right, so let's talk this out because K-Mox Strum is saying that this is a fake channel. So Valor is an offshoot of Midas. There are a half dozen to a dozen creators who are creating all sorts of different kinds of content. And the live streams have only been happening for a week. And so this is all very, 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 very new. So you can relax in chat or we can part ways. Totally up to you. Not to make light of it, but I'm going to need to hear park the car at Harvard Yard. Yeah, of course. Of course you would need to hear that. Absolutely. I would not expect anything less. Think First says 25-year career, city police officer immigrants are not the center of American violence. Americans are tired of the anti-immigrant rhetoric. I guess. Bro thinks your destiny. So true. So true. I think he's calling the Russian women stopped by ICE is not a terrorist, but a spy. Maybe, but I don't know what frog embryos has to do with like infiltrating America. You could articulate it to me. Agree on monitoring terrorists, but that's going to be limited with Trump's agency. Well, yeah, of course, like Trump has all sorts of, yeah. Jonah Boy says, I love terror, Night Lords. Yeah, I'm joining the war on terror on the side of terror, Night Lords. Razzle Cherry says, I want to be fair. I just showed up. I don't know if he's an honest guy or not. Sounds like ADL, but people actually have this opinion. Why would being anti-jihadist be an ADL opinion? Are you dumb? Just dunking on you, not worked up. Okay, well, you're going to be a distraction. So I'm going to put you in a timeout. And if you keep being annoying, I'll just ban you. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. All right. Moving on. And by the way, it's not like I don't invite. You are more than welcome to disagree with me in chat. You are more than welcome to challenge my positions. You're even welcome to be a little bit spicy sometimes. However, if you're a distraction where you're like, this is a Jewish plan in order to subvert America through astroturfed liberal and progressive media, and Connor is a part of it, then I'm going to be like, okay, well, I just want to cover the news now, so bye. Right? So we put him in a timeout. We didn't ban him. He can come back and be a little bit less schizo, and we'll be fine. Trump's day of tariff mayhem contains a scary lesson for his second term. Let's go ahead and take a look at this because obviously, even though it's economic and economics can be dry, we still want to stay apprised of what's going on. There is no plan. America and the world just learned the scariest lesson about Donald Trump's second term after a week of his capricious tariff war. I've accused this man of being bipolar for more than 2 years. The fate of the U.S. economy, the jobs and retirement savings of millions of people, and global security are liable at any moment over the next 4 years to be thrown into turmoil by the volatile moods and untested obsessions of the 47th president. This is obviously like an opinion piece, but just because it's an opinion piece doesn't mean that I don't agree with it. This time, it was a self-induced economic meltdown. The next time, it could be a national security crisis. Trump blinked on part of his tariff onslaught Wednesday, pausing reciprocal duties on dozens of nations and territories as the dire economic implications of his strategy began to accelerate. But he typically atoned for his impetuousness with another escalatory act. No wonder why traditional media is dying. I love the word impetuousness. I love the word escalatory. But how many people out there who are working at the Dollar General know how to pronounce impetuousness, let alone know the definition of it? That this is crazy pants. Like traditional media is complaining about how they're becoming increasingly irrelevant, and then they use words like impetuousness and escalatory, which again, I love having a large vocabulary, but please know your audience, and please know that if you want to reach the average American, that's probably not the words that you want to use. Hiking China's tariff to 125%. While a surge of relief sent stock markets rocketing after days of losses, the showdown between the world's two largest economic powerhouses could still tip the United States into recession. There are several ways to interpret Wednesday's day of chaos, contradictions, and spin by a White House that conjured a new reality to portray an embarrassing walkback by the president as an act of leadership genius. And I think that's all you really need to know is that Liberation Day was calculated based off of trade deficits. For the 50th time on this channel that I've said, a trade deficit is not a fiscal deficit. A fiscal deficit means that we are running into debt in order to make things work, right? That's a fiscal deficit. A trade deficit means that I buy more things than you buy from me. The example that I've heard consistently is that an individual, Ben Shapiro used this analogy, I buy more stuff from the grocery store than the grocery store buys from me. That's not a problem. I don't need to sell the grocery store my stuff in order for us to have a pro-social, pro-economic relation. Gablu Dot says, stop by for the hair for 5 minutes. This disabled female veteran appreciates all pro-democracy views, voices here. Slava Ukraina. Well, Slava Ukraini, back to you, Gablu Dot. I do appreciate it, and I hope you appreciate oh, I do appreciate it. And then just to share, just in case you're still here, I don't think that philosophically I'm a Democrat. I'll be voting for Democrats in the midterms, especially if this keeps up. However, I am philosophically like a never Trump Republican, but the truth is that the never Trump Republicans have lost their spine and they've given into the MAGA cult for clout and money, in my opinion. And so as a result, you know, even the best never Trumpers, most of them have caved, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating and sad. I feel oftentimes very alone in my political perspective, but thank you for your positive message. I do appreciate it. Tofu says, lol, I don't think Trump understands that words have multiple definitions like asylum and deficit. Agreed. Razzle Cherry says traditional media is very successful. They've transitioned to the internet. Tucker Carlson, for example, he's playing a character for influence. I agree right there, but then I would consider that he's playing a character for influence to be a, how would I say that? A alternative media staple more than a traditional media staple. Traditional media is supposed to be like as objective as possible, although obviously MSNBC and Fox, they don't do that. But, you know, when I say traditional media, I mean like Peter Jennings from like 2 decades ago. I mean, Walter Cronkite from 50 years ago. I mean, traditional newspapers, etc. Christian Blair says they used an AI like Grok lol. Yeah, they literally used an AI. They were asking why some of the figures were typed in differently. And it's because I don't know why specifically, but they alleged that the reason why different figures were typed in differently and the reason why the McDonald's islands that is only populated by penguins, the reason why that was included was because they used a generative AI in order to calculate the tariffs that we put on countries. That is crazy pants is the best way that I can put it. John says, isn't the Bulwark a conservative outlet? You say that, but no offense to Tim Miller. I'm not trying to, you know, like throw elbows or whatever, but he went from, in my opinion, he went from critical of the right wing to actually full-blown endorsing Kamala. And that's not my position. My position is that I will begrudgingly endorse Democrats as the lesser of two evils, because I do think that there are wildly insane policy things that Democrats do that I disagree with. However, you know, they are obviously infinitely preferable to a Trump administration or MAGA in general. That's my perspective. Whereas Tim Miller was like, Kamala Harris is based. You know, she's the greatest thing. And, you know, that's obviously, there's a McDonald's island. Yeah. What's the Penguin Island? Let's do this. I'll just read this headline. I'll pull a Vosh or a Hassan Piker. I'll just read the headline. EU pauses retaliatory tariffs following Trump's trade U-turn. So Trump suspended his tariffs for 90 days and the EU also paused, which is going to give the markets some relief. That's what you need to know from that headline. And then what is the island that the Trump admin tariffed that only has penguins? Mm, the McDonald's Islands. Yep. Yep. Hold on. There's another word though. There was like
Up next on
the whatever islands and the whatever islands. The herd in McDonald's Islands. That's what it was. So yeah, Trump and his administration. I did release a Warhammer. It's not a Warhammer 40K video. It's a Warhammer Fantasy video, but I did release a Warhammer Fantasy video on my main channel. But yeah, the herd in McDonald's Islands are being tariffed right now, and they are only populated by penguins. So same thing again. U.S. stocks tumble again as reality sits back in on Wall Street. Okay, we get it. It's crazy pants right now. And then this is something that is off the beaten path that I did want to read because I do think it's interesting. It's about capital punishment and how the firing squad is making a comeback in the United States of America. So the capital is Big Mac. So true. Christian Blair says the Bulwark may be a centrist left wing similar to Lincoln Project that is center right ish. Yeah. And I would say I'm probably more Lincoln Project than I am Bulwark. Right. Sean Kaplan says, don't feel alone, fellow anti-MAGA Republican here. There are literally dozens of us. I post that. Sean, every time that somebody is like, don't worry, I'm an anti-MAGA centrist, then I post the meme of there are dozens of us. This is from the TV show Arrested Development. I genuinely love it. It's the never nudes. They're people who cannot be naked at any point. And Tobias Fumke, whatever his name is, I forget, but he will always interrupt social events in order to scream about his never nude status. And he'll be like, there are dozens of us worldwide. Dozens. That's how I feel about Never Trump Republicans, right? There are dozens of us. Biz D says, to play devil's advocate for Trump, isn't a trade deficit that goes on for decades a transfer of wealth from one country to another? Biz D, potentially. Okay. And I'll try to address this because obviously macroeconomics, like global economics, is very complicated. But to my understanding, right, we moved off of the gold standard. Okay. So in the 1970s, we were backing our dollar with gold, which gave it a predictable value related to a material item in the market. Right. And I think it was Nixon. He took us off of the gold standard and he moved to a fiat currency. Fiat currencies are dangerous because you can print as much money as you want. But the whole point with a fiat currency is that instead of having a single material good back the value of your dollar, you have the economy back the dollar. And so what that means is me YouTubing, other people YouTubing and streaming, people selling stuff down at the mall, people driving their cars, people building laptops, people building computers, people providing electronic services, all that kind of stuff. It means that the entire economy, F-35 jets, Boeing, like all that kind of stuff, every piece of the economy is what backs the dollar, right? And so it allows you to be more flexible with your fiscal currency. Now, there was a gentleman who probably 6 months ago, I have no idea if this is still true, but 6 months ago, I talked to somebody and they said that if you go off of global demand for a dollar, like the US currency, we could still pump trillions into the international market and it would not devalue our currency because of how high of a demand there is. Now, when Trump is cratering the international economy, when he's slapping tariffs on allies, when he's reducing economic activity through his actions, that is going to weaken the dollar and therefore reduce its demand. That's my understanding of it. Feel free to correct me in chat. I'm happy to learn while I also share my opinion. But while I'm waiting for some people in chat in order to challenge my understanding of macroeconomics, let's go ahead and read why the firing squad may be making a comeback. So, South Carolina plans to execute Michael Mahdi on Friday for the murder of a police officer draping a hood over his head and firing 3 bullets into his heart. The choice to die by firing squad rather than lethal injection or electric chair was Mahdi's own, his attorney said last month. Faced with barbaric and inhumane choices, Michael Mahdi has chosen the lesser of 3 evils. If it proceeds, Mahdi's execution would be the latest in a string of events that have put the spotlight on the firing squad as a handful of U.S. death penalty states explore alternatives to lethal injection by far the nation's dominant execution method. Mahdi's scheduled execution comes soon after the nation's first firing squad in 15 years, which South Carolina carried out on March 7th. 5 days later, Idaho's Republican governor signed into law HB 37, which will make Idaho the only state in the country with the firing squad as its primary execution method. I think this is crazy pants. Okay. I am actually use a flamethrower. Shut up. Christian Valeris, you lunatic. But will they charge his family for the bullets? I hope not. I hope that we're willing to spring for the $5 that we pay to shoot this guy. Okay. Now, here's the thing, though. I think this is crazy pants. We have 100,000 people dying from fentanyl every single day. And as far as I know, okay, I'm not saying I know a lot, I know a little. A heroin overdose is actually supposed to be quite pleasant. Narcan is a drug that interrupts an overdose. And law enforcement, I used to be a law enforcement officer, law enforcement officers have been yelled at by heroin addicts who were on the verge of dying because they interrupted their high. And so I'm pro capital punishment. I literally am. If you are proven beyond not even beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond a certainty that you committed a capital crime, I think that you should be executed. But I think that we should use anesthesia and opiates to induce an overdose because it's not about cruelty to the criminal. That's not what capital punishment is about. Well, at least in my opinion, it's not about retributive torture to the person who's being put down. It's like a pit bull, right? If a pit bull mauls a child or kills a child, you're not euthanizing the pit bull in order to seek justice against the dog. The dog is a wild and crazed animal whose continued existence threatens the lives of other living beings. And therefore, you are putting it to sleep in order to, allocate resources efficiently in order to take care of other living creatures. And then 2, in order to eliminate the harm of that living creature towards other living creatures. That's why euthanasia for dogs is appropriate. So with human beings, I think we should at least extend them that courtesy. The misanthropic Sheba says, I remember being in an emergency and hearing drug addicts screaming at the nurses holding them not to administer the Narcan. Yeah, exactly, Sheba. Exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Mr. Boombastic says, what if the criminals wants the squad? Well, then God bless them. We'll give them the squad. Christian Blair says, I'm taking the firing squad versus pancuronium bromide, which paralyzes the muscles, but that's just me. Well, yeah, but I would take heroin over pancuronium bromide and bullets to the heart or head. I don't know. We did hang that elephant one time. Yeah, but that's not good. Like, I know you guys are memeing in chat. I know you're messing around, but like hanging the elephant isn't good. I don't think the electric chair is particularly efficacious. I don't think that the shooting squad is particularly great. No, I think that an overdose of opiates is perfectly acceptable as a way to euthanize human beings. Anyways, we'll move on. I know not everybody likes my capital punishment takes, but I do think it's crazy pants that in one of the wealthiest societies on the planet, we cannot come up with a humane way in order to put someone to sleep, not because we're seeking retributive justice for their heinous crimes, but because we want them to not be, a threat to anyone else for the rest of their existence. So I'll go ahead and skip this because I don't want to bum you guys out. That was law enforcement showing up in order to take out an autistic kid. What I wanted to, I'll spare you the video and I'll just tell you what I wanted to say. So what happens is an autistic kid, he's a teenager, he has a knife, he's in his front yard, and he's fighting with his parents, and he's basically swinging around the knife and trying to slash his mother and slash his father. Well, what happens is that goes out over 911 as there's an attempted stabbing. And so four cops show up with firearms and they just gun the kid down in his own front yard with his mother literally feet away. That is justified based off of current law enforcement practices, but I don't think that that is the way that we should conduct ourselves going forward. So there wasn't an immediate harm. Well, there was technically an immediate harm because the mother was right there. But I want cops to have the social and emotional intelligence to realize, oh, this is a teenager. The mom's yelling at them to stop. Mom's yelling at the cops not to shoot. Okay, this is a situation that needs to be resolved differently because this isn't like a serial killer trying to stab everybody. This is a family member who's having a psychotic break, right? And so for me, what I would want to do, shut up, Razzle Cherry. Oh my God. You are brutal. Don't make me laugh during a serious segment. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh during a serious segment. And you monster. So I'm sorry for laughing. So what I would want law enforcement to do in this kind of scenario is I would want them to train to go after people with edged weapons with riot shields and tasers, right? So yeah, you guys are brutal. I'm over here trying to share my feelings and how I think the world should improve, and you guys are just like, yeah, lol, tism moment. You guys are brutal. All right. Anyway, so I'm going to share this with you. This is an advertisement for the new taser. It just came out. I was going to use it for a later segment. Wow, Jonah boy, savage. I'm not even going to read that. Like in Europe, right? Yeah. Like I still want bad guys to get shot. I'm not saying like don't shoot bad guys. I'm saying use your emotional and social intelligence in order to read a situation and see if this is somebody who has they're having a diabetic hypoglycemic moment, or see if they actually have TISM, or see if autism, or see if they're having a psychotic break. And then based off of that, using your social and emotional intelligence, then, make a decision about whether or not you're going to use the riot shields and the tasers. Now, I want to show you this. I don't want to give you too much of a preamble because I just want to show you the technology, but I never used a taser. Like when I was in law enforcement, I didn't deploy my taser once. And the reason why I didn't deploy my taser is because we got into foot chases with really bad guys, like murderers and drug lieutenants who had like stabbed and shot other people. And I had fellow officers pull tasers while they were in the foot chase. And then they would fire the taser and the taser would fail to fire, or it wouldn't make a connection. And then as a result, the suspect would not be tased. And so, in my opinion, that gives the bad guy an opportunity to pull his firearm and shoot you in the face while you're still playing around with your taser. And so, I never trusted my taser. I always basically got somebody down on the ground at gunpoint, and then I waited for backup until we went hands-on, and then we just put them in handcuffs, right? Because I just felt like that was way safer than trusting my life to the taser. However, Taser has released a new product that I actually think is impressive, and I want to take a minute and a half to show it to you because genuinely, if you have the capacity to look at your screen, I think this is an impressive advancement in taser technology. Boom. It is waterproof. Yeah. They improved the waterproof capacity. So it's not perfect. Obviously not perfect. So there is no perfect taser technology, but I kind of want to show this to you and describe it for you to the best of my training and experience as far as like how this works. Okay. So what they did is they moved the CO2 cartridge back because the old taser cartridges used to only have 2 darts. And so what would happen is the CO2 cartridge would fire both darts simultaneously. But if you didn't connect with the suspect in a way that would generate lockup, let me show you. So what happens with watch this connection. So she pulls, the guy is charging her. She fires. The first dart goes into his elbow. The second dart goes into his guts, and there might even be a third dart because you can fire all 10 darts if you want until you get a connection. But right now, he has a dart in his thigh and he has a dart in his forearm. And so what's actually happening is an electric charge is traveling up his forearm, up through his elbow, up through his shoulder, up through his chest, down through his stomach, and down into his thigh. And this is causing every muscle between his elbow and his thigh to lock. So it's like a full body Charlie horse is what he's experiencing. And so it can be an effective technology. It can lock people up, but you have to have perfect shots. And so, you know, if people are wearing heavy jackets, all that kind of stuff. And she fired a third one into his leg as he was falling down. So rude. But obviously a problem with the reliability is water gets in them. You know, that can short stuff out. It might not be as effective. So apparently they improved the water resistance of the taser charge. Look at that distance too. That's like 20 feet. That's good, a good distance. And then between his stomach and his thigh, he locked up. So his legs and stomach are no longer working. So again, tasers aren't perfect. I would never trust my life to a taser. However, in that scenario, instead of just gunning down an autistic kid, if instead you had calm, socially, emotionally intelligent officers, they could stop real quick and they could say, okay, what's going on? And they could be like, this is my teenage son. He has autism. He's going crazy. He's swinging at people with a knife, but please, for the love of God, don't shoot him. And then they can say, okay, fellas, you know, two of you guys watch him, and then let's go get the riot shields and the tasers and the bowler wrap. And then it can be, you know, I wrestled an alligator. I wrestled a 3-foot alligator as an officer, and I loved it. I thought it was funny. I thought it was fun. And so getting the men to, instead of thinking of like, ooh, you know, this guy's at lethal force, I can just shoot him. Like, instead of thinking that way, they can think, okay, this is a dangerous situation, but we can control it and we can save this autistic young man's life. Like, I would prefer if law enforcement started thinking that way. Tofu says, just looks like a heavy projectile, so it sticks more easily. Yeah, they did change the projectile a little bit, but to be honest, it wasn't far off from the 2-prong cartridge that we used to use. And what you need to visualize it as is like a harpoon. It's a miniature harpoon. And so it shoots out into one location and then it sticks in your skin like a harpoon with a fish hook on it. And then it'll stick in another location and you can remove them. It's not too painful. But then between the two harpooned locations, an electric shock goes out and locks up all the muscles, right? And so, yeah. So cops are obviously quick on the gun. You know, we would basically need to retrain law enforcement from the ground up and change the culture. But I still think that you could still get buy-in from law enforcement, because killing someone who doesn't need to be killed is probably one of the worst things that you can do as a human being, right? Chris Jones says, good for us European cucks too, unironically. Yeah, straight up. Less lethal technology improving for the United States also means less lethal technology improving for Europe as well. I wanted to show you this one as well, because this is a Batman tool that has become available in the past half decade. It's called the Bola Wrap, and unironically, I think this is one of the coolest less lethal tools that is available to the public. I don't think they're selling to them civilians yet, but they are selling them to law enforcement. So let's watch.
Device is a game changer for law enforcement, enabling them to apprehend suspects from a distance of 25 feet. It utilizes an 8-foot Kevlar tether rope with small barbed anchors that launch at 640 feet per second when triggered. These anchors catch onto the target's clothing, allowing the cord to wrap around their legs or arms, entangling them and restricting movement. This capability enables officers to control individuals without causing significant injury. Once restrained, officers can safely remove the Bola Wrap and apply more permanent restraints if necessary. The Bola Wrap device is a
So it's literally it's like Batman. I don't know if you guys watched the Saturday morning cartoons 20 years ago, but Batman would bring out this like sling thing, right? And it would be a rope with two rocks on the ends, and he would spin it and he would throw it, and then it would wrap around the guy's legs and it would trip him up. This unironically does that. So watch this. So that was the YouTube, you know, the YouTube clean version in an environment. But let's take a look at it in the field. Razzle Cherry says, I was barely alive 20 years ago. Well, my apologies. You missed out on some Kino Batman. Watch this. This is the bowler wrap in the field. Sapient green.
Stop it. Leave. Wrap. Don't go.
Hey? You see how quickly that changes the tone of the bad guy, too? Got a crackhead in a lake. Watch this.
Wrap. No. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I didn't kill him. So what are they looking for? My husband for a minute.
I know.
Well, it prevents him from running, right?
Phone, sir. Sir, I didn't steal no phone. No, I didn't steal no fucking phone. Whoa. Stop, Javon. No. What is y'all arresting me for? I didn't steal no phone. I didn't steal no phone.
Listen, I'll mute it and I'll watch that again, okay? So this guy, you arrive on scenes and there will be large men who will tell you to F off because they literally think that they can tell police officers what to do, which is crazy pants. The easiest way to get arrested is for a law enforcement officer to show up and for you to start bossing the law enforcement officer around. Now, of course, there's something to be said for like, the citizen is the taxpayer pays law enforcement, therefore every citizen is kind of your boss. But if you're being called to a domestic disturbance where somebody allegedly beat their wife, and then you start telling the police officers, you don't need to talk to my wife, you don't need to be on my property, you need to get out of here before I do something crazy. Well, guess what? All you're really telling law enforcement is that they need to do something crazy to you in order to get control of the situation. So this guy tells law enforcement to buzz off, and this guy's like, okay, really? I got something for you. It's a bowler wrap. And so it sounds terrifying because there's almost like a gunshot sound. It almost sounds like a gun. And so as a result, this guy is like, did I just get shot? But no, he didn't get shot. His right arm got Kevlar wrapped to his legs. And now if he tries to run, he's not going to be able to run, which already puts him in a position of a disadvantage. He could totally start swinging on the officer with his left hand. But guess what? Your left hand isn't as strong as your right for most people. And you've already gotten your legs wrapped, so you can't run around and fight. So this is actually pretty good. Then same thing with this crackhead. Like, this dude is obviously on drugs. He's stumbling around. He's being crazy. You don't necessarily want to go hands-on with a guy like this because you don't know what's going to happen as soon as you put your hands on. He can start fighting, wrestling, all that kind of stuff. So somebody was saying he wasn't even running. What's the problem? But the truth is that the bowler wrap shocked him and it wrapped up his legs so he couldn't run away. And then finally, this is just crazy pants from the citizen's perspective anyways. You're getting detained for allegedly stealing something from a gas station, and your solution to that is to run into highway traffic. What the hell? Like, what instinct is this? I have no idea, but it needs to be eliminated from the population. And I'm not saying kill them. I'm saying that we need to culturally train people out of running from law enforcement into the highway. That is crazy pants. But what ends up happening is this lady could have easily run into traffic and gotten hit. She easily could have run onto the other side and gotten hit. The cop could have easily gotten, hit by a car. And yet what happened, because he had Bola, was he was able to trip up her legs, get her on the ground, and get her arrested. So seriously, that, for me, I think the new taser design is really cool. I think the new Bola wrap is really cool. I think law enforcement needs to be retrained with these updated technologies. And I do think that autistic and hypoglycemic people and excited delirium drugs need to be retrained to law enforcement so they stop executing autistic people. That was my main point with that segment. All right, sorry. There was a very large paragraph earlier, so I want to go back and see what the large paragraph said. Think First says, come on, as a law enforcement officer, even people still had a right to tell us to fudge off. There are always ways to do your job and communicate with people regardless of attitude. Yeah, of course. I don't think that contradicts what I said, though. If you show up, so Think First says, come on, as a law enforcement officer, even people still had a right to tell us to fudge off. That's true to a limited amount. If you're investigating a domestic violence battery and then somebody is telling you to fudge off and you can't talk to somebody else while you're conducting your criminal investigation, you can 100% detain them. Now, you can be more intelligent and you can say, listen, bud, I understand, temperatures are high right now. I understand that's a stressful situation. However, in order for me to do my job, I do need to speak to the other person and make sure that they're okay. So, I need to go talk to that person. Please allow me to go talk to that person, or else we're going to have a different conversation. Now, for me, that's literally the way that I would talk to people. So that is, it's calming. I'm trying to tell them that, like, I understand their perspective. I'm not trying to be rude or throw my authority around. That is the way that I would talk to a human being on the street, right? But if I say, hey, I need to talk to the other party, I need to do my job, and if you get in the way of that, then we might have to have a different conversation. If they continue to escalate past that point, I might try another 2 or 3 times to get them to calm down. But if they don't calm down, we're going to go hands on, right? So you'll get a chance. My police trainers in the academy, they said, ask, tell, make. It was effectively a 3 strikes rule. I'm going to ask you to do something. Then I'm going to give you a lawful order. And then if you don't comply with the lawful order, then I'm going to make you comply with the lawful order, right? So maybe we should add in 1 or 2 more strikes, but that is perfectly acceptable to me for law enforcement. Oh, the Tismicide must stop. So true, Jonah boys. So true. Sure, free speech and all, but talking smack and making an aggressive move towards a cop is an indicator for violence. I agree, Christian Vlaris. Chris Jones says, even if it didn't disable you, you'd probably still going to be shocked for a few seconds, which will allow law enforcement to get a better handle. Agreed. Thank you, Chris Jones, for that common sense statement. Think First says, doesn't mean I like being told to fudge off, but communicating with people as to why you're there and what you're doing is important. I didn't love the bolo wrap, though. I did love the bolo wrap, though, but you had to have a reason to use it. Yeah, of course. There's passive resistance, active resistance, and then I don't know if it jumps immediately to lethal force. Bear in mind, I haven't taken a use of force class in 6 years. But passive, there's no resistance, which is people are doing what they're being told. That's lawful. And there's passive resistance where they're not doing what they're told, but they're just kind of sitting there. And they're just not they'll dead weight, and that's passive. And then active is they're trying to get away from you. And then I think there's one more. I think there's violent resistance or something like that, which is they're actually trying to fight you. And then there's deadly force. That's what I remember. Bear in mind, it's been 6 years, so it's been a little bit. Think First says, I 100% agree with you, but it really is more like ask, tell, then make for most departments. Yeah, I agree. I think that's better. I do think that's better. Jonah Boy says, what about passive aggressive resistance? Listen, that was 100% my experience. Grassroots Hegemon for $10. Brazilian dollars in development for a very cool bolo wrap. Then all man had to do was put the nuggets in the microwave. Agreed. All right. So U.S. Commerce Secretary, we're not going to watch the video because all that's going to happen is he's coping. He's effectively saying that this is a part of Trump's master plan and that the market volatility that they themselves caused was not the thing that led to a 90-day pause in trade. That is, to my knowledge, not accurate because we have Trump himself saying that he was looking at the bond market before he decided to stop the tariffs. So, they're just lying. They're still lying. They lie so often that it's actually difficult to keep up with the amount of lies. And then we're going to do something wholesome real quick as a quick little breather during our news segment. Mother chimpanzee sees baby girl for the first time after C-section at Kansas Zoo. And Grassroots Chechabon, thank you for the donation. And also thank you, thank you, the Dashing Rogue, for being our inaugural donation. Genuinely, you guys don't have to donate. Liking the stream is very much appreciated. Engaging in chat is very much appreciated. Commenting on the videos, watching the pre-recorded VODs, all that stuff is super appreciated. But of course, if you have money burning a hole in your pocket and you enjoy the content that we create, then super chats are always greatly appreciated. Thank you kindly. All right, let's watch this baby monkey be reunited with its mother so we can feel good about the world in which we live.
I'm a scientist, and I support more students taking the ACT college admission test because the SAT doesn't even have...
I know that feeling.
Good girl.
Look at it. Chimpanzees are like little humans. They're so cute. All right. I hope that was a decent palate cleanser for you, because we are moving on to more annoying things. Kash Patel has been replaced by Army Secretary Driscoll as acting head of the ATF. Washington. FBI Director Kash Patel has been removed as the acting chief of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and has been replaced by the Army Secretary, three people familiar with the matter said Wednesday. It was not immediately clear why Patel was replaced. So that's all really the article says is like internal politics. But this is what I want to say is frustrating about MAGA. You cannot have the FBI does real stuff. Okay. Yeah, he is the head of the FBI, Christian Blair. You're absolutely right. Okay. So the FBI does real things. 10% of it is investigating Trump for Russian, not even 10%. It's like 1% is investigating Russian Trump alleged ties during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. That was 1% of what they were doing. But 99% of what they're doing is going after pedophiles, going after human traffickers, going after gangsters, going after mobs, going after terrorists. And so you can't have a gentleman who is the head of a bureau does that much serious work every single day that has to be supervised and directed, and then also have him head up another organization with a similar but even crazier mandate. Because the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, they regulate the tobacco and alcohol industries, meaning that I'm pretty sure that they have a say in the revocation of liquor licenses. I'm pretty sure that they make sure that the states are doing what's required for alcohol and tobacco legislation. And so there's a lot of bureaucratic stuff in there, but also they have a firearms mandate where if there are FFLs, federal firearms licensees, that are abusing their licenses in order to get guns to criminals, that is also a huge part of the ATF. And then also if there are gun running cabals, maybe the wrong word, but if there are gun running cartels that might be tied to drugs, that might be tied to human trafficking, but their major concern is either stealing or straw purchasing firearms and then shipping them to other countries, that's also the ATF's mandate. So the Trump admin and MAGA supporters can act like the FBI and ATF actually don't do that much, and they're these bloated bureaucracies that don't do the right thing, and they're so filled with gay people and DEI hires that they actually don't do anything on a day-to-day basis. Anybody who actually has worked in law enforcement, anybody who's worked alongside these administrations, know that these dudes are actually incredibly busy. Just to share an example, we're gonna do another war story. Okay, we're gonna do another war story. Are you ready for a Papa Connor war story? So I'm gonna remove this real quick and go full screen so I can share my experiences and you can see my eyeballs as I tell you a very fun and interesting story. So when I was a salty veteran, I think I was 2.5 years on the job, maybe pushing 3 years on the job. I was still on the road. And when I was on the road, we got a call that they had found white powder at our local EMT station. So it was where the EMT and ambulances hung out, right? They found an envelope with white powder. I'm across the street. So I grab my gas mask. I go into the building and I say, hey, everybody evacuate. We got notifications of a white powder substance, possible biological attack. Everybody get out. Everybody clears out. And then all the people that were exposed were sent to the back side of the building. And the suspicion was that it was anthrax. Yes, BizD. The suspicion was that it was anthrax. And so I'm on body camera, chilling, gas mask, sitting in a chair in the corner of a long hallway. I have not been in the room with anthrax. But because I went charging into the building that allegedly had anthrax in it, when they're like, oh, okay, yeah, go ahead and clear out, they sent me to the anthrax infected people. And so I was like, well, shit, I don't know if my gas mask is rated for anthrax. So maybe I've been exposed to anthrax. And I'm just thinking to myself, anthrax is the kind of thing that like it's miserable. I think the symptoms of it for it are terrible. And I don't think that you can really survive a legitimate anthrax exposure, right? I think it's like a 90% mortality. We could Google it in a second. But I'm just like, shit, did I just expose myself to anthrax? Is this my last, 6 hours on the planet? And am I about to spend the next 6 hours of my planet, 6 hours on this planet, effectively throwing up to death? And there was this like moment of like peace where I was like, Well, at least I don't have to wonder about death anymore. At least I don't have to wonder about what's on the other side anymore. And I kind of had this like really calm sensation of like, okay, I might die. It's going to be horrible. The next 6 hours of my life are going to be terrible, but then I'm going to punch out to the other side. And if it's eternal oblivion, or if I meet God and St. Peter and all those things, then it is what it is. You know, I don't control the situation. And then what bugged me was all the people who were potentially infected. They were like passing cigarettes back and forth to each other, and they were like coughing on each other. And I'm like, you idiots, you were all in the room, but only one or two of you might have been exposed. Why are you sharing cigarettes? And why are you coughing on each other? You dipshits. You literally, sorry, Ken, sorry, Ma. But why are you like potentially infecting yourselves more? Why don't you spread out like 6 feet? But I didn't really have like command over the EMT people. So I was just like, all right, well, I guess if they spread anthrax amongst each other, it is what it is. It ended up being a hoax attack. Bizdy says Chad. True. And anyway, so it ended up being a hoax attack. They did like half a dozen hoax attacks in Lake County. You could probably find the news stories if you wanted to. And the FBI came down, and the FBI, through whatever trickery, I guarantee you they had some kind of like IT, warrant process where they could track down, who in the region had, Googled anthrax, who had checked out all this stuff, who had checked out the shipping stuff, who had looked at, like they did some kind of digital forensics process that I almost guarantee you ignored warrants, or they have a warrants process that I don't understand. But using whatever process they did, they found the guy. They found him in like 2 days. In 2 days, they found the hoax anthrax attack guy. Kind of bananas. Cutaneous untreated is 80% mortality. Treatment is near zero. Exactly. And Deus Halcyon, good to see you, by the way. Good to see you. Anyways, so that's Uncle Connor's story about anthrax is okay, but Metallica and Slayer are way better. So true. But that's Uncle Connor's story about the time that he thought he was going to die from anthrax. Liz following up says gas masks probably rated for anthrax. Also, sheep farmers often have some immunity due to lesser exposure from soil-borne. Interesting. What does one get charged for a hoax anthrax attack? No idea. You'd have to ask the FBI or Google it. I don't know, and I don't want to Google it, but yeah. No, it's the CIA that's bloated with DEI hires. They had commercials and everything. True. All right. Anyways, moving on. I just wanted to share an Uncle Connor story time. It turns out that not all of the FBI are lazy jerks who do nothing all day. They don't just sip coffee and talk about being gay. All right. Sorry, I had some yogurt bites because I need to keep my energy up. Another U-turn. Trump reverses tariffs that caused market meltdown, but companies remain bewildered. We already understand the headline. Effectively, Trump reversed himself yesterday where he gave it a suspension for 90 days for the tariffs. It's very dumb. I hate it. I can't believe he does it. Trump offers buy tip on social media hours before tariff pause. Not only did his announcement make tariffs soar, but I don't think he's going to get investigated for insider trading, but technically you're not allowed to manipulate the market and give people a heads up that the market's about to be manipulated. And so it is a crime. And so the fact that we have a president who does Bitcoin, a president who does rug pulls on, I'll just say it, shit coins. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Ma. But the fact that we have a president who does rug pulls on, what do you call that? I'm losing my mind. I don't even know what you call it. I'm literally thinking S-coin over and over and over again. I'm literally thinking Bitcoin and Ethereum. Why can't I not think of the words for it? I know you guys already know. Crypto. Good Lord. Early onset dementia. Anyways, early onset dementia aside, I can't believe that we have a president who participates in crypto coin rug pulls. And then I can't believe that we have a guy who flagrantly involves himself in manipulation. But here, this is what MAGA wanted. This is what they wanted. So guess what? We're all reaping what we've sown. The Democrats didn't show up enough in order to beat Trump. Trump got back in. He's doing wildly stupid things. People are pretending that it's 4D chess. It's not. This dude is just a guy who's chasing cars. And as a result, we're all suffering. So If I had a larger 401k, I would be more angry, but my 401k is very limited. John says Kamala was too cringe, would rather a criminal piece of garbage. John, why? You are who I'm talking about. So like $4 trillion got wiped off of the international stock market. We don't know what's happening for the next 90 days. He's on the verge of simultaneously saying that we're going to achieve world peace. He hasn't negotiated the Ukrainian ceasefire. The Russians are violating the Ukrainian ceasefire and killing more Ukrainian civilians for the first time in 3 or 4 years. And he's on the verge of bombing Iran because they're on the verge of becoming a nuclear power. And you're like, yeah, based. Kamala's laugh was annoying. John says, I was kidding. Oh, okay, that's my fault. My bad. My bad. I took you seriously. Bear in mind, we have Republicans who watch. We have MAGA people who watch. So if you praise Trump, there are some people in chat who might agree with you. Oh my God. Yeah, you got me. You got me. I owned in the marketplace of ideas. The Dashing Rogue says it wasn't a rug pull, it was a wealth transfer from Dems to MAGA. I don't agree with that, but that's okay. 5D chess, 10D chess, 100D chess, yeah, exactly. China reaches out to others as Trump layers on tariffs. I'm going to read this a little bit, okay? Because I do think it's important. Taipei, Taiwan. China is reaching out to other nations as the U.S. layers on more tariffs in what appears to be an attempt to form a united front to compel Washington to retreat. Days into the effort, it's meeting only partial success, with many countries unwilling to ally with the main target of President Donald Trump's trade war. Facing the cratering of global markets, Trump on Wednesday backed off his tariffs on most nations for 90 days, saying countries were lining up to negotiate for more favorable conditions. China has refused to seek talks, saying it would fight to the end in a tariff war, prompting Trump to further jack up the tax rate on Chinese imports to 125%. China has retaliated with tariffs on U.S. goods of 84%, which took effect on Thursday. Trump's move was seemingly an attempt to narrow what has been unprecedented trade war between the U.S. and most of the world to a showdown between the U.S. and China. A just cause received support from many. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian said at a daily briefing on Thursday, the U.S. cannot win the support of the people and will end in failure. China has thus far focused on Europe with a phone call between Premier Li Jiang and European Commissioner President Ursula von der Leyen, sending a positive message to the outside world. So what I don't like about this, what I genuinely don't like about this is Trump is setting up China to be the hero. If China pushes back and makes the United States break, then not only did Marco Rubio and the dissolution of USAID evaporate a healthy chunk of our soft power, but also we've pissed off enough of our allies that they may be willing to look to China as the new boss of the world. So instead of bullying China back into a second place position economically and culturally, Trump is actually making it easier for our allies and enemies to fall into the hands of China. I really don't like this. I think it's stupid. I think it hurts us. And I kind of can't believe that we have to deal with people who are 80 IQ in charge of the United States government. So that's it. That's my news roundup. I'm going to talk to chat real quick, and then we'll get into the Nick Fuentes crash out, which is simultaneously, I pre-watched a little bit of it, and there's like a sad component, and then there's a really funny component, and so I'm kind of excited to look into it with you guys. So let me just bring chat over here. Go full screen. We'll take a minute or two just to hang out, and then I'll get into the next segment. John says, never take me seriously. You see my name, just go on with that guy makes jokes. All right. Sounds good, John. I know now. Razzle Cherry says, if Trump goes to war with Iran, we need nationwide nonpartisan protests. It's not America first. It's not right. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I don't want Iran to dominate with nuclear power in the Middle East and North Africa. But what I would literally do instead of invading Iran, I would never invade Iran. It's they know the territory better. It's mountainous, it's urban, there's steppe stuff, and there is a lot of urban centers. So you thought that Iraq was bad because it was urban fighting, and you thought Afghanistan was bad because it was mountainous. Iran has both. And the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, they're competent. They're some of the most competent people in the Middle East and North Africa when it comes to war. They are the people who trained Shiite militias to use EFPs. EFPs are explosively formed projectiles. You basically take a steel cylinder, like a paint can, you put copper in the front of it, and you put a bunch of explosives inside the paint can, and then you detonate it facing a vehicle. And what happens is the explosive liquefy the copper and shoot it at the vehicle, and it's a jet. And we didn't have a single armor that could prevent EFPs. Now, the good news is that IEDs versus EFPs, EFP was localized. So if it went into a vehicle, it would only kill 1 or 2 people. But of course, that's still horrifying. Whereas with an IED against an unarmored vehicle, you're going to kill every single person in the vehicle. So it's kind of a mix. But basically, I wouldn't support a ground invasion of Iran. I might support limited strikes authorized by Congress, but realistically, I would just arm Saudi Arabia under United States monitoring with nukes, and I would just arm Israel, and then we would just have mutually assured destruction in the Middle East and North Africa. I know that doesn't sound like a good plan, but that's all I got, because it's literally like ground invasion, airstrikes, or arming Saudi Arabia and Israel. That's it. Those are the options. So, and no, you have not missed a Destiny conversation yet. The conversation, I need to check my Discord real quick, but we planned on doing the 10th at 3 p.m. And I did ask him 2 hours ago if he was still good for the conversation, and I haven't gotten a response yet. But my expectation is that we will have a conversation at 3 p.m. So, excuse me. Razzle Cherry says, if Trump goes to war, that's what I just read. Jonah Boy, I usually just put a bunch of emojis to indicate I'm joking, but I'm not sure if that makes it obvious or just makes me look. Who knows? The Misanthropic Sheba says, it amazes me that the Trump admin is throwing away shields against China and Russia encroachment in both hands. I know, it's crazy pants. W. Nick, as always, we'll get into that. Did I miss the Destiny talk already? No, we're doing that at 3 p.m. Eric Dom says, yeah, I have cut out most American products from my shopping list, and I'm currently researching to do the same with my tech needs. Many Europeans are doing the same. That sucks, but we deserve it. Well, Casey John says, pray for me, Connor and Chad. I'm on my way to a job site and testing my luck with gas station chicken for lunch. Well, I do wish you luck with that. Gas station chicken. Hopefully it's fried. Fried stuff is more difficult to poison. Just don't do grilled chicken from the gas station. That's more dangerous. Conservative liberalism says we just need Victoria Nuland to lead the next Iranian Green Revolution. True. Tofu says EF in the PP. Exactly. Think First says, Nick, off topic, but curious from a military perspective. Opinion on Trump wanting military parade for his birthday. Total psycho. I'm just going to say a bad word. I'm sorry, Ken. I'm sorry to my mother. Total psycho shit. Absolutely not. I think Eisenhower, they asked Eisenhower at the end of World War II, they were like, should we do a parade? And he's like, absolutely not. Dictatorships that need to show off their power do parades, whereas actual legitimate military powers prove their prowess on the battlefield. So yeah, no, it's unnecessary. It's dumb. If you want to see the military be cool, go to an air show, go to the Smithsonian, go to a museum, go check out our previous military exploits, go to the Marine Corps Museum in Washington, D.C. You can see what the military has achieved in the past, and you can see what they're achieving now. You can see American military achievements on YouTube. Okay. So if you want to appreciate our military and how strong we are as a power, then look at what we actually do versus symbols of power. I prefer real power over symbols of power. Sultan Al Fahim says, dude, I'm not going to fight in Yemen again. Yeah, exactly. Liz Following Up says, I have seen theory that Trump is crashing everything for his billionaire buds who want to buy the dip. Many who thought they were insulated from the harm aren't and are panicking. I wouldn't be surprised. That's giving him too much credit, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was an inside trading group that was close to the White House that knew when what was happening was happening. Wouldn't be surprised by that at all. Conservative liberalism says, I like. True. Eating gas station chicken is self-harm. Indeed. So we all need to pray for Well QC John that he recovers from his self-harm. The Iraqis got a surprise that day. Indeed. All right. So let's go into the next segment. I'll do an intro before we get cracking. And so I do want to do a little shill real quick though. Thank you To the approximately 50 people that we have here, cross-platform. We need to get more platforms, to be honest. But thank you for showing up. I hope you're having a good day. It's beautiful to have you aboard. Please remember to like the stream. That way other people can know that we're live and they can check out the content if they feel so inclined. Please, if you have any money for super chats, feel free to share them. Not required. You just being here, chatting in the chat, watching it, all that kind of watching the content, that gives us ad revenue. So if you're broke, if you can't pay your bills, if your 401k has gotten murdered recently, don't worry about donating, but it is always appreciated if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket. Otherwise, let's go ahead and do the intro and get into the next segment. So, how dare you shill, indeed. So, hi guys, my name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am a part of the Valor Media Network, which we are live on today, and we have many beautiful souls who are hanging out with us. It's greatly appreciated that all of you are here, and we just got a donation. Thank you kindly, Grassroots Hegemon. I'll read it in a moment. But what we're going to be doing for our next breakdown segment is Valor Media Network is all about empowering young men, giving them a positive example of masculinity, and yet there are tens of thousands of people who have fallen into the traps of the dissident right and into the traps of the red pill, and they are suffering. They're suffering because they have bad mentors. They're suffering because they have bad leaders. They're suffering because they're being told bad things to do with their lives. And so as a result, they are living less purposeful and happy and healthy lives than they should. And Nick Fuentes is one of these leaders who has tens of thousands of young men who follow his every word. And he is entertaining and he's charismatic, if a bit psychotic, and if a bit completely evil when it comes to politics, in my opinion. He does bad things. He does bad things, and he doesn't care about bad things. So he had a black pill moment on Rumble in which he shared how he's kind of an antisocial freak and how people actually shouldn't emulate him, and how his personal life is a disaster. And so he does make some funny jokes that I think are worth engaging with, but I do want people to kind of see what the future looks like if you follow Nick the Knife Fuentes. Before we do that, though, Grassroots Hegemon was very kind. He gave us a very large donation, $50 flipping dollars. $50, single donation. Thank you, Grassroots Hegemon. Your support really does mean a lot. It does. Seeing the consistent people in chat all the time, seeing the regulars, seeing Grassroots Hegemon support us financially, seeing other people support us, it really does mean the world to me. It really does. Grassroots Hegemon, this is the entire point. I already pulled my money into nuclear and European defense contractors, but I imagine I'm not alone and that I don't plan on putting it back because the economic jitters are driven by inconsistent policy. Agreed. 100% agreed. Thank you for the donation. Sincerely appreciated. Let's watch Nick be a silly goose.
What have I even been posting? I've just been like just trying to.
Sorry, I accidentally put it on 2 times. Let me make sure the volume is maxed out, and let me reduce the speed back to normal.
Get out a couple of tweets a day just about crap. You know, I'm like, Trump is getting us out of a nuclear war. Well, liberals are complaining. I don't know. I'm kind of relieved. It's just like, who am I? Like, what am I even doing? I was like in an Uber and I'm tweeting like, I'm like, you're telling me Trump made nuclear war less likely and liberals are mad? I don't know. I think it's a good thing. Who am I? Who are you? I'm like tweeting this out. I'm like, I hate myself. I hate myself for writing that. But I was like, you know, the engagement's been low. It's a little too esoteric lately. I'm like, we gotta get some greatest hits out there for the retards. Gotta shit out some crap for the normies. Gotta poop out some dog shit for the normies. And I'm tweeting out like, so where are those Epstein? So where are those Epstein files? It's just like, come on, guys. So where are those Epstein files? I said. Like anyone gives a shit. Like, it's all out there. It's all out there. If anyone wants to do the slightest bit of research, you know he works for Israel. We all know. Ryan Dawson published a list like what, fucking 1,000 years ago. You know, we uncovered an ancient scroll. Ryan Dawson said, I discovered it first. Ryan Dawson had the Epstein client list before Epstein was born so that he could remind everybody, I found it first, actually.
So listen, you know, let's just admit it. Nick's funny. Okay. He's a funny dude, right? So he was saying that some of the things that he tweeted, things that I might have liked, by the way, because he posts so much like schizo stuff and so much like race realist stuff and so much Christian nationalist and so much anti-Semitic stuff that whenever he has like a normal take that I think is like, okay, I won't retweet it, but I'll like it, right? I'll be like, okay, that's normal. Nice. And so he's talking about me when he's like, there's normie R slurs who are, engaged. I need like better engagement with like normie R slurs. He's talking about me. Okay. He's talking about me. And so he hates himself for writing that. I do find that funny. I do like imagining Nick the Knife Fuentes in the back of an Uber hating himself. And, that's funny to me. It's funny to me that he like self-hates. Right. And then where are the Epstein files? So here's the thing. This is what bugs me about this. He's kind of dismissive, but the only thing that he cares about is the fact that Jeffrey Epstein married Ghislaine Maxwell or dated Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell was his madame who recruited a bunch of underage prostitutes. Those underage prostitutes had sex with a bunch of, powerful billionaires, men of industry, politicians, all that kind of stuff. And then we know who visited the island, but we don't know who had sex with the underage prostitutes and therefore were blackmailed, right? And the reason why we suspect that Jeffrey Epstein was somebody who was working with intelligence services in order to blackmail people is because, number one, when he caught a light sentence from Florida in the early thousands, one of the reasons why people asked for leniency was allegedly because he worked with the intelligence community. That was verbal. That was never written, but it was absolutely alleged. And then number two, Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, that's exactly what he did. He honeypotted and blackmailed people in the 60s and 70s. And he was a triple agent for the United Kingdom, Russia, and Israel. And when he was buried in Israel with honors. And there was people somebody in Israel basically said, nobody will know the amount of work that, Robert Maxwell did in order to save the state of Israel. Sultan Al Fahim is like, what? Like, yeah, this is true. And it's out there and it's verifiable. You could literally just Google this and it's true. Robert Maxwell was a triple agent. He worked for Israeli Mossad. Israeli Mossad went to his funeral. They talked about how much of a hero for the state of Israel he was. Ghislaine Maxwell was his daughter. Ghislaine Maxwell dated Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein hired underage prostitutes who then had sex with tons of really influential people. And then now we cannot know who he blackmailed because it's so sensitive. So Nick's right, but just to kind of poke at what I would want to know, I would want to know who's blackmailed. I would want to know who's compromised. I would want to know what they did because they were compromised. And so the fact that this is still a secret, we have Donald Trump, the person who's going to expose all the corruption in the swamp. And he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And so the fact that he was going to expose all the corruption in the swamp and we still don't know who was blackmailed by Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, it's frustrating to me. To Nick, he might not care. To me, I actually do care. So, yeah. Yeah, and just in case this is shocking to you, you're like, what? Intelligence agencies use civilians in order to do honeypot operations against random powerful people so they have leverage so they can advocate in their national interest? Yes. 100%. I guarantee you the CIA does this too, right? Anyways, maybe not underage prostitutes, but they definitely do honeypots, 100%.
I have a horrible headache. I need to take an Advil. I don't even know why. So this is going to be fun. But we'll read the super chats. I know about you, but I have like the gamer neck. I like crane my head forward like a gamer. I'm like this. I'm like that evolution meme, where monkey goes up to like a caveman and then goes back to the computer. That's me. Getting old is like your neck just hurts all the time. I wish I was a kid again. Back when when you start getting old, it's like your neck hurts all the time. Everything just hurts all the time. Everything just sucks. If you're young, it's just such a flex. I have like 3 years before I turn 30. 3.5 years before and then I'm just fucking cooked. Then I'm just a fucking stupid adult. Then I'm just a weird adult. Can we do this life extension thing? And I'm ready. I'm with, I'm with Peter Thiel and Elon Musk now. Let's extend everyone's lives. 30 is the new 20. Because damn, I do not want to turn 30. I do not want to be a 30-year-old. I do not want to be the 30-year-old at the function. But I am. I already am.
Minecraft Groy percent $5. I really like what you posted on Telegram today.
All right, hold on. Okay, so let's address this. He's old. His neck hurts. My neck hurts too, by the way. But I do drink water. I do get 8 hours of sleep. I do stretch. I do, work out, all that kind of stuff. And he's complaining about how he needs to do that as well. But the truth is that, like, he already knows this. I'm just preaching to the choir. But you have to do that in order to grow up. And then not only that, the reason why I think I'll have a 40-year-old crisis, because I literally will be, based off of life expectancy, halfway through my life. And I've also done a lot of dangerous things that hurt me a lot, which might have taken a few years off. However, I didn't really experience a 30-year crisis because I had spent my 20s doing what I wanted to do insofar as like developing myself as a person, right? When I turned 17, when I turned 18, really, I enlisted in the Marine Corps. I spent 4 years in the War on Terror, and I lived in Japan, Iraq, and California. And then when I got out, I went to college. Then I had a good time in college. I met my wife. I became a law enforcement officer, and then I spent 4 years in law enforcement. And then when I got out of law enforcement, I tried to figure out how to take care of my family. I took care of my family for 4 or 5 years, and then now I have this job. And so I'm in my, late 30s, and it sucks. I'm not going to say that getting old doesn't suck, but it only sucks so much as you allow it. Mortality is, of course, terrifying. Dying is terrifying. Getting older and having all these weeks, like aches and pains, eventually you just accept it because you're just like, fudge it. Like we all got to die someday. So you might as well just accept all your aches and pains and just kind of stretch and drink water and ride a bike once a week and lift weights a few times a week so you feel good. So eventually you accept it. But it is funny watching him go through this existential crisis. And I have to say, I think part of the reason why he's going through the existential crisis is because he spent a decade talking to internet schizophrenics. That's what he did. He didn't get a degree. He didn't find his wife. He didn't have kids. He didn't join the military. He didn't do law enforcement. He didn't serve his country. He didn't become a powerful representative of government. He got tens of thousands of internet schizophrenics in order to support him. So he became materialistically wealthy. And so he could get into rooms with Donald Trump and Kanye, which he was then soon kicked out of for being a dissident right-wing freak, right? So he wasted a decade of his life. Let's continue.
About presenting yourself well and being elite human capital. I think myself and a lot of other young men can become very successful by following that advice.
Watch this.
Yeah, no shit. It's so dumb how you people need to be told. When I posted that, I can't tell you how many people were like, I really like that post. Did you really need me to tell you to like not say nigger? Like, are you retarded? I really hate that about people.
Might need to bleep that in the
edits. Don't you have
edits.
a dad? Like, seriously. I really hate that people, do you know what I'm talking about? Like when I go on the show and say, I don't really like working out, people say that's mega irresponsible to say because, people need to hear that working out is good. It's like, don't you fucking idiots know that? Don't you already know that? And so I'll put up a post on Telegram where I'm like, hey guys, be presentable. Be presentable. Be successful and look good. And people are like, thanks for saying that. I'm sorry, did you need me to tell you that? Because if you did, like, you're an idiot. Like, seriously. It's the same thing when people get on my case because I like eat McDonald's. They're like, you're a bad example. That's not good for you. Okay, sorry. Remember to eat your vegetables, guys. Remember to go to bed at a reasonable hour. 20 minutes of exercise every day. 8 cups of water. Like, what is this? How do you people get dressed in the morning? If you need to be told, you need like Bronze Age pervert to tell you, remember, eat your vegetables. Remember, drink a big glass of milk to grow big and tall like your father. Like what is wrong with you people? Do you know how to tie your shoes? Need me to tie your shoes for you? Tie your tie? So that kind of stuff it's really irritating. Like I'm putting out content where I'm like posting esoteric stuff, really high level analysis, and people are like, whatever. Then I tell people, hey kids, eat your fruits and vegetables. And people go, nice post, man.
So what's great is Hill William actually says, No, Nick, they don't have dads. That's how they got here. And like, I think it's so true. Grasser Shachimon is like kind of base, to be honest. Well, hold on, but don't jump so quick, right? Don't go so quick. So here's the thing. What he's being told, okay, Razzle Cherry is simping. Don't worry, we'll get to you. I'll save that. No, I'm not gonna get mad. Nick is charismatic enough that it's funny. I'll deal with whatever you said. But okay. He has young, disenfranchised men who feel like society hates them, who feel like the Jews and minorities, and they've dispossessed them culturally and socially and politically, and they're falling apart, and their lives are falling apart, and it's everybody else's fault. And then he's like, go to sleep, drink 8 cups of water, eat your fruits and vegetables. And they're like, oh my God, I'm craving that desperately. And it's like, yeah, no baloney. It's because you have like the people who are attracted to you are dispossessed schizophrenics, and yes, they need to be told to drink water. Yes, they need to be told to tie their shoes and be presentable. Yes, they need to be told to pursue their ambitions. Yes, they need to be told to go up Maslow's hierarchy of needs 100%. And just to share this, okay, I'm going to go full screen temporarily so I can show you this, guys, real quick. So physical. There's something called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you should Google it, okay? There's 5 tiers: physical, security, social, ego, self-actualization. It's a psychological concept that says that people operate based off of the tier of need that they need. And if they have a lower tier that's not being fulfilled, it's very difficult for them to operate at the higher tiers, right? And so physical is food, water, shelter, taking care of yourself. Security is physical security and financial security. Social is having a rich social life. Ego is pursuing your ambitions. Self-actualization is being the best human being that you can at any tier, right? And so if you're neglecting your physical, if you're neglecting your security, if your social is a mess, and if your ego is a mess, then you are probably a miserable human being. Just being real, even if there's people in chat who are like that, right? So yes, people who are miserable because they're not climbing up this tiered system of psychological needs, they need to be encouraged to climb up this psychological tier. 100%. And he resents that schizos are coming to him, asking him how to climb Maslow's hierarchy of needs. All right. Let's go to the comment real quick, just because it was like, my apologies, but I actually like Nick Fuentes. Razzle Cherry says, wasted. He leads a movement and is a millionaire. This might piss you off. I hope it doesn't hit too close to home, but being a cop who live streams to 54 people on the internet is not any better. Razzle Cherry. That's okay. I'll take it that you're defensive of your dad. It's okay. I am not a cop who live streams to 54 people, okay? Number one, I'm a father. I'm a father to 2 beautiful children who are seriously some of the best human beings that I've met in my entire life. I think they're not only are they phenomenal boys, they're going to be phenomenal men. I have a wife. Not only do I love her, I like her. We're like friends, and we go on adventures together, and we do things together, and we share ambitions, and we support each other. So before anything else, I am a father and I am a husband. After that, I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I spent 4 years in one of the toughest branches in the United States. And regardless, you could have a schizo show up to my house and blast me in the ears. No matter what, you can't take those 3 things away from me. Those are the things that I value, that I hold dear to my heart. And then finally, being a law enforcement officer, that was my biggest contribution to the community, but it is not my biggest contribution to the world. I could die tomorrow, satisfied and happy. This whole thing, I'm just going to be real. I'm sorry if I'm being rude to the audience, but streaming, there are morons who are successful streamers. And the reason why that they are successful is because they're entertaining and they go live every day, but they're dumbasses who haven't achieved anything. Streaming can be impressive in a way because only so many people can do it. However, streaming does not mean that you're a good human being. And so if you take this away from me, I don't want you to, because this is a good job, right? Streaming is a great job. But streaming, you can still be a terrible human being and be an excellent streamer with lots of views. Being a streamer is not impressive. There are tons of wildly unimpressive people who are successful streamers. Just being real. And then as far as being a millionaire, that's great. Congratulations to Nick. I'm happy that some French Nazis thought that he was the leader of the movement and they gave him a bunch of Bitcoin that turned into a millionaire after they committed suicide, right? I'm very happy that he got $250,000 or $500,000 from Bitcoin French ethno-nationalists who thought that he was the future of the white movement. And then they gave him $250,000 and then they shot themselves in the head. Congratulations to Nick. Very happy for his success that some schizophrenic committed suicide and gave him all his money, right? However, what I would say that making tens of thousands of young men's lives worse is not an achievement in my book. All right, moving on. I've yapped enough. Saving the West is a side quest. Lol. Nick is a white nationalist. Connor is not. No equivalence. You know, he's I don't even think he's a white nationalist. I think he's a Christian nationalist, but obviously recently he's been an ethno-supremacist. So, you know, it kind of like distinction without a difference for a lot of people, right? Liz Falling Up says, Nick literally cosplaying what he thinks a successful dad looks like in a suit and is on stream wondering why people looking for dads are his fan base. So true. I don't want to be your dad. I want to be your uncle. How about that? Connor arguing for why he's the internet daddy everyone needs rather than Nick. I mean, you're not wrong. But again, I would rather be your uncle than your dad, okay? Many people are so accustomed to dismissing their own opinions, it can help for an influential person to say, you deserve to have your needs met. Agreed. Last white nationalist, last name Fuentes. So true. Nick's life is the exact opposite of wasted. He is one of the most important political figures of this century. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. You think a bunch of schizophrenics? You think a bunch of schizophrenics talking about America first every day on the internet is the most important political movement of the 21st century? That's tough. That is a tough take. All right. Actually, ironically, the best streamers seem to be the worst people. Agreed. Well, QC John. Is that legit lore? Okay, that's based. Well, they shot themselves. I don't know if they shot themselves, but they did commit suicide and they did give them a lot of money. Tell us about the French Nazis. Honestly, that's all I know. Distinctions matter. Lots of people think Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes are on the same team. They're fellow travelers, but they're not on the same team. Thoughts on the Stoic Circle of Contra? Oh, the Stoic Circle of Control? I'd have to read about it more. Not that uncle, though. The other uncle. Yeah, not the diddling uncle. The other uncle. Sorry, we're engaging with chat. I should move on. Liz Falling Up says, Nick is not going to have to pay for something for the rest of his life. Why do these boys think he's successful? No, he's not going to pay. Nick, in my opinion, is probably asexual. I don't, he's either asexual or homosexual. So no, I don't think that he'll be paying women for sex, to be honest. Razzle Cherry says, nobody does it like Nick. That's all I'm saying. He's entertaining. We're watching him for a reason. I'm not saying he's not entertaining. I don't mean to take away from what you're doing. Nick is bringing young men to Christ, leading a movement and organizing events. Is that Christianity? Is bringing people to Christ? Is it being like blacks are criminals, Jews run the world, and we need to fight a holy war in order to take back America? Is that Christianity? Is like secular materialism? Is hedonism? Is materialism? Is that Christianity? Is him being a millionaire, is that relevant to him being a great person in a Christian framework? Because that's what somebody else brought up. I didn't bring that up. Somebody else said that because he's materially successful, you should respect him. It's like, no, there's plenty of people who are materially successful who are dog shit people. What Christ is Nick bringing these young men to? Misanthropic Sheba, you stole the idea right out of my brain. Razzle Cherry said you should probably only listen to Nick's shows when there's drama. He does serious shows diving into the complexity of deep politics. Well, I mean, I'm happy to watch it, but of course, like drama always leads, right? Historically speaking, Christianity is very big on crusades. There's an argument for militant Christianity, but I think that Nick would be a degenerate compared to medieval crusaders. Is tasting someone who rings your doorbell Christianity? You get to see everyone today. Good to see everyone today. Yeah, Yakov, welcome aboard. All right. Anyways, so we're going to shill. We're going to get back into the content. So my name's Connor, science fiction, political philosophy nerd. I'm running this channel. It's very fun. You know, if you have money to donate super chats, then go ahead and donate super chats. If you don't have money, don't worry about it. And then where do I need to go? I need to go to my stream and I need to drag it over to the different screen so we can continue watching this together. Super chat's appreciated, but your viewership is enough. Please like the stream if you haven't liked it already.
Finally, some good stuff.
AF Clips sent $5. Nick, is there old lore on why Razorfist takes shots at you still? I've noticed every few videos he always has a quip about you. I thought way back you were supposed to do a debate with him. Did something happen where he's still seething about it?
I totally forgot.
Okay, this part is legitimately funny. For those of you who don't know, Razor Fist is a like conservatarian MAGA guy who talks about pop culture and comics. And nerds in my chat, I'm a nerd as well. You just need a brace for impact because he is about to talk mad smack about nerd culture, comic book culture, and Razor Fist.
Forgot about that guy until just now. The guy's a giant dork. And I know he says I'm a dork because he's like, hey, this guy wears a suit. It's like, okay, but you're doing like a heavy metal LARP, like doing this gonzo style, talking about fucking board games and fucking comic books. You want to know why he hates me? It's his girlfriend was always simping for me on Twitter. Yeah, I forget her name. It was like Marie or something. He had this girlfriend on Twitter years ago, like I'm saying 2018, 2019. He had this like Hispanic e-girl girlfriend. She was like one of these Spanish, like super dark hair, light skin. Her name was like Marie or something. And she was in my DMs or in a group chat or something. She was always like flirting with me on the timeline. And he says, no, that's not why. Really? That's not why. Look, I don't even want the attention. I don't court the attention. I'm not even saying that as a flex. I don't care. I don't like e-girls. I'm not going for e-girls. Okay. That does nothing for me. Okay. That like clout chasing internet women are attracted to internet guys with clout. That does nothing for me. That's not an ego trip for me. Like some fucking pathetic losers out there. Oh, I like when girls look at me. It's an ego trip. It means fucking nothing. Women are retarded. I'm not saying that as a brag. I'm just saying that's what happened. Like this guy crashed out on me because his girlfriend was like caught talking to me in group chats and flirting with me and stuff. I forgot about this person literally until you mentioned him. But giant dork. His whole like, he does these like, he writes these monologues and they're supposed to be like really like sharp-tongued, like well-written poetic monologues. I'll pull one up, but you'll know what I mean. And he does like these videos about like comic books and like he knows all the names of the comic book artists and talks about their style and stuff. He has like fucking action figures. That girlfriend who was like flirting with me, she would like buy him action figures for his birthday. How fucking emasculating that you're so into comic books and video games that your girlfriend buys you and like you're a child. What is she going to push you in a stroller and give you a bag of Cheerios, give you a little plastic baggie of fucking Cheez-Its and Goldfish? Fucking loser. My girlfriend bought me the new comic book and Razor rants. Oh, God.
All right, let's pause it because this is about to get even more mean and even more funny, okay? So I open up with, I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd and a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. Were they Warhammer figures? If so, she's a keeper. Just saying. Exactly, Razzle Smasher. Exactly. So hold on. I'm gonna share my nerd history. Okay. I've always been tall. Okay, like I've always been one of the tallest kids in the class, always, and so I was always expected to do sports, and I love baseball. And I loved pretty much baseball and dodgeball. Anything where I can throw something really, really hard and take something out. That's my jam, right? And so I played sports all the way through high school. And I wasn't like the most athletic person, but because I was a large guy, I always got selected for sports. So like if sports is like an inoculation against nerdiness, then, I had some physical inoculation against nerdiness. Now, that being said, in my opinion, I came out during I grew up during the golden age of gaming, right? GoldenEye came out when I was in like late elementary school, early middle school. And GoldenEye was phenomenal for those of you who don't know, because it was like 4-person co-op multiplayer play. And it was beautiful and it was fun and it was interesting and it had custom games and this, that, the other. And so I would play until my eyes bled out. until like 4 a.m. whenever I got to sleep over at somebody's house who had an N64. And then Halo came out when I was in high school. Halo was awesome. Halo 1 has to be one of my favorites. Halo 2 was okay. Halo 3 was okay, but there was nothing like Halo 1. It was just honestly like one of the best multiplayer games, especially local area network, one of the best things ever. And then I discovered Warhammer in high school, but I could never afford it, right? Warhammer miniatures are expensive. Painting takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of skill. YouTube wasn't a thing back then. This was probably like 2002, 2003. And so I admired the lore of Warhammer, but I could never afford it. Right. I could never afford the time and I could never afford to buy the miniatures. And I didn't have the ability to learn because YouTube wasn't a thing then. Right. And so I go be a serious person for like, I don't know, 15 years. Right. I started working when I was 15 and I left law enforcement in 2019. Right. So when I was 15, so like 2002, 2003, to 2019, I did nothing but serious stuff, right? I worked serious jobs. I talked to serious people. I did have friends. I did have fun. I did drink. I did party, but I did all the stereotypical adult stuff that adults do, right? And so when I got out in 2019 and I was done with serious jobs, I was like, I'm going to go do what I always wanted to do, right? And what I always wanted to do was I wanted Warhammer. And so I built an army, I painted it, I got into the lore, I built a Warhammer channel that's moderately successful, and I've had a great time. And so for me, I'm stuck between Nick and Razorfist, because Razorfist, let's be real, if you love Marvel, I love Marvel too, but it is a kids program, right? It's a kids and teenage program, right? And then Warhammer, I think, is a little bit more mature just because of the grim dark aspects and the horror aspects and all that kind of stuff. So it's more like teenager to adult. But Razorfist has Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figurines. He has comic books. He has this, he has that. And so if I was to split the difference between these two people, Nick is dismissing childish things because he doesn't want to show off that he even has an inner child, and he does want to be mean, and he does want to be cruel. And then Razorfist is probably showing off too much of his inner child, where he's still engaging in very childish things, despite being a grown man who should have other priorities. So I would actually say I'm like in between these two personalities.
Gosh, dude.
Specifically, bleary-eyed, bottomless, and clinging fast to your Sasuke hug pillow. You have officially survived one of the worst presidencies of a century or more, and easily, without the slightest hint of hyperbole,
Thank you, NYC
among
Falcon.
the top 5 worst presidents in U.S. history.
And he's talking about Biden, by the way. He's saying that Biden is the top 5 worst presidency in U.S. history. He's not talking about Trump. As far as I know, Razorfist is a Trump simp.
Pause, take a beat, and buy yourself an ice cream. You've earned it. Though in this economy, the cone's about all you could afford. But Biden's on the case, kiddies.
Gosh, fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my God. Man, an ice cream cone above a cone is all you can afford in this economy. It's like Brian Griffin. It's like Brian Griffin from Family Guy. What would you even call that? It's so, dude. You're welcome for existing. Okay. Thank you for existing. You're welcome. I'm glad I exist. Yeah. Anyway, so that's who that is. That's who that is in his, what is that? What fucking comic book t-shirt is that? Dude, he literally has a fucking lightsaber behind him. A lightsaber, brother. Look at this, dude. A lightsaber. Got my toy lightsaber. My toy lightsaber. My dragon painting. My dragon drawing. My dragon painting. And my lightsaber. My limited edition Star Wars lightsaber. And my comic books. And my superhero t-shirt. My aviator sunglasses. Oh man, let me see. I bet
he's being really mean, but I am enjoying it. Warhammer is way better than Star Wars anyways. It's okay. Even though this is like, this is like nerd on nerd violence, like it's okay. Let it go.
the set changes. Let's see. Yeah, see, he rotates the figurines. He rotates the figurines. Marvel. Oh, sweet. We got the arcade game. We got the Marvel arcade game and the Aerotech, Barotech mech action figures and the comic book figurines and statuettes. All right. And leather jacket. Oh, fucking sweet. And my fucking aviator sunglasses, my bitchin' heavy metal t-shirt, my freaking figurines and action figures. Who are these people? These people live among us. Where do these people go when they die? Nice Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figurines. My Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figurines. They're collectibles. They're not dolls. They're collectibles, you idiot. They're not toys. Those are highly valuable collectibles, you idiot. That would fetch $50 on eBay. I would rather be unalived than exist as this person. Dude is doing think pieces about fucking comic books, the life, death, and undeath of American comics.
The American comic industry is an outright fucking free fall. By way of prologue,
He's so mean. We're all pushing 30, okay? Hold on, I want to address, there's a Nick Simp in chat somewhere. Hold on, let me find him. Can you get viewers without putting Nick's name in the title? That's you, Kirk Tuss. That's you. Yo, Nick, can you get viewers without putting Nick's name in the title? I don't know. We also put Jordan Peterson's name in the title. We also put Destiny in the title. We're going to be talking to Destiny later. So maybe, I can't get viewers without Destiny. But you know what's interesting about streaming is you talk about other media personalities and what they're doing. Oh, sick band. Oh, okay. How's this one? There's my better banter. Sick band. We're watching a charismatic and funny, but very quickly approaching 30-year-old man who is having an existential crisis about turning 30. And he's having an existential crisis because he's recruited schizophrenics like Kirk Tuss, who will show up into other chats and be like, you're talking smack about my internet dad who hates me? It's like, okay. Christian Blair says, Desi got caught sucking on something, and it's still not as something as this. So true. So true. This guy is pulling a Bo Burnham. Listen. I like Bo Burnham. I love Bo Burnham. I thought Inside was great. I thought it was great. It's okay to have a quarter life existential crisis. It's okay to have a midlife crisis. But there's a saying. It comes from a U.S. Marshals book. There was a guy who was a descendant of Wyatt Earp who became a U.S. Marshal. Oh, no. I'm mixing up books. This is a different one. There's a cop who gets assigned in order to infiltrate the Hells Angels. And he has to go hang out with like drug dealers and pimps and murderers. And he has to ride his motorcycle, breaking the speed limit. He has to do this. He has to do that. And he's working with a bunch of other Christian cops. And they're afraid of dying. They're afraid of, getting discovered and getting murdered by the Hells Angels. They're afraid that they're going to have to kill someone. And so they're trying to think of a way to psych themselves up in order to do undercover work. And then the phrase that they come up with in order to go do the job that needs to be done is JHAP, which is an acronym, which is Jesus hates a pussy, right? And so I have no problem with Bo Burnham having an existential crisis. I have no problem with Nick Fuentes having an existential crisis. I just think that JHAP, right? Jesus hates a pussy, right? You got to, at the end of the day, you can cry your eyes out. You can be an anxiety-ridden mess. But then at the end of the day, you need to give your pair a tug. You need to get up and you need to go do what needs to be done. So Razzle Smasher says, what is the age insults? I don't get it. Hassan does it to Destiny too. Yeah, and he's almost the same age. He's like, Destiny is like 3 or 4 years older than Hassan. He's like, Destiny's almost 40. And it's like, bro, you're almost 40, all right? Do these guys understand that time only moves in one direction and they are not exempt? No, they don't. But they will learn very quickly, and it'll be funny for me because I think I'm the same age as Destiny, or maybe 1 or 2 years younger or older. And then same thing with Hassan. Hassan's Hassan's like 3 or 4 years younger. He's right around the corner from everything that I've experienced. Woo. Well, QC John says, I'm having a middle life crisis as we speak. I've spent my life as a Chevy guy, but my new company, Ford, is freaking awesome. Hey, listen, I'm going to buy a Mustang eventually. Christian Blair says, when you're crying about a bad back at 30, you might be a baby back B who has no business whining about soy nerds having an interest in things. Yeah, that's the other thing is obviously the Groypers, they like to talk about physiognomy. That's like the study of like, brain or skull shape and the way that your body is formed and all this kind of stuff. This is trash. So Nick does need to lay off the McDonald's. He does need to lift weights. He does need to stretch, and he does need to stretch his neck 100%. So trash physiognomy all you want. Nick is trashing the gifts that God have given him, right? Anyways, he's still going to get funny, and I think he's actually going to give us some meat to dig into. So let's get into the meat.
The American comic book industry is outright fucking free fall. Dude, shut the fuck up.
Oh, sure, the
Literally IQ gate. Anyway, so that's why I hate that guy. That was a good laugh. That one made me laugh a little bit.
Cry while you work. Exactly.
And we are enjoying that. We are enjoying that.
Christine in Ohio sent $5. Hi. Sorry your neck hurts. Wait till you are 58. Then everything hurts. I've been watching your shows next day. I love everything you say. And tonight you were cracking me up. These chats are rough. People suck, agreed.
Thank you very much, Christine. Yeah, I can wait a little longer to be 58. I'm already in pain, and I'm a young guy. I feel like an old man. I got to start eating right. Like all these people keep telling me, everybody keeps telling me, yo, you got to eat clean. You know, when people say eat clean, I fucking hate when people say that. I've been eating clean. What does that even mean, guys? You know, people are always telling me, I know you hate to hear this, but you got to get some sleep and go work out. Such a miserable affair, and they want you to be, it's like, okay, we have to work. We have to get on like this. Let's not pretend we enjoy it. Let's cut the shit. We got to do what we got to do, but let's not be so upbeat about it in our freaking microfiber t-shirt. That really irritates me. Way people are so like cheerful, getting their gear. Like you ever see that TikTok of like this cyclist guy?
Hold up, I gotta pause that. That was a great face.
Way people are so like.
I'm gonna save this. I don't know at what point I'll be able to use this in a meme, but I feel like I feel like this should be a meme because this is perfect. The zoomed in face, the 2 thumbs up. Nick thumbs up. You don't have to worry about me pulling up my corn on stream because that's not a thing. So So hold on. So I'm going to try to make something serious. I know we're just laughing. We're enjoying the content, watching him kind of be upset about getting older, watching him make fun of Razor Fist, watching him make fun of nerd culture. It is fun. It's funny. I do enjoy it. However, when we're dealing with this, okay, the reason why I joke and also do dad bod fitness, okay, believe it or not, you guys have watched me work out like 4 times on stream. I did shoulders and forearms. I did chest and triceps, although I think I forgot to do that on stream, and I didn't do chest because I just wanted to do triceps that day. And then I did back and bi another day. And then at the end of this week, we're going to do legs, right? I actually have my monkey foot. I have the thing that I'm going to hook up to my legs and then lift weights on. The whole point is, he's right. Working out can be miserable, right? But the way that you get around that is, I don't have time to shower, go to the gym, get done with the gym, shower again, and come back to the wife and kids. It's just not a thing, right? And so what I'm doing is I keep dumbbells at the desk. I do a very simple workout, and that's it. So it's 20 to 30 minutes. It's 2 to 3 times a week. It doesn't take a long time. And I encourage you guys to follow me with that because it legitimately does feel better. And in my defense, I'm not wearing microfiber. I'm not wearing a microfiber t-shirt right now. Okay. All right, let's continue.
Cheerful, getting their gear. Like you ever see that TikTok of like this cyclist guy and he does like a bike, like an indoor stationary bike, and he gets all his gear together. He's like putting shoes on. He's putting all these elaborate gear. I hate all the gear, it's like, let's just get this over with, We got to do it. Let's just do it. We don't need to pretend it's a hobby. So I hear you. I hear you, Christine. I hear you, but I'm glad you like the show. It's finally catching up to me. I've been living like a total degenerate for 10 years. Not a degenerate, but just like a total bum. Not moving, eating trash. Now it's finally catching. I didn't think it would catch up to me, but 10 years has gone by and now I feel like shit all the time. So now it's time to be a responsible adult and, go to bed and stuff. Have a bedtime and go work out like a faggot and eat clean and talk about what I'm eating. That's a problem. You never stop being a kid. You never stop being a kid at heart. When you're a kid at heart, it's like, I want to stay up all night. I want to play music. I want to eat McDonald's. And then you just get ground to dust by bad decisions, by bad health choices. And you have to raise up the white flag. All right. I'm going to bed at a reasonable hour. I'm getting 8 hours a day. I'm waking up in the morning. All right. I'll drink a whey protein shake and do cardio. I'm in like a group chat with all these other guys that are growing up, all these other guys that are getting old like me. And they're all like, hey, what's up, everybody? I'm in the gym. Me too. I'm working on arms. Me too. What's everyone doing? Working? Like no one's up at 4 a.m. I'm in the group chat. It's like, and the group chat dies from like midnight to 7 a.m. I'm like, where is everybody? Everybody's sleeping because they have work. And then the chat is dead during the work day because everyone's at work. Oh man, I can't get on voice chat. I'm beat from work. It's like, you guys all suck. What happened to you guys? We got to get the old band back together. I'm like the loser. I'm like Uncle Buck. I'm like Uncle.
It does get into family momentarily, and I will have more to say, but I'm trying to get through this anyways. But just bringing up a criticism, okay? That we have like, I don't know, 3, 4 groypers in chat who are like, Nick is based. No one is here for any other content. They just want to hear Nick talk. And it's like, no, you're here for that because you need an internet dad. That's why you're here. That's why you're, throwing a little fit in chat, okay? But here's my thing. This guy is admitting to you exactly what he is. He's a asexual bachelor who has squandered his life talking to schizophrenics for a decade. Kanye went nowhere. The Trump meeting was one meeting. He sucked up to Trump and then Trump kicked him out. America, America First or whatever. Like, okay, yeah, America First is broad, but the America First movement outside of the groypers is pro-Israel, which, correct me if I'm wrong, that's one of Nick's like main hangups is that he's anti-Israel, and anti-Jewish. He's also like a race realist and he's like anti-black, anti-Hispanic, anti-immigrant, anti-this, anti-that. And then Razzle Cherry, you've been fine. It's the other ones, okay? There was another one, it wasn't you. And so the point is, he's telling you exactly who he is. He's a late 20s bachelor schizo right-wing person. That's who he is. So if you don't want to be a late 20s schizo right-wing person, then you can watch him for entertainment. That's fine. Watch him for entertainment, but I would not emulate this guy in any way whatsoever. You need to touch grass. You need to socialize. You need to go to church. You need to drink water. You need to work out. You need to be a normal person. Your group chat needs to be dead from midnight to 7 because you need to go to work in the morning, and then you need to be beat from work at 5 p.m., 7 p.m. So, like, here's the thing. You can be this guy if you want. You can be a late 20s, early 30s, schizo right, race realist, anti-Jew, anti-Israel. You're right about everything, but it turns out that women are wrong about everything, and you don't know why you can't find a girl, but you never go to church, you never touch grass, you never go to the bar, you never socialize, all that kind of stuff. But I'm telling you, you're going to be a miserable human being. Watch Nick for entertainment and entertainment alone. If you try to emulate this guy, you're going to ruin your life. Razzle Cherry says, I don't know, I've been respectful. You haven't banned me from chat yet, so that's a W. Yeah, listen. Groypers, if you want to come in and you want to talk to me about anti-Israel sentiment, or if you want to talk to me about anti-Jewish sentiment, or if you... Stop it. Stop it, Razzle. If you want to talk about geopolitics, if you want to talk about Iran, if you want to talk about American isolationism, if you want to talk about internationalism, if you want to talk about globalism, if you want to talk about the economy, if you want to talk about Christian nationalism, if you want to talk about theology, I'm all for all of that. Okay. What I'm not for is I'm kind of laughing with, but also laughing at your schizophrenic dad, and then you get butthurt. That's, you know, I'll tolerate a few comments, but if you keep being a schizo, then I'm gonna ban you. Yeah. K Soko says asexual bachelor. No, not a sexual bachelor, like somebody who has sex. I'm saying asexual. He does not have sex. A being the prefix that says none. So he's not having sex. Liz Falling Up says, you too can be stuck in your 1970s news anchor set in your basement lonely if you want. Why? But why would you? Well, Liz Falling Up, in Nick's specific defense, he made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of being schizo, right? Yeah, thank you, Destron. You and I, we are on the same page. Continuing.
Buck, everybody else has like a job and a family, and I'm like the bum that can still do whatever he wants. I'm gonna be like Uncle Buck. I gotta get it together.
This is the part that I was actually interested in, though. He's going to talk about who he is versus what he's going to do and how he feels about it.
Gonna be like Uncle Buck making the giant pancakes.
Abby Homer sent $15. Finally glad to see someone I can relate to that's normal. I want a traditional marriage too, and because it's not popular I get hit with the asexual and are you a lesbian? I'm just like
Shut
an AL.
up.
Anyway, I love her show. You clearly care for her country. Just wish there was someone like you for Scotland XX.
No, we are not. Look, I'm not normal. Why do you keep putting that on? It's so weird how you people project these things onto me. I'm obviously not a normal person. I'm obviously not like a regular guy or whatever. So just stop trying to identify with me. Like I don't need to be like you. You just need to listen to what I'm saying. I'm not like you, and that's what makes me able to say these things. That's what made me able to discover them. That's what makes me able to articulate them. You should be grateful, okay, that there's a gulf between us instead of looking for identity with me. You should not be seeking it. I'm a very dysfunctional person. I'm clearly an abnormal person. I don't want a traditional marriage. That's what you guys aren't getting. How much more clear can I make it? Every show I'm like, I hate women, you know? And, you know, like I have no appetite for like a domestic life. Women that think that I'm like a trad husband. Where's my trad wife? Oh, trad wife, where art thou? I'm looking for a trad wife in a sundress that I could cuddle and have traditional sex with and nurture and care for and cherish. And there's one thing guys want, and it's absolutely disgusting. It's a super hot wife and a kid in a domestic scene playing outside. It's like, fuck that. I want to live in a glass house. I want to live in like an empty glass house that's cold. Like, you know, and people are like, Nick is like this trad guy. Nick is like a trad guy who dreams of like, you know, sitting there and looking into his wife's eyes and being like, baby, you make me the happiest man in the world. Like, what is wrong with you? Do you watch this show? Do you watch this show and say, that's a normal guy? That's clearly a normal guy who is just so fucking traditional. Like, dude, get a grip. I want a traditional marriage too. It's like, dude, I want to just be left alone. I want to be left alone. I want to be left alone by everybody. And people go, no, you guys, Nick's just waiting for it. I hope he gets his traditional marriage. How much more clear could I make it? Why? And you wonder why I keep crashing out over this. It's like I tell you over and over, I do not want to live with a bitch nagging me. I do not want to have to trip over kids' toys. There is nothing about a domestic life that appeals to me. And yet people keep throwing this at. I can't wait for you to find the one and get married and blah, blah. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, thank you. Role model of the century if you enjoy depression. Bruh is gay, Destron says. But how are you asexual and a bachelor? Okay. So hold on. Bachelor. Let's look up the term real quick. All right. Let's make sure we're using our terms. When I say bachelor, so bachelor and bachelorette used to be like an indictment. It used to be like a man who is not or has never been married.
That's what it means. So you associate bachelor with like, you know, I'm not projecting onto you. I'm just saying a lot of people associate bachelor with like a player, like somebody who stays in their 30s or 40s and they're playing the field and they always get different women and they do this and they do that. You're kind of sexifying the bachelor concept. But 100 years ago, a bachelor or a bachelorette was not like a vaunted position. If you were a bachelor, meaning an unmarried man or an unmarried woman, you were kind of viewed as like sexually dysfunctional and socially dysfunctional. And because we have a culture that worships like perpetual youth and perpetual adolescence, that's the only reason why you kind of associate being a bachelor with like being sexy. Right. That's only something that's developed in the past like 100 years. Right. So asexual. So you can absolutely be an asexual person, someone who is not interested in sex, who doesn't have a strong sex drive. And you can be a bachelor. You can be an unmarried man and be asexual. As a matter of fact, those seem perfectly compatible, like peanut butter and jelly. Right. Sean Kaplan, I'm going to read this again because it is funny. Role model of the century if you enjoy depression. Exactly. Destron says, bruh is gay. Maybe. I'll touch on that in a second. He's the inverse of a feminist. Definitely. Grassroots Touch-a-Mon for $20. Thank you kindly for the donation again. He just wants a traditional marriage with a transgender cat boy and settle down. He would be better off if he did, right? So, so let's read some of what he said, right? So this is, I'm just gonna say it. This is funny. That like all of this is really funny. Like him saying, I'm not normal. Don't do what I do. Just listen to what I say. So he's admitting that he's like a terrible role model for young people. I'm dysfunctional. I don't want a traditional marriage. How much more clear can I make it? I don't have an appetite for a domestic life. I'm not a trad husband who's crying out, oh, trad wife, where art thou? I'm not going to lie. The first time I saw that, I laughed pretty hard because I'm imagining Nick like being like a sweet, sensitive guy being like, oh, wife. and then he builds the image. What? Why are you judging me? I'm talking smack about Nick Fuentes. Why are you staring at me odd? Oh, trad wife, where art thou? Yeah. Oh, okay. My trad wife walked in and she was like, what the hell are you talking about? So it's funny. Like, it's funny imagining Nick being like this, like domestic man, right? Who does stare into his wife's eyes and say, baby, you make me so happy. But dude, here's the thing. Even his fantasy isn't realistic. And he says that he doesn't want to like a nag either. He doesn't want to nag. But guess what? Like, sharing domestic responsibilities. I think that let's assume for the sake of argument that Nick is a heterosexual. Let's just assume that he's attracted to women. Okay. If he found a woman who was attractive to him, who was intelligent, who could banter, who was capable of managing a household and capable of bearing his children, and whenever he got into a mood and was being like a rude dickhead, because let's face it, part of the reason why he's funny is because he's a rude dickhead. If he found somebody like that, he could find a partner that he could banter with. Okay. This is under the presumption that he's heterosexual, right? And so I think that would be good for him because he probably recognizes on some level that he is dysfunctional, that living in a cold glass house by himself is dysfunctional, that he's not somebody that other young men should emulate. And so you kind of need to realize that pleasure, this is actually kind of funny because it goes into, it's almost like the opposite of destiny. Pleasure and happiness are not the same thing. And so weirdly enough, Nick in his own way is also a hedonist. He is somebody who tries to maximize his pleasure, which he finds in solitude. And he's somebody who's trying to minimize his pain, where he doesn't want responsibilities to other human beings. So he's saying that he's like, oh, I'm a trad Christian. Christ is king. I love I love Christ so much. Everybody should convert to Christianity. All these Jews are ruining the country. All the minorities are ruining the country. This, that, the other thing. But he's a fucking, I'm going to say, sorry for saying the F word, Ken. Sorry for saying the F word, Ma. But he's a hedonist. He's a hedonist. He maximizes his pleasure and he minimizes his pain. He has a totally different interpretation of hedonism compared to destiny, but he is also a hedonist. So that he's just an asexual, maybe closeted homosexual hedonist, right? So anyways, I do not want to live with a nag and tripping over toys. I think that presuming he's heterosexual, if he found a woman that could banter and make him laugh and who was smart, who shared values and wanted to share a similar life, you could find a woman who's not a nag, who still forces you to do what's required in order to manage a household. And then tripping over kids' toys. I'm not going to lie. This sentence kind of does, like, I know he's joking. I know he's playing around, but tripping over kids' toys is part of the privilege of being a parent. And what I mean by that is you have a home. The home is safe. Your children are able to play. And then they feel so comfortable playing within your secure household that they leave their toys out and have a good time. And you get to walk through that and buy that every single day. And you get to appreciate the miracle that is having children and having a life, right? Being alive, even if you don't believe it in like a biblical sense, being alive, meaning like a rare event, is a statistically rare thing in the galaxy. And you being alive during one of the most materially successful times on the planet in one of the best countries on the planet is also a miracle. And so walking through a living room that's filled with, like, I don't know, signs of childhood happiness should be viewed as a miracle, not an inconvenience. And so the fact that he views it as an inconvenience, I think reinforces my perspective that he is a hedonist. Grassroots Chechaman says he just wants a traditional marriage with, oh wait, I already read that, with the transgender Catboy and settle down. Listen, I'm sure him and Catboy Cammy could have been very happy, right? They could have been very happy. Destron 5150 says, how can you be pushing for Christian ethics and then be like this? I don't want to deal with a woman and kids. Guess that while the fruit multiply bar doesn't mean anything. Well, not to him, right? He wants to be a leader, right? He wants to be a leader. He doesn't want to be he doesn't want to be a follower. He doesn't want to be a pleb. He doesn't want to be a proletarian, plebeian mass. He wants to be a leader of the movement. What a disgusting super chat. Well, listen, Razzle Cherry, if you didn't want to see that super chat, I get that we're trying to figure out our relationship, but Razzle Cherry, he went on a date with Catboy Cammy. Catboy Cammy is a catboy, right? He's a Nazi catboy, but he's a catboy. Destron 5150 says, Razzle, Nick did get caught up watching trans porn. That also happened. Razzles of the chat combined into Cherry Smasher. True. Absolutely. Lots of people laughing in chat. Lots of people laughing. The misanthropic Sheba, she says, he seems to be still processing the fact that he's made a career posting on YouTube and people are deifying him. That's actually what's going on. He doesn't like the fact that like people look at him as like a paternal or uncle-like figure, right? He doesn't like that he has the responsibility of talking, leading people. What he, at least in my opinion, I'd be happy to talk to him about it. He wants to lead people towards like a Christian theocracy in which he is appointed one of like the high advisors to the emperor, or he's the emperor himself. Him and I have actually had a conversation about this on stream, by the way. He wants like the United States of America and the Americas in general to be a Christian theocratic imperium. He wants it to be Christendom, and he wants to be the emperor, or he wants to be an advisor to the emperor, right? And so that's just not going to happen. It's a fantasy. Christian Valeris for $10. Thank you kindly for the donation, friend. I know you just started your new job, so I do appreciate you giving me whatever you can. It is appreciated, sincerely. Is being asexual when I look at my... Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm going to pull that up, but I'm not going to finish the sentence. Come on, man. Everyone can see that, right? If you want to look at it, look at it. All right. But I'm not reading that. This isn't the family show, but it's also, PG-13. Okay. Oh, trad wife, where art thou? One appears. True. K Soko says, yeah, I sexualized bachelor. Yeah. Nick is certainly not straight. Listen. I'll hold out hopes that he finds, a woman who can banter, who's intelligent, who's fun, who's interesting, who helps him manage a household and is willing to have his children. And I hope it purple pills him and white pills him, and he stops being such a miserable person. That's what I hope for. And he can still make fire content while having kids and actually loving his wife. I think that would be very wholesome. Destron says, assume, what they say about assuming makes you an A out of you and me. So true. Dang my dirty sexual mind. So true, K-Soko. Clean it up. Liz Falling Up says, I think Nick has a really bad relationship with his mother. Like, I think there's legit trauma. we could speculate, but I don't know enough about his personal life. Razzle Cherry says, you know how I know I'm on the right side of things? I don't like to lie about my enemies. They are stupid and evil enough. Liz, what you just said is a lie that is unironically fake news. Okay, well, you know, I don't know enough about his personal life and his family upbringing in order to comment on it. Conservative liberalism says pleasure versus happiness usually boils down to short-term versus long-term gratification. Agreed, it can. Christian Blair says, my side's right. We don't lie. Think all Jews are responsible for the collapse of Western society and want to replace all whites with the U.S. with blacks and Hispanics, right? Gen X says, yay, I get to step on Legos. Unironically, yes. The miracle that is stepping on Legos. Yes. Yes, I am saying that. Destron says, or you can teach your kids to pick up their toys. You know, it's called a parenting. True, but, you know, the living room is where they play, so they're going to mess it up. Tofu says, nah, S-head kids better stay away from my Pokemon cards. Jeez. Sean Kaplan says, unless it's Satan's bricks, also known as Legos. True. NYC Falcon says, I absolutely concur. I've been married to my nag since 2000. It's a lot of fun. All right. You guys are having a blast. I'm having a blast too. Let me catch up with chat and then we'll get back into the content. We're just actually having fun. Well, QC John, I don't know, Connor. I love my daughter, but I definitely don't remember enjoying stepping on naked Barbies in the middle of the night. Okay. Listen, you guys are taking it a little bit too literally. Okay. Razzle says, unfair. Nick has made so many sacrifices, has been smeared from California to New York across the country. What pleasure is he maximizing other than McDonald's? McDonald's, to be honest. Also, his antisocial interests. I think he's maximizing those. Whatever happened to the classic bachelor, the one that was not asexual and just stayed single as long as they could until they accidentally knock up their girlfriend? That's like an 80s or 90s perspective on a bachelor, right? Gen X says that's pretty tame. Yeah. Razzle, like, I appreciate having a groiper in chat. I really do. I do want dissident right-wing people to feel comfortable in here while not being schizophrenic. So, but honestly, some of these criticisms are pretty tame, especially compared to what Nick says about people. Good Lord. Jonah boy, you know, he would never get with a black gal because he would view that as miscegenation, and that's, you know, a sin for some reason. Christian Blair says, as a Christian, Nick should control himself about his best bud. It's okay to be a third wheel sometimes. Jeez. Destron 5150, Connor, you and Destiny talking 3 p.m. your time because he's on stream now. Yeah. He said 3 p.m. today, so yeah. It's 2:09. We still got a little bit of time. I think we still said that we're going to meet up at 3. What's the topic with Destiny? Basically his moral philosophy. So I'm going to kind of walk him through a bunch of questions. You can actually see them right here. Do you believe in God? Are you agnostic or atheist? Are you an anti-theist? I should probably add. What do you think about religious moral systems? What do you think is mythology versus what is true? Are you a cosmic nihilist? Are you an absurdist? And all this kind of stuff. Because basically, if you look at the way that he behaved in 2022, I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm saying this because it's my sober assessment. He was engaging with the world as a nihilist, hedonist sociopath. Just being honest with my assessment. And so what I would like to do is kind of pick his brain about what he thought about these topics in 2022, but also what he believes now. Because to my knowledge, all the sex drama was, relatively speaking, in 2022. Excuse me. Grassroots Chachabon for $5. I'm embracing Mr. Medicare here, and Razzle Cherry is the worst second. Wow. Oh, rude, Grassroots. Rude. I'm not reading that. Sup, dude? This your channel, new account? Contra FDN? No, so it's a little bit different. So what's going on is Counterpoints is still mine. Counterpoints is still mine. Counterpoints 40K is obviously still mine. I'll still be doing Warhammer on the side. But Valor Media Network is an offshoot of Midas Touch. It's kind of more like first responder, veteran oriented. They're trying to do like white pill, sports, social commentary, political commentary, all that kind of stuff. And the reason why they're trying to do all that kind of stuff is because they're trying to create a space where young men and men in general can come and talk about politics, current events, sports, and video games and all that kind of stuff. And it can be like a pro-social space. So instead of having these alternative media figures who are like schizophrenics, we have alternative media figures who are not schizophrenics. And we actually, I don't know, tell people not to be dissident, right-wing, antisocial, dysfunctional, anti-family psychopaths. That's kind of the vibe. But thank you. Good to see you, Contra FDN. It's good. It's always good to see familiar names. Seriously, like Jonah Boy, Contra FDN, Grassroots Hegemon, Sean Kaplan, even Razzle. Razzle's becoming a regular very quickly. Conserve liberalism, tofu, all that kind of stuff. Tofu says you getting good money, better than your day job. Actually, because I'm a very nice fella. I just negotiated. I was working my day job. I just replaced my salary with my day job, and I said I'll just do this full time. And then if it takes off in 6 months, it'll take off. We'll do very well together. We'll do a rev share split, all that kind of stuff. And then if it doesn't take off, then it is what it is, and I'll go back to the wage cage. So no big deal. But we are off to a strong start. First week, we were at like 20 to 30 viewers, right? And then I went back and I went live on Counterpoints, and we broke like 50 to 70 viewers on Counterpoints. Then we did that again this week, and it's what? It's Thursday right now. And now we're breaking 50 on one channel, and we don't even have like Twitch or Kick or any of that kind of stuff. And which we should do, and then we'll open it up. And then unfortunately, it looks like Destiny canceled. That does suck. He said tomorrow. So tomorrow at 3 p.m. I'm going to ask him if we can do it earlier. 3 p.m. or can we do earlier? Question mark. Yeah. So I want to be nice. You're in the stream grind now, mate. I agree. You gotta be live. You gotta be live a healthy chunk of the time. Grassroots Touchdown says, yeah, I wouldn't either. Lol. Sorry, couldn't help myself. K Soko brings up a good point. Take a moment, like the stream. Agreed. So everyone should like the stream. Let's continue with the content. We had a great time. I really had a good time bantering with chat, but let's continue.
And no, God, it's like, dude, I'm just trying to fit in. Okay, I just want to fit in. So no, we are. Is that a
My Chemical Romance reference?
Same. I don't know who you are. I don't know what your problem is. But anyway, I'm glad you like the show. I don't know. Are you watching it though? Do you actually watch? I love the show. It's like, how much more clear could I make it? Like, I'm gonna have a wife and kids and do a family out of. Basically, just like that's just what you do. It's just like out of necessity. But if we're up to me, I would just live on top of a mountain by myself. For crying out loud, I do not need a wife and kids to cramp my style. You know, the idea of like traveling somewhere and having to deal with car seats and chasing little kids around and stuff like that. It's like, what guy really wants to do that at the end of the day? I mean, yes, we wind up doing that. And, you know, guys like women and guys get married and then they have kids with the women and then they like the kids and they take care of the kids. But it's like, what guy who's really in his bag, with motion, making deals, making money, doing things, traveling, what guy really wants to be encumbered in that way?
Okay. So this is the main reason. This is the reason why I even did this segment in the first place. He's like, who wants to deal with car seats as a man? Who in their ambition wants to deal with all these pains in the ass? And the truth is, I'm just going to be real. Me. Okay? Me. I knew since I was a kid that I wanted to be a father. I knew that I wanted to be married. I knew that I wanted to love my wife. I knew that I wanted to love my kids. And I'm telling you, okay? I'm telling you, I think most of the parents in chat can back me up on this. The emotions that I get from being a parent and having those sweet moments blows everything else away. I'm not kidding. So being in the Marine Corps was very intense. Going through boot camp was super intense. Going to combat training was super intense. Getting ready for deployment was super intense. Deploying was intense. Decompressing from all of that was very intense. And I had a lot of crazy emotions and I had a lot of crazy experiences and I went all over the world, right? And then getting my 4-year degree and partying and having fun, that was cool. And then meeting my wife was obviously like a huge milestone in my life. And then becoming a cop, I did really intense things as a law enforcement officer as well. But what I'm telling you is that when I go to the park with my, in my van, and, and then we get out of the car and I'm taking my 2-year-old boy out of his seat and then I put him down on the ground and we're walking through the parking lot and he reaches up intentionally and grabs my hand with his little baby hand. And his baby hand is so small that he has to reach up and cup his fingers in order to put his fingers into mine, that is one of the greatest feelings of love I have ever experienced. I love my mom. I love my dad. I love my wife. But I'm telling you, like the sheer rush of like, if you wanted to boil it down to chemicals, like dopamine, the sheer rush of dopamine of a little person that you love and take care of, intentionally reaching up to hold your hand to be safe while navigating in the world, it blows everything else out of the water. And so that's where if Nick is talking to tens of thousands of young men, again, if you want to engage with this as entertainment, engage with it as entertainment. I have no problems with you laughing about it. I think it's funny. However, if you're taking this as like sage worldly advice from your dear leader, then you're missing out on a massive part of what it is to be human and probably some of the most rewarding things in life. So I would not take this. I would take everything he's saying with a grain of salt. He said, what guy likes women rather than saying we or I like women? True, Destron. Well, QC John says, I don't know. I wanted to be a dad and go through all that until my wife said surprise. I didn't know I wanted to be a dad and go through all that until my wife said surprise. Yeah, I think that's normal. Lots of men don't want to be dads. Tofu says, I'm 32. I'm good. Fatherhood isn't for me, but it's obviously for others. Glad you're happy being a dad. I'm going to be happy going on vacation without dragging kids with me. Well, then maybe you should be a Groifber, Tofu. I'm messing. You know, stay here. Don't go to the Groifers. Oh, man. That's funny. Biblia Life says, canceling asshole. Agreed. Razzle Cherry says, Nick's saying this is how he feels. He plans on getting married and having kids. He just dreads it. Lol. I get it. And he's also not prescribing the way that he perceives things for everyone else. I do understand, Razzle Cherry. When I engage with Nick's content, I'm not going to straw man him as best I can. I think we're just having a little bit of a laugh with and at him simultaneously. So, yep. Liz Falling Up says, I think community needs both. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. All right, let's see if he says anything funny, and then we'll move on to Jordan Peterson. It is disappointing that Destiny canceled, but some people did say that he showed up late, so it is what it is. It's okay. We can do it without him, all right?
What guy is like, goes to a hotel room and is in a new city and is making money and is
Yeah, how many female gropers are there? I don't think there's a lot, to be honest.
like, you know what I wish I had right now? I wish my wife were here with a bunch of kids. What guy is like out on the weekend at a cool restaurant or with some awesome people and then it's like, man, you know what I wish? I wish I had a wife like waiting for me to get home who would nag me if I don't get home in a reasonable hour. And obviously, we do these things. They're like our obligation. And like eventually a guy has to be responsible and do these things. But like, it is a great lie that the most masculine thing is to want a family. Your testosterone goes down. When you get married, your testosterone goes down. When you have your first kid, it collapses because you become a provider for the nest.
I'll address
it in a second. You have to be stable and not abandon your wife and kids or kill them. So your body is chemically altered to be less aggressive, more risk averse, more cautious, and basically more of a bitch in every way.
Okay, so I want to dispel that as well in a second. So Razzle, I will get to it. Liz Falling Up said, I think a community needs both. It's true. Tofu says, don't you have perms? Just hop in Steven's Discord, lol. I would, but we were kind of like scheduling a conversation. So I don't want him to be doing something and then I interrupt it and, you know, mess up whatever content plan he has. K-Soko says, and also let's be real, the conversation's sensitive. Okay, so I want to play the game at his speed. I don't want to be like, hey, you did this. Oh, like, you piece of shit. Like, I don't want to do that. I want to show up and I want to have like a real conversation. And so that involves being respectful of people's emotions. K-Soko says, the thing that gets me with kids is when they remind me I forget something or didn't do something. Hey, daddy, you forgot to turn the lights off. Hey, daddy, that's a bad word. Gets me every time. Yeah. So what's funny is my son, he's really, my oldest son, he's really articulate. And so he picks up on profanity almost instantaneously. And he knows that my wife and I think it's funny. And so he'll say a bad word in a correct context. And we'll be like, buddy, you can't be saying that. But he's like, yeah, but wasn't it funny though? And we do. And then we do laugh, but we're like, you can't say that. You can't say that in front of your friends. You can't say that in front of your teachers. You're going to get in trouble. But yes, that was very funny. Christian Blair says, how many female groypers are there? Lol. He's going to have a hard time finding a woman, let alone. I don't know. There's some people who want to fix him. Like Stardust joked about fixing him. There was a distant right-wing Asian girl who wanted to fix him. There's women out there who want to fix him. Eric Dom says, who wants to be evolutionary successful? What a crazy thing to want. A true groiper lives like a panda where another species has to find a way to make you procreate. True, Eric Dom. True. John, you think he's just scared of women? No. I'm sure he can be socially intelligent enough in order to talk to women. I'm saying that because Razzle's here and I don't want to make him mad. But no, I think he's plenty socially intelligent enough to talk to a woman. That's fine. That's not the problem. The problem is I think he does resent his role in society as a provider, as a man who has to be productive for a culture that he feels does not represent him and effectively treats him like a financial tax slave. I'm sure that if we dug into it, he resents being responsible for a society that he feels like hates him. And I think a lot of young men feel that way. Razzle Smasher says, Connor, totally random, but curious if you heard about the incident with the bass player of Weezer's wife. She pointed a gun at the cops, got shot and arrested. Wild stuff. Well, if she got shot and arrested, I'm assuming she's alive. I did not hear about that. That is pretty crazy. Christian Blair says, plenty of neo-Nazis of the 80s and 90s said that they stopped being neo-Nazis because they couldn't get laid. Nazism is girl repellent. True. Lol, he legit just isn't attracted to females. Tofu says that. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see, right? The misanthropic Sheba says he doesn't seem to view a relationship or parenting as a team effort, does he? He seems to view it as inevitable hostile takeover. I agree. Yeah, he does kind of like, he resents the role of a woman, right? That would be really funny. All right. You guys are being silly. Christian Blair says, if it was, oh, okay. You guys are getting a little spicy in chat. But what we'll do for Razzle, Razzle's being a good sport. He's allowing us to criticize one of his favorite creators, and we're being a little mean and all that kind of stuff. So we'll move on to one of my favorite creators, and who has lost his mind. And we'll watch him crash out. That way, it's fair, right? We just watched Nick Fuentes. Some groypers were in chat. They might not have liked us being mean and making fun of Nick Fuentes. That's totally fair. We all have our favorite creators. Jordan Peterson, I actually think, is a fundamentally good human being who's trying to make the world a better place. But I do think that the benzodiazepine probably fried his brain a little bit. And so as a result, he's not as coherent as he once was, and he's not as insightful as he once was. That being said, he can say real stuff every now and then. In this episode, he does cry at some point. I'm assuming this is about the adolescence TV show. And then later on, it talks about male isolation and how the Peterson Academy has changed lives. And so it's a 1 hour segment. We're already 40 minutes into it. So we basically have a 40-minute segment to break down. We can skip around if it gets a little tedious in here. But I do want to watch one of my favorite creators crash out and do commentary on it for what's good, what's bad, what's silly, right? So hold on. Let me scroll up. Razzle says Jordan Peterson is a freak. Play nice, Razzle. I'm kidding. You can go hard if you want. We went a little hard on Fuentes, right? Azurai says, I don't think Fuentes should ever have kids. He's definitely going to be an abusive father. Yeah, well, I have hope for everybody. Christian Blair says at Valor Media Network, Stardust couldn't even reach Richard Spencer, who isn't really even dissident right-wing anymore. He loves Biden and Harris. Lol. I know. I just don't know how much of that is a cover, because I feel like he's trying to normalize who he is so he can get more social relevance. But I don't know how that worked out. Razzle Cherry says, I used to watch him. Well, he used to be good. I would say 2018 Jordan Peterson was straight fire. Razzle says he's definitely got some brain rot going on. He's always crying. I know. That doesn't always... young men don't always like to watch older men cry. Conservative liberalism says Jordan Peterson started to lose the plot when he joined Daily Wire. I think Nick Fuentes might have thought about that. Yeah. That's actually... I agree with that. He started hanging out with conservatives who just confirmed his bias, right? That's what's going on. Mr. Bombastic says Peterson Academy, what the F? Yeah, I'm sure he built like a social academy for young men to get their stuff together. Man, the lighting on this next to Pierce looking extra red. Also, his tie is impressively bad. Yeah, it's called power clashing, and he does it because he can. Hill.Williams says, I have more sympathy for Peterson if he wasn't trying to squeeze money out of impressionable young men. Yeah, true. He's got layers, indeed. What are your politics, by the way? I'm assuming you didn't like Jordan Peterson much like me. No, I like Jordan Peterson. I would actually say that if 2018 Jordan Peterson and I probably were like the closest aligned in politics. I would say I'm like, center right, never Trump Republican. I know that might be cringe to you, but that is what I am. Never Trump Republican is probably the easiest way to describe it. But anyways, let's do an intro and then let's make fun of Jordan Peterson for Razzle Cherry's benefit. Okay. So, hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd. I'm a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I do like breaking down beautiful content for you guys in the realm of alternative media. I also cover science fiction through my Counterpoints 40K channel and politics through my Counterpoints channel. And we are live on the Valor Media Network 5 days a week. We are breaking news stories down. We are breaking alternative media down. We are breaking current events down. And we're having a very good time while doing it. I do want to thank the few dozen people who are hanging out with us in chat. I also want to thank all the donors. Seriously, Grassroots Hegemon, you're a king. Christian Valeris, you're a king. I'm trying to see who else. The Dashing Rogue is a king, and all of that. I think that's everyone. Grassroots Hegemon, Christian Valeris, Dashing Rogue. Thank you kindly for your contributions to the stream. It does mean a lot. If you're watching and you want to contribute, then obviously super chats are appreciated while we're live. If you don't have money, if your 401k is doing terribly, don't worry about the money. Just like the stream so other people know that we're live. Jordan Peterson went on to Piers Morgan. They are talking about a TV show that came out about adolescence. It's effectively about like an incel stabbing suspect. And at some point, Jordan Peterson cries. So I want to watch everyone's internet dad emotionally break under the pressure of masculine downfall, right? Biblio Life says, can you talk about the donut split on this channel? Yeah, it's 60-40. So 60-40 their way. So if you want to donate to me, I can give you the Stream Elements chat link. Matter of fact, this is no slight. This is no slight to Valor Media Network. I want them to make money, so I make money. But if you want to donate just to me, there's a Stream Elements link. There you go. All right. But without further ado, let's continue.
Great one. It's like the border between that holier than thou radicalism and the idiot violence that's actually merely targeting people who bought a Tesla. There's no line at all. And we should pay very, very careful attention to that.
Yeah, I completely agree. Let's just change subject slightly to this Netflix drama phenomenon, adolescence, which is really in your wheelhouse, I think, Jordan, because it follows a 13-year-old boy who's suspected of killing a young girl. And he's been adversely influenced, affected by what he's seen online, some pretty extreme stuff, a lot of misogyny. He's portrayed as a young incel and so on. There's now a move to have this series shown in schools. It's been a huge hit in the UK and America and everywhere else. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but you've probably seen the coverage of it. What do you make of the fact, A, that it's been so successful, and B, the premise behind it, that we're basically having an epidemic at the moment of young boys in particular whose brains are getting scrambled by pretty vile stuff online?
Well, look, there is a crisis of youth, both among young men and young women, and with young men, it's a.
Can I do 1.25? Can you guys tell me if 1.25 is okay? It's not anything against Pierce or Jordan, but I do think that if they have really thoughtful pauses, then it's going to drag, and I don't want the segment to drag. I want to move through it and get some information and talk about it, right? Grassroots Hegemon for another $20 says, Razzle is fine, but I will give him no choice but to take a joke. Well, good. We all need to learn to take ourselves a little bit less seriously. 1.25 is fine, says Razzle. I hope you guys agree that 1.25 is fine. I'm going to move to 1.25. If it gets too crazy, then it is what it is. But honestly, I don't want a 5-second thoughtful pause. Okay, yeah, Silver says good. All right, good. Peterson is so cooked, lol. He's a smart guy. His contradictions probably eat away at his soul. That's why he cries so much. Wouldn't be surprised. But, the Greeks say that you should be in touch with your emotions and not just anger and apathy, which lots of men just like anger and apathy. So, it's okay to cry every now and then, but you should do it in the shower by yourself.
consequence of the fact that they've been programmatically demoralized for 60 years, I would say. Their play preferences in schools are not favored because boys tend to be more active, as they're taught that competition is wrong by utter fools who don't understand that peaceful competition in game-like settings is actually an advanced form of cooperation that socializes aggression. They've been taught that their ambition is nothing but a manifestation of the oppressive patriarchy. They've been taught that all of their attraction towards women is to be regarded with extreme skepticism because fundamentally they're nothing but, would-be rapists. And, that all has an effect. And I've seen that, and it's been painful to see. I've been struck to the core over the last 6 years as my influence has grown to see just exactly the scope of demoralization among young people. I'll talk about men first, all around the world. And also, Pierce, hurt as well by the observation that many of these young men can be set right with not much more than some truly encouraging words. And, that exaggerates the pain because the problem is deep and the solution isn't that complex or difficult. And you don't need that much of it. And so, I warned back in 2016 about this assault on masculinity. I said, you people, you keep pushing, you're going to find out you think strong men are a problem. You wait till you produce weak men who are resentful and bitter because of their failure, and you're going to see real trouble. And you're going to see people turn, and this is happening to some degree because one of the most popular influencers in the world among young men is Andrew Tate. And I wouldn't hold out much hope for the West if Andrew Tate is the direction that young men go in, because he's a bad actor right to the core. But the thing about some...
Yeah, this is actually why we did 1.25 and why I'm going to pause him is because he is really dense, but he's guilty of the same thing that I'm guilty of. Okay. Which is you like to yap. You like to yap until you hit an idea, and then you hit another idea, and then that idea gives you another idea. And so you just keep yapping endlessly. Okay. So I love Jordan. I think he's a smart guy, et cetera, et cetera. And Razzle Cherry, no. Andrew Tate is not a W. Okay. Razzle, I don't know if you're joking or not, but we've watched some of Andrew Tate's content. We've also watched some documentaries about the fella. He 100% psychologically manipulated women in order to be sex trafficked into Romania. He 100% verbally and physically abused them. He 100% beats his partners. He 100% pimps them out on webcams and is proud of the fact that he's made millions of dollars by pimping out webcam models. And then he's also... okay, you're saving it a little bit. But then also there's credible accusations of rape in the United Kingdom where we can listen to voicemails of him saying like, oh yeah, I loved how much you hated me doing that. I love the fact that you didn't want me to do that, made me love it anymore. It turned me on so much. So this dude is actually like, he's actually just like a rapist who beats women, right? And so, you're saying Andrew Tate is an L, but he's also been a W recently. I'm assuming the reason why you're saying that is because he's been going after the state of Israel and he's like a popular media figure. But like, I really want you to think, I know we're partially memeing in this chat. We're having a good time. We're laughing at autistic people getting shot. Not me, Christian Valeris. He was laughing at autistic people getting shot earlier, but just throwing you under the bus for the VOD. But the truth is, like, when you boil it down, like, eliminate the memes, okay? He raped someone. He's beaten multiple women. He made millions of dollars off of graft and fraud and lying. Like, this isn't a W anywhere near it. And if he was actually... Right. But if this was actually somebody worth looking up to, then he would disavow the way that he made money. He would disavow his physical abuse of women. Even if he wanted to be strict with women, that's a different thing. He would probably disavow polygamy or promiscuity, whatever he engages in now. And he would disavow the fact that he has raped women in the past. If he disavowed his entire past and then begged for forgiveness from Jesus Christ because he became a Christian, and then he literally walked right and used all of his material wealth in order to make the world a better place and to make men better, then I would change my tune. But until he does that, I'm not going to like pretend that the few good things that Andrew Tate says makes up for all the terrible things that he's done. Christian Blair says, who? Yeah, I'm talking about Andrew Tate. Sean Kaplan says, imagine a bowl that has 95 poison Skittles and 5 safe. Should I eat some of the Skittles? It's worse than that, bro. If you're talking about like Andrew Tate ideas, it's like 50% poison, 50% good ideas. Okay. All right, Razzle. I'm sorry if I gave you too much flack. I saw the Andrew Tate W thing and I was kind of like, meh. So, anyways, the TV show is about an adolescent misogynist murder. Why do you think it's so successful? What do you think about the pandemic of young radicalized men? Jordan Peterson says that they've been programmatically demoralized over 60 years, that competition is wrong. Game-like competition is a version of enhanced cooperation, so it's actually good. Ambition is oppressive patriarchy. Attraction to women is toxic, and the men are so hurt, and they can be healed by a few gentle words. Now, I'm sympathetic to this last point, 100%, but right here, I'm just going to tell you, I was not raised in this culture. In the 1980s, America, I was born in the late 80s. America was all about testosterone and women with fake chests and women in bikinis and fireworks and machine guns and tanks and militarism and beating the Soviet Union. And so I would say it was like a pretty rah-rah pro-masculine time in history, the late 80s and the early 90s. And so I had a great time as a young man coming up in the early 90s because of all that. And then also with game-like competition, we played dodgeball, we played baseball, we play, I played some football, but not competitively. I just played with friends down at the field. There were plenty of things that were very competitive, very complex, and very masculine, and it was still good, right? And so that's where, is it as bad as he's saying it is? Are there any young people who can say that we eliminated dodgeball, we eliminated baseball, we eliminated football, men aren't allowed to be men at all in middle school and high school or elementary school? Like, I do think that there's something dysfunctional with our education system where young boys, I've heard this said before, boys are treated like dysfunctional girls. I've heard that before, but is it as bad as he's saying? Liz Falling Up says masculinity needs not lash out at the feminine, but due to changes in societal roles of women broadly and rise of dual income households and isolation of a loss of third spaces in grind set. Yeah, everything you said, I agree with 100%. There are more fake chests now, thank God. Okay, well, at least one metric is up. Razzle says the adolescent show was really good. Cinematography, writing, and performances were incredible. Stephen Graham was excellent. He played Al Capone in Boardwalk. Yeah. I like Stephen Graham as well. Yep. All right, anyways. Razzle says, I think you should never cry in front of your woman kids publicly with few exceptions. I mean, I'm with you there. You and I share that toxic masculinity assessment. But anyways, we're going to continue watching, but maybe Canada is more wussified than the United States of America. I don't know.
Someone like him is that if you're weak, independent, and demoralized by your culture, let's say, and you've fallen into that isolated trap.
Yeah, I'll read it anyways. Jonah Boy says, probably TMI, but my dad used to hit me whenever I cried as a kid, so seeing people cry makes me super uncomfortable. Yeah, well, wouldn't it be funny if we saw your dad like run out into the studio and smack Jordan Peterson? He's like, no crying. Cry in the shower like a man. So we should send, if he's in Los Angeles right now, we should send your dad out to LA to set Jordan Peterson straight. Yep. Liz Falling Up says, I'm a Southern woman and I was taught if you need to cry, go to the bathroom. Yep. Rub some dirt on it. Spit on the wounds. Yeah, 100%. The misanthropic Sheba said, no, we had dodgeball and team sports and doing stupid stuff in the woods. Yeah, so I don't know how much of this is real and how much of this is exaggeration. But let's see if they give us something else to bite into.
Someone blustery and successful on the surface and aggressive, and dominating in the power mad way that Andrew Tate is going to look pretty damn attractive compared to your infantile dependency. And the other thing about that, Pierce, is there's some truth in it, because it's actually better to be a bit of a monster than a complete bloody lamb and, a passive lamb. And this is why there's, I'll give you an example. So in The Lord of the Rings, for example, when the Hobbit, Bilbo, decides that he's going to stop being, hyper protected, the first thing he has to do is join this band of miscreants and become a bit of a thief. There's a bit of a darkness that has to be incorporated into men before they can mature, before they can stop being children. And there's different pathways that can take. And it can take that blustery, quasi-psychopathic route that characterizes people like Andrew Tate, and the hyper masculinity that goes along with that. Or it can be
I'm sorry. Chat's being funnier than the content right now. Grassroots says, you do that stuff in your closet like a man. True. Hooligan 985 says, in the words of Hank Hill, you hold that in the pit of your stomach, and yes, the pain in your ribs is normal. Listen, I feel that, all right? As somebody who has heartburn and somebody who has a lot of nerve issues, you know, when you're in your early 20s and you have heartburn and nerve issues, you're like, oh, do I have a cardiovascular disease that's going to kill me? And then eventually you're just like, no, it's gastrointestinal issues and nerve pain. And then you just have to be like, oh, that hurts a lot. Is that a heart attack? Is that a stroke? And you're like, nope, that's just a sore shoulder and some acid reflux. And so I'm not going to lie, like after like a decade of moderate chest pain and severe shoulder and neck pain, I just decided it's like, listen, God's going to take me when he takes me. Okay. You know, it's not under my control. I can constantly live in fear of like a heart attack or a stroke, or I can just say, fudge it, and I can do what needs doing. I can pop some Tums. I can pop some Gas X. I can take an Advil. I can chug some water, and then I can get on with it. And God takes me when he takes me. That's pretty much where I landed at this point. Razzle Cherry says, I think hitting your kids is messed up. I always used to ask question why, and my parents would say because, and if I didn't do what I was told, I was punished. That's not a way to raise a kid. We agree there as well. Silver Jacket Man says, I was taught to shove those emotions down into a little ball in your stomach. Then one day you snap and punch a hole in the drywall. Then you're good again. Exactly. Jordan Peterson has self-described being an effeminate man. He's self-aware. There are spectrums of these things. Okay. Yeah. You guys are funny. We're listening on 125 and he sounds normal. Yeah. Okay, stop. You guys are being too funny. We actually need to engage with the content. All right, stop. See, I cried right now, but I cried because I was laughing so hard, not because I was so sad or overcome with emotion. So, sorry. Let's go.
Truly civilized and socialized so that men can become civilized and staunch competitors who are moving forward implacably in the world. That's much more complicated to manage, right? Because that's the true path of civilization, the self-sacrificial path of true civilization, an alternative to mere utilization, let's say, of power or degeneration into hedonism. But we've decided in our culture that we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and that everything about the patriarchy is pathological. And the consequence of that is that we're demoralizing young men. Now, that also turns out to be very bad for young women because they might even be in worse shape than young men. And so you get a show like Adolescence, and it does target in some way one element of the problem, although it's ill-formed in its psychological analysis, and there are much greater threats, let's say, to the integrity of British culture, as Kemi Badenoch pointed out this week, than what violent incel culture, of which really appears there's pretty much none. Like, I'm not saying that isn't a lurking psychological danger, and I think the Andrew Tate phenomenon points to that. But you guys in the UK, and maybe everyone in the West more broadly, we have more serious things to consider than, conspiratorial incels. I mean, even let's take the Muslim extremist front, shall we? I mean, even countries like the UAE and Saudi Arabia have been insistently warning the West that the true danger from Islamism is going to come from Europe and the UK in the future, and not from places like the UAE and Saudi Arabia, which have already become alert to the threat. And for those who, might want to call me racist for pointing such things out, it's like, well, the UAE and the Saudis, they know what they're talking about when it comes to such things. And so we could dispense with that right away. And Kemi Badenoch, I would say, put her finger on the true problem.
Jordan, holy crap. Listen, again, I love Jordan. I really do. I think he is an insightful human being. I think he's lost it a little bit since the benzo detox, but there's something within me and something within Layman. I love Layman. Joe, if you know him from previous debates and previous conversations, and Jordan Peterson. We're all centrists. We're all nerds. We all talk, right? We all yap, right? And there's no problems with yapping. But you need to find a way for your ideas to come to an end so other people can jump into the conversation. And I appreciate what he said. Like he has said things that I agree with. He said that it's better for men to be capable of monstrosity than to be sheep. Men are effectively controlled monsters. When you tell men that all of patriarchy and all of masculinity is toxic, you get unrestrained monsters like Andrew Tate. They degenerate into selfish hedonism. When you say all the patriarchy is toxic, it doesn't just make society worse for men, it also makes them worse for women. And the true danger that is out there right now statistically is jihadist terrorism. And if you want to call me racist, the UAE and Saudis are the ones who are saying that radicalism is coming from Europe, not from the Middle East and North Africa anymore. These are all perfectly coherent and cogent points, but Piers Morgan has not had an opportunity to respond to any of them because he's been talking for 4 minutes. Like, bro, like, you're a media figure, right? Jump in, make 2 or 3 points, jump out, right? Like that's what you need in order to have flow within a show. Good God. So Razzle says, I wonder why he would be so critical of Muslims. It's almost like he's employed by the Daily Israel. Whoa. Whoa. Razzle, come on. Listen, if you want me to criticize Israeli ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip, I will. But if you want me to pretend that jihadist terrorism isn't a problem, I won't. So I think that Jordan Peterson can talk about jihadist terrorism in good faith, even if he doesn't bring up Israel. Good God. All right. Anyways. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. It's fine. Wait, aren't the Saudis Hanbali? They're like the crazy ones of Islamic jurisprudence world. I really doubt they warned anybody about extremism. Well, Silver Jacket Man, something that you should update as far as like your geopolitical analysis that I should dig in deeper on is the previous administration of the Saudi royal government, whoever the old king was that died. He was paying for substantive Wahhabist, which is like an extreme form of Islam, Wahhabist mosques all over the world. And then when his son came to power, the crown prince, he allegedly backed off of funding and founding international Wahhabist mosques. And then he also kind of moderated Islam within Saudi, where they're like letting women drive and stuff. And also their media is critical of jihadist organizations openly. And so I think that within the past like 5 to 10 years, the Saudis and UAE have moderated somewhat. I don't know how seriously it is, but I also think that that's what's necessary for them to normalize their relationship with Israel, which is something that happened under the previous Trump administration. So yeah. Razzle Cherry says there's lots of problems in the world. I just noticed what's highlighted and what's swept under the rug. Sure. But Razzle, rather than I'll just share it with you, why I might make excuses for the state of Israel. It's not because I'm paid by the state of Israel. Not yet. When I get paid by the state of Israel, I'll let you know. But it's mostly because in the early 20th century, this is the way that I was raised. Bear in mind, there's probably a generational gap between you and me. What happened to the Jews in Europe, allegedly, is that they were slaughtered wholesale to the tunes of millions of dead. And then they've also been dispossessed of territory and political power for 2,000 or 3,000 years, basically. Well, I guess it's 2,000 years, right? But you can go back to 1200 before Christ. So 3,000 years, they've effectively gotten kicked out of or dispossessed or conquered or enslaved or murdered throughout all of history. And so as a result, them colonizing, I'll admit it's colonizing, but them colonizing the state of Israel effectively gives them their own autonomy, their own security, their own ability to operate in the world. And that is better compared to Holocaust and slaughter. Now, of course, there's like a spectrum of political belief there, but that's the narrative that I was raised with. So me sweeping for Israel is not a function of money. It's a function of my historical understanding. Sean Kaplan says you can take the professor out of the classroom, but you can't monologue out of the professor. Apparently, conservative liberalism says he's a great painter. Oh, good. Contra FDN says geopol talk is always cozy. Good. I'm happy we have some geopol nerds in chat. Conservative liberalism says, I don't think the Saudis normalized with Israel. Pretty sure, in fact, there were rumors Saudi was going to normalize with Israel, and it partially led to the Hezbollah attack. Keep the wedge driven. Yeah. Yep. All right. Sorry. Let's continue to engage. I just love chat. They're so fucking funny.
Problem, or at least one of the true problems. Keir Starmer, he's just playing that typical leftist game, that it's toxic young masculinity, and particularly of the Caucasian version, which is really quite the insane
Grassroots Echelon says, I'm actually Benjamin not Netanyahu's alt. Well, Benjamin not Netanyahu, thank you for the money. I do appreciate it. And also, I will sweep for Israel. I just won't be able to sweep for the genocide in Gaza or the ethnocide or the ethnic displacement, whatever's going on. Razzle says, yeah, I get it. Peterson is a total shill in my opinion, but I don't doubt your sincerity. Thank you. I do appreciate that. No matter what stupid things I say, I can say wildly stupid things. I'm telling you, I believe the stupid things that I say. Silver Jacket says, I did consulting work with the IDF, so I have actually been paid by Israel. Of course, I did the same thing for Swedish and Indian armed forces, so hopefully it balances out karmically. True. Oh, man. All right. Sorry, let's give Jordan some time. I've been yapping at chat. Let's give Jordan some time.
Claim that's the thing that young people should be taught more about, because obviously they're not demoralized enough yet. So that's what I think of adolescence. Jesus, talk about putting the cart before the horse. And it's exactly what you'd expect from the progressive playbook. It's like, we're going to double down on the incels. Well, why don't you give some thought to trying to figure out why they're so bloody isolated, that why young men and women are so isolated from one another now that they don't even date. They don't drive. They don't drink. They don't go out. They don't date. They don't marry. Why is that? Well, how about 60 years of radically demoralizing, quasi-feminist, dimwit, hedonistic, leftist propaganda shoveled at them from grade 1 all the way through university. And of course, they're going to turn to figures like Andrew Tate in their desperation. But, you might as well do a causal analysis and try to figure out why they're so bloody demoralized to begin with. And I would say I actually know something about that, because I think I've talked to more demoralized young people in the last 10 years than anybody on the planet. And I've watched and seen what works. And more demoralization is not the answer, and there's something remarkable about well-socialized masculinity. One of the things I learned, for example, when I was writing my last book.
Jordan, you have to let Pierce talk. You have to let him talk. You have to let him interrupt you and move you on to a new segment, because you've been yapping and yapping and yapping. I love you, but you need JBP, the multimillionaire guy who does so well with young men and all that kind of stuff, needs some additional media training on, when to let a segment end. Hey, us incels need some love, man. Give us a break. I agree. That's what he's saying. He's saying that you need some love. He says that you need some positive words of encouragement. He says that you need to be the testicular monologues. It's the opposite of the vagina monologues. It's the testicle monologues. Oh, that's awesome. We need to write that. That needs to be a thing. I need to make a t-shirt. That needs to be merch. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to tell my editor. Testicle monologues merchandise. All right. Sorry, chat's killing Jordan Peterson right now. So I'm talking about a statistic, or he says that inceldom is a statistically small problem. Keir Starmer is a part of that problem. Incels don't date, they don't drive, they don't drink, they don't marry. 60 years of demoralizing anti-male feminist and progressive propaganda is, if you continue that way, it's just going to make the situation worse. And then we got the brilliance that was the testicle monologues. Oh my God. I want to make like t-shirts that have like dates. You know how like sometimes whenever like a rock concert has like the show dates for like when you did it. I want to do that, but I want to find an example of someone advertising the vagina monologues, and then I want to copy their art style and turn it into the testicle monologues, and then turn that into like a coffee cup and a magnet and a t-shirt and a poster, because I think that would be absolute fire. Like obviously, like I'm almost 40, so I can't like hang up the testicle monologues poster in my room, but I think that's just fire. That's just fire merchandise. Bizdy says, first time I've ever seen someone advocate for peer stalking. So true. Christian Blair says, grassroots hegemon. Well, found how you're paying Connor. Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu's alt is a fan of the show. Conserve says, Jordan only does long format podcast interviews now. No, baloney, because he doesn't know when to yap. He won't accept back and forth woke mind virus BS. Never ask him to pass the salt. Yeah, but like, dude, that makes for a tough conversation. I didn't come here for Jordan Peterson's like classroom. I came here to watch him engage in dialogue about current events, right? Razzle says, I've got a date this Friday, but I'm still an incel. Can't take that away from me. Well, good. I'm happy you got a date this Friday. I hope you go to bars and talk to young people and have fun and all that jazz. So thank you kindly. Baby Life says, just got to the gym, then just go to the gym, then you'll be stronger. You'll be stronger physically, absolutely, and you'll be stronger mentally as a result. But we gotta dial it in, obviously, because just going to the gym isn't going to solve all of incels and volcells problems. Grassroots Hegemon, thank you for the $10 again. You're seriously, man, backbone of the channel. I appreciate it. I will buy 9 of them, the hat, and 400 coffee cups. We'll get right on it. Yes, sir, BB Netanyahu. Dimebag says, J-Stock called you out in last stream for not acknowledging Destiny doxing Lauren's son's name. He said it's because you wouldn't be able to victim blame her like Pixie. Well, I might have said Lauren's son's name accidentally once or twice. So, you know, what was it intentional? Was it because is there a clip of Steven being like, yeah, are we talking about Lauren Northern or Lauren Southern? Because I think Lauren Southern has a kid, right? Lauren Southern has a kid. I don't think Lauren Northern has a kid. And Lauren Southern was Destiny like, yeah, even Lauren Southern's coming after me. She's so evil. She's such a bad person. This is her son's name. Or was he just talking about Lauren and then said the name? Right? Anyways, it's funny. Lol, yeah, I know there was a joke hidden in there. Man, that was good. How do you plead? I guess guilty. I guess I'm guilty. I'm a sweeper for Destiny and I'm a sweeper for Lauren Southern. So you caught me. Only need to be barely alive. Stop, you antisocial freaks. He said something about strength determining how the date goes. It was very inappropriate. Bad Bibliolife. Bad. Christian Valeris for $5 says, merch the testicular monologues with whose expression? Peterson. No! Wrong again. Bad. Chat is being terrible. Lauren Southern, Northern. Is there Lauren Eastern and Western? Lauren Eastern is Lauren Chen. Bazinga! I don't know who Lauren Western is. We'll figure it out. We'll find another one. Actually, although Lauren De Laguna would be Lauren Western because she's from California. So Lauren Northern is actually Lauren Western. So Lauren Northern is Lauren Western. Lauren Eastern is Lauren Chen. Lauren Southern is Lauren Southern. And we need to find a Lauren Northern. So we need a Lauren from like New York or Canada. Well, I guess Lauren Southern is from Canada as well. But we need to find another Lauren who is from someplace in the Northern Hemisphere. And then the Laurens will be complete. There should only be one. True. They should all fight it out. J-Stock, I don't think J-Stock should be completely ignored. I hear his criticisms, but I do think it's telling that it's April 10th, and we're still talking about Steven. Like, there are other things to cover. Even in the drama sphere, there's other things to cover besides Destiny. Lauren Chen is a baddie and a queen. Well, why did she have to leave the internet? Because she was a part of a Russian psychological operation. That's why. All right. You guys are wild. I realize that people on the VOD will not be able to see chat, and therefore they will not have as much fun as us. So I apologize to the VOD watchers for having to deal with me just laughing at chat, saying insane things for 5 minutes, and me not sharing all of the crazy things that they're saying. I hope you can forgive me and continue to watch the content. Let's give Jordan Peterson his due.
One of the things I analyzed was the symbolic use of the figure of the shepherd in the biblical corpus, right? Because the shepherd figures large both in the Old Testament and in the New. And the reason for that is because the shepherd is a very good symbol of well-socialized, ordinary masculinity. So shepherds in the ancient Middle East had to live by their own wits, right, in the wilderness. And so they were tough guys, and they had to keep the wolves and the lions at bay with pretty primitive weapons, as exemplified in the story of Moses and in the story of David, for example. But at the same time, they had to protect the most vulnerable, right? And lamb is a pretty good example of, something vulnerable and edible, especially by monsters. And so the model for masculinity, the biblical model for masculinity, at least in part, is tough enough to keep the bloody wolves and the lions at bay. And what would you say? Resourceful enough to survive on your own, and then devoted to caring for the most vulnerable. And that's a pretty damn good model. And it's certainly exemplified, well, of course, by the figure of Christ in the New Testament, who's meta shepherd, you might say, and capable of keeping the worst evils at bay while simultaneously serving the most alienated and vulnerable. And that's the right model for masculinity. And if you don't think that exists, well, you're definitely part of the problem and not part of the solution. And maybe you're a woman who's been damaged by men who've entered into your life.
That was the perfect time to stop. Why does he keep going?
That's really sad, and there's plenty of that too.
Jordan,
that
you need media training. I'm serious.
There's something pathological about masculinity, and it certainly doesn't mean that the radical leftist proclivity to describe everything as an oppressive patriarchy and to make men weak is doing anything other than hurting young people right to the core. And Starmer's posturing with regards to adolescence is only going to make that worse. It's bad psychology, and it's not only that, it's also oriented not to help young people, but to make Mr. Starmer feel a hell of a lot more secure in the idiot presumptions of his dimwit progressivism. So, and that's really the fundamental aim. It's like, how can we show we're right? And if we have to burn some young people on the pyre to make sure that our moral presuppositions can remain intact and our faith in our idiocy remains unchallenged, then we might as well teach kids using a Netflix series on adolescence. Jesus, brutal, pathetic, to the core. This terrible moral posturing, that I think the most pathological element of our age. How can we garner as much undeserved moral credit as we possibly can? Well, we'll stand up against toxic masculinity and we'll worship the planet. God, it's so appalling, so destructive. And the evidence is also in Pierce. It's like, look at Germany.
Oh my God.
Race to the bottom.
I'm going to fast forward until Pierce Morgan talk. Oh, Jesus. He would not stop. That's okay, man. It's okay to have a lot of ideas, but you're in a conversation, not a classroom. Good God. The misanthropic Sheba says, I'd watch Fuentes and Peterson share a blunt. That would be fire content, right? That would be fire content, is watching them get philosophical and theological. That would be fantastic. 50 words when 10 would suffice. Listen, I've been accused of being a yapper, and I've been accused of being verbose many times. However, I think that should put my verbosity, if that's a word, should put it in perspective. I could be Jordan Peterson. I could literally have 7 opportunities to shut the fudge up and then just never stop. Right? Good Lord. All right. Pierce is actually going to talk for once. So let's give Pierce an opportunity, and then let's probably, I would say, give him a little bit of time, maybe to like, I don't know, 51 minutes, 52 minutes, something like that, just so we can get like a feel for the segment. But if we're going to have Jordan Peterson talking for like 5 minutes at a time in order to make 3 points, then we'll probably move on to the next segment, just because it's like we get the point, right? He thinks adolescence is bad. He thinks the psychological documentation or the psychological assessment of men is bad. He feels like there's 60 years of anti-male feminist and progressive propaganda. He thinks Keir Starmer is part of the problem. He thinks that there's positive. Andrew Tate is the worst manifestation of negative masculinity. And he thinks that the symbol of the shepherd, someone who is tough enough to fight predators, resourceful enough to survive in the wild, incapable of nurturing and defending the vulnerable. This is actually fantastic. I want to copy this. These should be like the pillars of masculinity, the 3 pillars of masculinity. 3 pillars of masculinity should be tough enough to fight predators, resourceful enough to survive, and then capable of nurturing and defending the vulnerable. That should be the 3 pillars of positive masculinity. I'd rather hit scrap my nuts with a cheese grip. What are you guys doing? The diet of monsters and what sheep symbolize. Is it sheep? Is the diet of monsters the vulnerable? That's interesting. I didn't hear that. I could have been distracted by chat. The diet of monsters is the vulnerable. Was that thing? Keep your sheep in line. I mean, it's not bad advice. The diet of monsters is the vulnerable. That's true. That's so true. True. It's the Joseph model of masculinity the dad God chose when he took human form. Yeah. I'd rather... Okay. That was... He won't stop. It's like watching Letterkenny without the comedy. Oh, I love Letterkenny. Peterson hates Nick. He calls him an evil rat. Well, sometimes Nick says some wild stuff. Let's be real. Grassroots with another $5. Thank you kindly, Bibi Netanyahu. Thank you again to the great state of Israel. Have fun with your genocide. He says, give him 3 more hours. He will get around to advocacy for Lauren Midwestern. It's coming any minute. True. I'm confused. Who are border collies in this analogy? No. He's not talking about dogs. He's talking about biblical shepherds. Conservative liberalism says he does have a lot of good points, but yes, it's hard to digest. Very dense, as you put it. True. Strong enough to fight predators, but smart enough to grab a gun first. I mean, that's... Yes. Watch out for metaphysical monsters as well. Yes. All right. Let's continue.
How emotional you get when you talk specifically, and this has happened a few times when I've talked to you, I think when your mind takes you specifically to young men who've come and told you what they've been going through. And it's almost like you've become a surrogate dad to just, I don't know, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of young men who, for whatever reason, have been lost and feel abandoned and feel confused and don't have anyone to try and steer them to, some better place. Why does it affect you so emotionally, that?
Well, Pierce, before my public presence emerged, let's say, or developed, I worked as a clinical psychologist, and that was pretty intense. I spent about 13 hours a week, maybe more than that, listening to people at a very deep level. I really liked that. It was unbelievably interesting. It was like one Dostoevskian novel after another, hour by hour. And I really learned to listen, and people are so fascinating if you listen to them and they actually start to tell you what they think. They're unbearably interesting. It's just partly why people keep the conversations at a shallow, and polite level. And it's not surprising. But I like to go deeper than that. And that was kind of bounded when I was doing my clinical practice. It was a set.
Well, Dashing Rogue, you're gonna have to substantiate that. So Peterson is a sophist, and if I remember correct, the definition of a sophist was somebody who uses words in order to pretend they're smarter than they are. A paid teacher of philosophy and rhetoric in ancient Greece, associated in popular thought with moral skepticism and specious reasoning. So you're gonna have to substantiate that, because there's nothing wrong, in my opinion, with what he's said. This whole thing that it's like the antipathy towards positive masculinity can create toxic masculinity. Andrew Tate is the result of the attack of positive masculinity. There was another thing too. Game-like competition is a version of enhanced cooperation. That Andrew Tate is an unrestrained monster and effectively a predator. Statistically, the true danger to the world is jihadism, not inceldom. That the symbol of the shepherd, tough enough to fight predators, resourceful enough to survive, and capable of nurturing and defending the vulnerable, is what people should aspire to be in men. And then the diet of monsters is the vulnerable. There's nothing wrong. I don't see anything wrong with what's been said. If you want to post out, if you want to type something that is contradictory, I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, he finally did let somebody else talk. Yes.
Number of hours a week. And I have many other things to occupy myself with. But then when the work I was doing started to explode, I was in contact with thousands of people, not individuals. And they talked to me. And I could see this demoralization, and it's part of fatherlessness, broadly speaking, and sometimes specifically. And I could see the pathway to rectifying that. Like the pathway to rectifying that, as far as I've been able to understand, and I've understood this more deeply as the years have gone by, is that We're built for adventure, Pierce, and you take on adventure by taking on maximal responsibility, and that's the symbol of hoisting your cross voluntarily and trudging up the hill, right? And that's the symbol upon which our society is founded. And the adventure of life justifies its suffering, and it's maximized with maximal responsibility. And it's maximized with truth, because if you tell the truth, what should happen as a consequence of the truth makes itself manifest in the world. And that's the best possible outcome. But it's also the most adventurous thing that you can do, the most exciting thing you can do, hands down. There's nothing that compares to it. That pathway of maximal responsibility, voluntary responsibility, and truth. And I understand that deeply at a religious level. I understand that that's the symbolic world on which our productive and peaceful culture was properly founded. And I've seen the effect of communicating that to people, thousands of people. And it's a great privilege to serve that role, but it's also overwhelming. You know, I think it is one of the things that made me, I was ill for quite a long time. And I think that that was part of the reason, just seeing this, like this malaise so deep, and it's also so easily addressed in a sense. You know, it's that paradoxical combination of depth of suffering and ease of rectification, you know. And I kind of understood what the conservatives have done wrong all along. You know, they tend to moralize in a finger-wagging way. You know, you should do this, you should do that. And there's truth in that, you know, that imposition of mature structure on immature hedonism and disunion and disorientation. But it's much better to talk to young people about morality and truth as an adventure than as a moral burden, as something that enlightens and offers opportunity, which it absolutely 100% does. I've had so many young men come to me, I don't know how many, but there's thousands of them. Like,
this is actually
continual.
dope. I thought we were going to make fun of him, and Razzle, I apologize for not making fun of him, but realistically, I think all this is dope. So he says that demoralization, effectively young men feeling like they're disconnected from the world, is fatherlessness, both literal and spiritual. You can have a biological father who takes no interest in you and still feel like you're without a guide, you're without a paternal mentor, you're without moral guidance, spiritual guidance, all that kind of stuff. And so he says that, you know, a lot of male demoralization is related to either spiritual or literal fatherlessness. That's actually interesting because Christianity is rooted in having like a creator father, right? And then rooted in truth. Like the reason why he talks about that, I've heard his, not sermon, but maybe you could call it a sermon on logos, like logos being the biblical truth in Genesis, where what's true is true, what's real is real, and God is rooted in the real. And so when he says rooted in truth, he's talking about like a feedback psychological mechanism in which you can understand reality through pain, suffering, adventure, truth, all that kind of stuff. He says that we're built for adventure. Adventure is maximal responsibility. I think that this is true because all the most adventurous times in my life was when I swore an oath to the Republic of the United States and I became a Marine. I went through boot camp and I suffered and I got my ass kicked. That's where I experienced the most adventure in my life. It's also where I held on to the most responsibility. Same thing with law enforcement. The most adventurous part of my life was holding on to law enforcement. The most adventurous part of my life right now is being a father. And so I find this to be true, that adventure is correlated with maximal responsibility. And so this is where I was criticizing Nick Fuentes earlier. And I think that this is true, is that Nick is literally saying that he rejects maximal responsibility. He doesn't want to be responsible for a wife who might nag him. He doesn't want to be responsible for children who might leave their toys out. He doesn't want to be responsible for the doldrums of a boring domestic life. And therefore he's rejecting responsibility. He wants to be in an ice cold glass mansion with no one else around. And it's him and his thoughts. And so Peterson says that bearing your cross and embracing the relevant suffering, that's my summary, not his exact words, but that is how you do it. And he's trying to tie it into like the Christian metaphysical and metaphorical and mythological concepts of Jesus Christ, that is how you engage in adventure, is by embracing suffering and embracing responsibility. He breaks down, and I thought I was going to make fun of him, but I'm not going to. I'm privileged to fill that role for a lot of people. I'm happy. Like obviously I don't think he should cry, but I'm happy that, you know, some people look up to him as a paternal figure, because this is like a really good message right here. And then he thinks that part of him being sick of the benzos and having a difficult recovery was partially because he was overwhelmed by the responsibility of being a paternal figure to so many people. And conservatives are wrong for finger wagging about moral responsibility. And they should instead be trying to sell the adventure that comes with embracing maximal responsibility. This is fire, man. This is dope. I think this is dope. So, you know, I mean, y'all don't have to agree with me, but I think that this paragraph right here and this paragraph right here are fire, straight fire. So let me check in with chat, because we got a couple of donos. The Dashing Rogue, thank you for your donation, $10. Peterson's a sophist because Jung also was a sophist. If you ever read the book I by Carl Jung, says that Jesus is a personification of the Jungian self and pushes a historical revision for profit. You know, thank you for the donation. Like I am sincerely appreciative of the donation, but I would need to hear an argument, right? Like I'm not arguing with you saying that this doesn't exist, but you would have to tell me how this paragraph is wrong and how this paragraph is wrong. You know, the rest of this could be considered fluff, but I also don't think it's wrong. But I think that this stuff is particularly true and relevant. So I don't know. When I hear sophist, I feel like I inject a certain level of dishonesty, where I presume that the sophist is using rhetoric in order to further their arguments, but they don't care about whether or not their arguments are actually true. Whereas I feel like what's being said right here, the reason why Peterson is crying isn't because he's a good actor. It's because he believes it's true. That would be my impression. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm telling you, that's the way that I perceive it. Grasser Tetramon for another $10. Thank you kindly, King. Brief break from being a prick, but it is critically important for young men to work together in a way, or for men, excuse me, to get to yield a result. You will screw up a bunch, but that actually doesn't matter if you fix it. Agreed. Dinas Mantis says, I followed Peterson before he became known. He changed. His lack of emotional control made him vulnerable to the algorithms. His position on certain topics are not consistent with his lectures. Agreed. That's a cold reading, though. I'm not sure if you're saying that I'm cold reading or if you're saying that that's like your hip shot, basically. The misanthropic Shiva says, is he saying that trust is an absolute but also a process? Flawed humans have to toil and learn and make mistakes to understand what the absolute truth is? Yeah, 100%. He talks about knowledge and he talks about ambition as being required on attempts. Because whenever you try any endeavor, look at the stream, for instance, look at my YouTube career, you're not going to have this dream that you are able to perfectly manifest the first day and then execute immediately. What's going to happen is you're going to have to try and then fail and then dial it in, try, fail, dial it in, try, fail, dial it in over and over and over and over and over again until eventually you succeed. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, truth can probably only be known through experience, and experience can only be gained through attempted anything, really, through attempts at understanding reality and attempts at your ambitions. So that was to the misanthropic Shiba. While that's true in a literal sense, Peterson is clearly falling apart at the seams. It's sad. Well, yeah, but, you know, you're allowed to be overwhelmed by your responsibilities. That's not a bad thing. Razzle Cherry says he certainly has problems, but I'd certainly advocate for trying to separate the message from the messenger in all things and assessing the message on its merits. True. Razzle Cherry says, I'm ambivalent, decent message, terrible presentation. Well, Razzle, no offense. I just think that you think he's a wussy for crying. I don't think it has anything to do with the message. It's his emotional irregularity, probably from his very fast fame mixed with his benzo addiction. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's probably a drug issue. Gen X says Christian Blair's J-Stock is the worst streamer I've ever seen, like worse than Hassan or any of the boring IRL Twitch streamers I've watched. Seems like people just watch to criticize Destiny. Well, Jen, I'm not going to lie. That's my criticism as well, is that pretty consistently, if I see Ryle Kittenhouse, because I think he's effectively a J-Stock VOD channel, he does post other content in his defense, but a majority of what he posts from J-Stock is just content that's critical of Destiny. And it's like, dude, there's so many other dramas going on. If I go into Chud Logic, let's do an experiment together, okay?
Hey, you know,
Well, we'll do a brief Destiny drama tangent, okay? So if I go to Chud is a drama streamer, okay? Chud Logic. Chud does drama every single day. He's live. He's talking about Shelbo. He's talking about James Somerton. I'm Alex. More Shelbo. Bo Blacks. Brad Taste. Keffels. Anna Kasparian and something Fiorentini. Noah Sampson and E3. Hassan Piker. Amaranth. And so, like, I have no problems talking about Destiny. Destiny is obviously a huge part of Twitch and YouTube politics. Here's some Destiny content. But his content is varied enough that he doesn't get sucked into the Destiny orbiter hole, right? And so if you're a full-time streamer, and especially if you consider yourself like a drama or commentary streamer, then I think you have to vary your content. Same thing with Nicholas Diorio. I like Nicholas Diorio. I like Turkey Tom. There's a piece about Erudite, which is related to Destiny. But look, I'm Alex. Harry Sisson. I'm Alex. Harry Sisson again. Jeremy from the Quartering. Hassan Piker. More I'm out. Dude, he's A-logging I'm Alex like a motherfucker. Jeez. Sorry for the MF. Sorry, Ma. Sorry, Ken. Ethan Klein. Denims. I forget. iDubbbz. Anissa. Adam McIntyre. Like, dude, he varies his content. He doesn't just talk about Destiny. Here's a Destiny video. Here's a Destiny video. But he mixes it up. And so if I had advice to JStock, it would be like, yeah, hate on Destiny. Go ahead. You know, obviously A-logging or documenting all of Destiny stuff is probably a substantive part of your audience. But if you want to build something that's not just like, I hate Destiny, then you're going to need to vary your content. That's all. And you're also going to need to vary specifically. He might take issue with that because they might have other content that they do, but it's just not as popular. But you also need to promote your other content. I guess I should say that to be a little bit more specific. So anyways, let's give Jordan Peterson, you know, he obviously is rambly and a little cryy and stuff, but, you know, he gave us some fire concepts. And so I think we need to give him a little bit more time to see if he's willing and able to give us more fire concepts. Azarai says, I disagree that Peterson shouldn't cry. I think his most healthy part of his idea of masculinity. Okay. Contra says it's not a linear process. Agreed. That's what I just said. Okay. Speaking of drama, have you seen Tim Pool's generational crash out? I haven't. Tell me more. Tell me more. Jordan is cold reading people. Okay. Chud is definitely more interesting. I watch Chud occasionally. I love Chud. Like honestly, like the entire drama commentary sphere could hate my guts. Like Chud Logic could hate my guts. Queeman could hate my guts. Nick Diorio could hate my guts. I would still watch Chud content. I would still watch Nick Diorio content. I wouldn't care. I'd probably still watch the occasional Queeman content too. Because frankly, there's nothing better than listening to somebody who you think has above average intelligence talking shit about somebody you hate. It's actually fire. It's fire content, right? Christian Blair says, how are you going to release a content nuke on Hunter's wife now? Christian Blair, that's a retrospective. He took the 4 or 5 videos that were exclusively about the Hunter drama and he put it into one video, right? It's a documentary. I didn't even begin to watch it, but I was taken aback. Yeah. It's a compilation of all of the content. I don't think it's anything new. I don't think it's new. Anyways, sorry. Let's give Jordan a little bit more time.
I was completely disoriented and lost 5 years ago. You know, I started putting my world in order a little bit, making my bed, you know, in that cliched way. At least it's a gesture in the right bloody direction. Trying to tell the truth, because now I understand that that's necessary. Trying to act responsibly, and like my life is completely turned around. And you know, these are guys who are usually standing up straight, and they have a girlfriend, and maybe they have a baby, and maybe they're married, and you know, they were bloody suicidal wrecks 5 years ago. And so, you know, great. And as I've delved into that, you know, I've started to understand more deeply why this works, and it does work because this pattern of voluntary self-sacrifice, that service to the truth, service to your wife, to your kids, to the future, to your community, all of that is what makes your life rich and meaningful, because your self-regard and the significance of your existence is obviously proportional to the burden that you're willing to uphold, and that's the symbol that underlies Western culture. And I'm trying to teach people what that means. The alternative is something like power and compulsion, or this idiot hedonism that, certainly does no one any good. And well, it's overwhelming, I suppose. The magnitude of it, I suppose, is what's overwhelming, but also that paradoxical juxtaposition of depth of suffering and relative ease of rectification.
No, Gen X, he's literally talking about just being alive and being a man. And then Jonah Boy says, like 12 hours of marriage drama is crazy. Well, in Chud Logic's defense, the marriage drama was about Hunter Avallone being a conservative for a prolonged period of time, him switching and then becoming a progressive and then becoming a liberal. And then as he's becoming a progressive and a liberal and he's arguing on stream that it's okay for men to cry and it's okay for them to be more emotional, his wife decides to start doing OnlyFans content at the encouragement of a random black gentleman that Hunter had debated about trans issues. Her being in this black gentleman's DMs talking about participating in very gratuitous sexual things involving multiple partners all at the same time. Her wanting to hook up with that guy and shoot it as pornography with multiple other partners in order to get the money, in order to get divorced from Hunter. So yeah, 12 hours can seem crazy, but the drama itself was actually legitimately insane. Yeah. Yep.
These things are so obvious when you lay them out. It's like, who do you admire? You admire some power mad hedonist? Well, that would be Andrew Tate. Or do you admire someone who's taken on some responsibility? Like, your natural proclivity in a healthy psyche is to admire the shepherd, let's say, and not the goddamn tyrant.
Yeah.
And not the hedonist who lives for the immediate pleasure driven by his whims. It's hard for me to imagine to understand how we've forgotten these things. I guess that's part of the religious, what would you say, the degeneration of the religious substrate in the West. We've forgotten what our symbols mean. And the thing is, Pierce, they mean something. There's something I've really figured out. We put the crucifix, for example, at the center of our churches.
I'll probably watch this rant and then I'll move to the next segment.
We put the churches at the centers of our towns. Particularly, that's a European thing. And the reason for that is because we long ago understood that the proper foundation of the world is voluntary self-sacrifice upward. And that's true. It's absolutely true. And if you understand that truth, your life becomes meaningful, even in its suffering, and you set things right around you. And everyone.
Good enough for me. So what I would say in order to end this segment is that we watched Nick Fuentes. We enjoyed his black pill. We enjoyed his disorientation. We enjoyed him talking smack about the idea of being a married man and having a wife and having kids and all that kind of stuff. And we ribbed him a little bit for it because, frankly, if you're a Christian and a conservative, then that's kind of what you're supposed to care about, right? That's what you're supposed to love. That's what you're supposed to do. And then we come watch this Jordan Peterson segment on the presumption that he's going to be a benzodiazepine out, crash out, crazy person. And you can still have that opinion if you want to. However, my opinion is that the things that he said that are fundamentally true, that are worthy of contemplation, are the symbol of the shepherd. A shepherd is a repeated symbol in the Bible over and over again, and he views this as positive masculinity. And the positive masculinity is being tough enough to fight predators, both spiritual and literal, resourceful enough to survive in the world, and then capable of nurturing and defending the vulnerable. This is what he deems to be positive masculinity. And then he also pointed out, somebody pointed this out in chat, the diet of monsters is the vulnerable. And so if we need to identify monsters in society, both metaphorically and literally, then those who choose the vulnerable as their victims are the people that we can consider monsters. Then he talks about being rooted in truth, and that if we wag our fingers at young men and we say, like, you're doing bad, you need to do good, then that's going to turn a lot of people off to like moral philosophy and also being a good human being. Whereas if you sell it as an adventure where being in military service, being an EMT, being a doctor, being a nurse, being a teacher, being a this, being a that, when you engage with the world, if you adopt maximal responsibility, that's oftentimes where you're going to find adventure. And so as a result, we should teach young men and young people in general to embrace truth and embrace responsibility as a vehicle to adventure. And I think those things are great. What's an unhealthy psyche, Jordan? Well, I mean, I would say it was the monsters, right? It was the people who consumed the vulnerable. That's what I would say, obviously. MFers need to play Legend of Zelda. Indeed, Jonah boy, indeed. All right. We are going to move on. Since Mr. Stephen Bennell canceled on us, we're gonna. I don't know. We might watch Fat People, but I really wanted to show you guys some military technology as well. So, like military and law enforcement technology, because there are a lot of cool things, and I do want to make that a part of the stream where we check out military technology. So I haven't decided if I can do this segment and then do the military technology. I think I have enough time for both, but I do need to use the restroom. Razzle says Tim Pool has gone off the rails. First, he was exposed for meeting with Netanyahu secretly, not so secretly. Then he started defending the murder of Austin Metcalf, and now he's being canceled by conservatives. Based. And I'm saying based because Tim needs to go to war with his audience because I think he's so surrounded by conservatarian MAGA dipsticks. No offense to any present audience members, but he's been so surrounded by people that agree with him for such a long time that in order for him to even know what his own beliefs are, I think he needs to go to war with his audience. It's something that Stephen Bennell II does routinely, and I think it's healthy. The United States of Fascist. I don't know what that's in reference to, but thank you for saying it. Conservative liberalism. So, lol, now I'm imagining Jordan monologuing about Zelda. You see, in Link 2, a link to pass the final fight is against yourself. A shadow form, which you think about it is symbolic. So based. Is Tim live right now? Well, I'll see if we can get a Tim crash out segment maybe for tomorrow. That could be fire. Well, QC John says, holy crap, I just got back into the truck after doing weld inspection, and the first thing I hear, Hunter Avalon's wife and Jordan saying, tyrant, what did I miss? Welcome back. I'm not even going to tell you. Okay, well, I'll tell you real quick. Jordan Peterson was crashing out emotionally on Piers Morgan, but he was saying things that were pretty based in reference to what young men need to do. And then some people were shocked that Chud Logic just released a 12-hour video about Carissa and Hunter Avalon. Though the truth is that the Carissa and Hunter Avalon story is wildly interesting because Hunter Avalon is a conservative who became progressive, and his wife left him in order to hook up with a bunch of African-American gentlemen on video camera. So, kind of crazy. I still like Hunter. Hunter's a nice guy. Hunter's been nice to me in DMs and in group chats and all that kind of stuff. So I don't have any hatred against him, but I do think that his divorce story is insane. Ew. Yeah, true. That's how I feel, Razzle. That's exactly how I feel. Ew. That would be dope. Peterson lecture. Yeah, I would. He should play some video games. As a matter of fact, Jordan Peterson should give us the metaphysics of video games. That would be fire content. Jonah Boy says, I'd listen to JP explain the depth of Link. Yeah, exactly. And the Triforce. Yeah. All right. But I'm not going to force y'all to watch fat influencers dying by yourselves. I'll come back for it. What I'll do, though, I just released a video today for my Warhammer channel. So I'm going to play that for you guys while I go get some water. So let's do that. Not the YouTube studio. How do we do this? Counterpoints 40K. Let's go to the channel. Let's watch this. It's my content, so I can't get copyright struck for it. So I'm going to play this. I'm going to go get some water. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm going to eat a protein bar. I'll be back in 5 minutes. If you guys were not aware, I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd. The key part of that being science fiction comes first. My most popular YouTube channel is about the universe of Warhammer 40K and Warhammer Fantasy. So I understand this, all the politics nerds, this isn't necessarily going to be your cup of tea, but it is going to have fantastic violence. So let's watch my awesome intro. You guys can watch a demon and Stormcast Eternals fight for the city of Hammerhall, and I'll be back in 2 to 5 minutes. Crasser Tetramon for $2 says Spyro explained on the Christ story for 35 hours. Listen, hey, if I bump into Jordan, I'll suggest it as content. But I'm going to let you guys do this while I go get a snack. I'll be right back. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor, and today we're going to be breaking down Season 2, Episode 3 of Black Talon titled Reckoning. I know that Warhammer Fantasy isn't everyone's cup of tea, but just imagine it as a pocket dimension in the warp in which the Chaos Gods play chess using the lives of mortals. If you're new to the channel, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and if you want to take your support a bit further, become a YouTube member or support us on patreon.com/counterpoints. Also be sure to check out our other breakdowns and our real-life Bolter and Bolts videos. If you need more lore, please watch a previous episode, but as a minor setup for the next sequence, Hammerhal Akshi, the greatest city in the mortal realms, has been corrupted by the first demon prince of chaos undivided, Be'lakor. Using a dark ritual and a team of infiltrators, Be'lakor has tainted the realm gate, and instead of connecting the realm of life Gyron to the realm of fire Akshi, it now connects to his realm in the Immaterium. Be'lakor's army of demons and mortal subjects threaten to break through at any moment and turn Hammerhal into Be'lakor's new fortress in the mortal realms. The city of Hammerhal is split between two realms and is reliant on both to survive. Since they are now separated, Hammerhal Gyra is being choked by vines and growth, while Hammerhal Akshi is a waterless desert drowning in ash. In just a week's time, both sides of the city are collapsing. Sigmar's subjects are dying, and the city is expected to be made lifeless in days. Desperate to save the city, the Black Talons come up with a bold plan. The Chamber Sacrosanct, the warrior mages of the Storm God, who are currently holding the realm gate closed, will allow the forces of chaos in. Once the vanguard of Be'lakor's forces are pushed back into the gate, one of the Black Talons will follow them, infiltrate the realm of Be'lakor, and sever his connection to the realm gate. It is a suicidal mission with only a small chance of success, but with hundreds of thousands of lives in the balance and no other options, the Stormcast pursue this gambit. This episode is brought to you by Mastermind Models and Miniatures. They are a phenomenal paint studio out of Huntsville, Alabama, who are waiting for your commission idea. You know darn well that you're just going to spend another fortune on plastic gray kits that are just going to sit there in your pile of shame, and it will take years to get them on the battlefield. Instead of procrastinating, let Mastermind Models and Miniatures bring your imagination to life. Go to the link down in the description below and tell them that we sent you.
I tire of your game, demon.
Then let us play out the final moves. My little huntress.
This day will be ours!
Connie, remember. Destiny calls. My once and future champion.
The Knights Arcanum, those Stormcast. So, yes, you are getting Hassaned with extra steps, but it's okay. It's my content, so that is fine. And yeah, it's fun. Now we're gonna watch fat people who died. How did I create these animations? I didn't. So Warhammer is created by Games Workshop. Games Workshop is a tabletop game company out of the United Kingdom. They created Warhammer Fantasy, which is grim, dark, and horror Lord of the Rings. And then they said, what if we made a science fiction version of that? And then they made Warhammer 40,000, which is set 40,000 years, or really technically 38,000 years into the future. And so it's fire content. Imagine Lord of the Rings mixed with Judge Dredd, mixed with science fiction, mixed with Dune, mixed with this, mixed with that. It's literally every single science fiction and fantasy trope and every mythological story that you've ever heard all mashed into the same universe. And it is so good. It is so stinking good. And so if you want, bro made his own video to Hassan us. So true. And but I did need water and I did need a snack legitimately. I've been live for 4 hours now. We're going live for 5 hours. And yeah, so no, it's great content. I love I don't like Games Workshop, the company. I don't like how they abuse their IP. But I do love the models that they make. I like the employees. I don't like the management. I guess that's the best way to put it. So yeah. And NYC Falcon, that was kind of like that wasn't even the best version of it. That was the fantasy version, which is set in kind of like high medieval, high Renaissance world, whereas the best stuff is set in the science fiction setting. Christian Blair says, at Valor Media Network, off topic, but do you still plan on doing a summary of another sci-fi lore in connection with Warhammer? Yeah, so Christian Blair is, I'm trying to figure out how to do this, right? So obviously, if I'm dedicating 40 to 50 hours a week to this channel, to Valor Media Network in general, then the goal is to, make that a full-time job where they're paying, I'm making enough money for them and our split is good enough that my bills are paid and it stays my full-time job forever. So that's the goal over the next 6 months, right? Is to make 25 hours a week of streaming and 15 to 30 hours a week editing and doing back-end work, a full-time job. If that's a full-time job, if we succeed, if Valor is willing to continue working with me and we're making a healthy chunk of cash, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the breakdown formula that I did for Counterpoints 40K and I'm going to do Counterpoint Star Wars. I'm going to do Counterpoints Action, Counterpoints Crime, and Counterpoints Sci-Fi. And then I'll do exactly what you said, where I take like all science fiction media and I kind of combine it into a single narrative that all flows into each other. And I treat it as if it was one setting. I think that would be dope. I think that would be fire. I will never forgive them for killing TTS. Yep, I agree. Not only did they kill TTS, there's a comedy YouTube channel called Otsu that made good and satire is covered by Fair Use. And so they made multiple comedic videos that had really good animation. And then they also made one serious trailer and Games Workshop struck them. So annoying, infuriating. I can't believe Games Workshop is still doing the stupid stuff that they're doing. Did this sad woman die? I don't think this one did, but other ones did. So we're going to watch a skinny girl talk about fat people because Asmongold did a segment reviewing and breaking down this segment. And I thought, why not? Why not us? Why don't we talk about fat body positivity before we get into death robots and AI robots and murder machines? So yeah, let's check out fat stuff. So yeah, let me pull up my notes. Let me go full screen. Let's do body positivity segment. Let's divide this up. Excuse me. Sorry if it's taking me a second. Sorry for the dead air. All right. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. We are breaking down cool content all over the internet, both political, pop culture, and science fiction, and military, and all sorts of cool stuff for your enjoyment. Science fiction stuff is put on the Counterpoints 40K channel. Politics is often put on the Counterpoints channel. And then Counterpoints is a part of the Valor Media Network. The Valor Media Network is trying to get young men to consume other content besides black pill or red pill or I'm just going to say like misogynistic, not because I'm making a moral judgment, but like, you legitimately hate women. You hate women, not in the fun way. But we're trying to give people better content, right? So there's a whole bunch of self-improvement content. There's meditation content. There's gaming content. There's game content. There's philosophy content. There's current events. There's news. So if you like any of that, if any of that sounds good, then go ahead and check out Valor Media Network. That being said, we all love women, Sultan Al Fahim. We all do. But that being said, there was a popular segment that was going around to react to where obese influencers who were trying to do the body positivity movement started suffering dire physical consequences, and some of them even ended up dying. And so there is a commentary channel that did a segment on it, and I want to watch it and break it down and pause it intermittently and share my thoughts. So if you're down for the ride, let's go ahead and take a look at this.
Just a reminder that I am very fat and very sexy, and I am 100% glorifying obesity.
I want to inspire big girls all over the world. This is what I manifest every single day.
Choo choo. Choo choo.
There's nothing you can do.
I'm fat and I'm sexy.
I'm fat and I'm sexy.
Sure, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but I don't know about you. I don't find any sexiness in contributing to the statistics that obesity is the leading cause of death in the US. Very hot, I know.
Just because I'm fat, that doesn't invalidate the things that I say.
She died.
You ready to get supersized?
She died too.
Today I've got the big Fruit Loop.
He's dead.
Join me on my Fat Positive radio show,
which didn't last long because she died.
Unlike how Dove or the new wave of Victoria's Secret wants you to believe, healthy beauty does not come at every size, and certainly not at a lot of the socially noble, body-positive plus sizes. Yet it is absolutely not wholesome to point that out. So much corporate glorification has been done to powder the fat elephant in the room. That obesity is in fact a disease, not a bragging point. But corporations don't want you to get well because
hold on. So this is he's dead, Jim. All right. So hold on. Glorifying obesity, I do think is crazy pants, but I do want to point something out. Okay, I think the modern human species has been around for 100,000 years, and for 99% of our history, we did not have enough food, and so our body, in case you didn't know this, our bodies actually reward us consuming salt. It rewards, and the reason why is because salt helps you retain water. Salt is actually an incredibly important mineral for your body to consume, process, and keep your body functioning, right? They call it electrolytes for athletes, but it's salt for everyone else, right? And then when it comes to fat is oftentimes an indication of something that has a lot of calories. And so the reason why you crave fat in your foods is because your body is saying, whole snap, that has a lot of calories in it. Please, God, give me more because I don't want to die this winter when we run out of food. And so for 99% of human history, we did not have a calorie surplus. We were, well, although I guess until the agricultural revolution, that still counts. Okay. So for 99% of human history, we didn't have a calorie surplus until the agricultural revolution. And then the industrial revolution made it even better. And so we've only had like 100% available food for, I don't know, like 200 years, right? And so obesity being the number one cause of death, I do agree that that's a problem. And particularly if you're eating so much that you're dying in your 30s, that's a problem too. However, this is a victory for the human species. I am being serious. Human beings dying from being overweight instead of underweight, human beings dying from being overweight instead of disease or war. This is a victory for the human species. And so we need to temper it. We need to reel it back in. We obviously went way too crazy with it, but we also need to understand that this is something that your ancestors would have killed for. If you went back to your cavemen, like great grandfather, like 5,000 years ago, and you were like, hey, how do you want to die? He would be like, I want to die from eating too much.
because there's a gold mine in fatness. Not just in convincing you to shed it, but also for you to keep it. Take body positive all-star Dove, for instance. Real beauty comes at every size. They stretch out their plastic bottles and video game figures to slap on words like beautiful, sexy, confident whenever they can. Like every other human, I wanted to believe that it was to support the self-love journey of women and leave it at that. But no, I decided to ruin my day and my trust in humanity by researching a bit more and found out that Dove is owned by Unilever. And guess what else Unilever owns? Ben & Jerry's ice cream, Magnum ice cream, and many other ice creams, Hellmann's mayo in all your greasy burgers, Skippy peanut butter, a selection of frozen foods. I can go on. Isn't it nice to encourage your consumers to accept their enlarging body and deteriorating health as the ideal in order to sell more of your processed foods because their beautiful bodies deserve more? Has body positivity, a movement intended to uplift women, become just manipulative limits to our acceptable emotions?
My dear sweet child, that's what I do. It's what I live for.
And worse, a cover for big food, big farming, and big pharmaceutical companies to profit off a nation of increasingly sick and fat people. None of this is a coincidence.
So the industry has engineered what they call the bliss point for the perfect amount of sugar in products, not too little, not too much, working on maximizing the allure of their products.
Quote, "We like them fat." Pick any ultra-processed foods at your local grocery store.
Okay. So I just want to point out, all right, I already made my point about like evolutionary psychology. People getting fat is actually like a victory lap. I have no doubts that mega corporations are making substantive amounts of money off of people being fat. That's not my problem. But I have to say I am skeptical whenever somebody says big farm, big pharma, big this, big that. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to evoke a sense of like, there's a smoke-filled, cigar-filled room that you are not a part of where these people are manipulating you in order to be fat. And that could be true to a degree where they include like delicious ingredients and all that kind of stuff. That's totally true. But at the same time, you and I, the proletarian masses, the dumbasses who work ourselves to death on behalf of our societies, we are the ones who ultimately make the choices of what we choose to consume. And so while these things can be addictive, you absolutely just need to take responsibility for your part in the equation. When you see a 700-pound woman with a CPAP machine, she is capable of at any time, and I understand it's similar to quitting heroin, but at the same time, she is capable of choosing different food. One of the funniest segments that I ever saw was Dr. Oz taking a bunch of like morbidly obese people and then forcing them to be in a room with nothing but vegetables for 48 hours, vegetables and fruit. And so as a result of having no other options, they do nothing but consume vegetables and fruit. And they're like, oh my God, I feel so much better. I also took like 7 poops since I've been in this room for 24 hours. And it's like, dude, like it really is as simple as walking into the grocery store and then taking a right and then going to the produce section and then buying the produce and then putting it in your car. And instead of buying Oreos, buying apples. I'm serious. I am serious. That's what you need to do. If you're 500 pounds, if you're 700 pounds, if you're in my chat, if you don't walk, you need to get juice instead of soda. You need to get apples instead of Oreos. You need to get lettuce that you actually eat so that you can take a routine poop. And you also need to get grilled meat instead of fried meat. Okay. So I just want you to consider that as we're watching this segment. They are also enabling poor decision-making by promoting health at any side ad campaigns, conserve liberalism. Not saying that these people don't have agency, but people are stupid. Look at the BS cigarette companies sold people for ages. Okay. I agree with you. I agree with you that I think that fat advocacy and healthy at any size is a cringe movement. However, I do think that the, how do I phrase this? The people who are fat advocates, so to speak, is their position is that obesity has become an increasing problem over time. Okay. And so you can't just advocate for personal discipline. You have to have something else. Right. And I agree with that. And so they're saying that if you market health products like gym shorts, shoes, all that kind of stuff to obese people, then they're going to be more active as a result of consuming health products. And so it's kind of like meeting people where they're at, but I do think they've taken it too far. But we do have some disagreement in chat, and I want to check and see. Yeah, swap out for tea instead of soda, 100%. Silver Dragon Man says, all kidding aside, you want to lose weight, give up soda, the fat will literally melt off you. I have a friend, his name was John. We worked together at a cell phone store. We were both salesmen. He was very charismatic, very funny, but he was like 400 pounds and he was like 5'10". He switched to diet soda, like 0-calorie soda, instead of the soda that he regularly drank. And then he started walking a lap around his neighborhood like every single night. He lost 150 pounds. I'm not saying that that's everybody. That's not going to happen for everybody. But I am saying that, like, if you're drinking a 2-liter a day, that's obviously a problem. Razzle says, I totally disagree. We live in a society meaning it can't be escaped. Some people literally can't control themselves. I guess we could let them self-reflect in the grave, but it's predatory. I agree that it's predatory. I'm saying you determine whether or not you are prey. That's what I'm saying. So we can't save everyone. Okay? We're not going to save everyone. We're not going to save all these fat people. I'm trying to save you. If you're 100 pounds overweight, I'm saying that if you have bad habits, you have the capacity to break those habits, and I'm encouraging you to do so. Liz Falling Up says, there is an issue with time in food. Unhealthy food is often quick, shelf-stable, ready to eat. I agree, but we need to have discipline. I'm not trying to save the country from being fat. I'm trying to save you. And I'm not saying that you're fat. I don't know. You're probably beautiful. You're probably healthy. You are in this chat, which means that you have exquisite taste. And because you have exquisite taste, you probably are also the epitome of human health. Okay. However, I am saying that, like, I'm not trying to save the world. I'm trying to save you. Okay. Contra FTN says, yeah, those small changes add up over time. It's true. It's true. Easy fix, just make Ozempic free. I mean, that's an option in our day and age, that's for sure. But let's see if we can get anything else that's meat on the bone, so to speak.
For example, some Kraft mac and cheese and Nestle drumstick paired with some Kit Kat, Coffee Crisp, Smarties, and why not throw in some Laffy Taffy? Pop in the Kool-Aid and 4 cans of Dr. Pepper to keep hydrated. Oh, and can't forget the Oreo and Chips Ahoy. 4 cans of Orange Fanta for the vitamins. Fanta. Balance, as one may say. As conventional beauty standards have become much more accepting and ambiguously defined by beauty giants. But guess who owns the beauty giants? Conglomerates like Nestle, Unilever, who sell you anything from chocolate to ice cream to frozen foods, and that is when the Dove body soaps begin to make sense. Not saying that all body positive and fat acceptance campaigns are there to manipulate and trick you into increasing your body fat percentage without limits. And that is exactly the issue.
So hold on, we have an interesting comment that I want to read. Liz Follow-Up says, I was a nutrition major. I had friends who went into to be dietitians. I couldn't handle shaming people for eating all day, went into production and food science. I want to hear the end of that story. Liz Following Up says, obesity can be a misnomer. BMI isn't the clear-cut science it presents itself as, and the recently shifted the metrics as 20 points. So people that were considered healthy were now overweight. Oh, good, because I am a little overweight, but I do work out consistently. And so I actually feel better now than I felt in a long time. And I just work out consistently, but I'm also the heaviest I've ever been. Razzle says, I believe in freedom from vice rather than freedom to vice. In other words, we need to ban stuff. Well, Razzle, you might find me more accommodating to that mindset than you would previously believe. I'm not saying that we should have like MSG crack-filled cookies on every store on the planet. Like, no, I 100% disagree. And I do think that we live in a hedonist consumerist society that encourages this kind of stuff. The only thing that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to split the difference between the presumption that all corporations are trying to make you fat and sell you body soap at the same time. I want my fat people to not be stinky. Right. So, selling fat people body soap is fine. And I also want to encourage some discipline in the consuming masses. That's all I'm trying to do. I'll do it for like another 5 minutes and then we'll call it a day. Right. But I think that some people in chat would agree with me that simply calling people fat or obese that's not enough. Shaming people is not enough. This claim beauty standards have shifted a lot is not really true. Fashion hasn't even kept up with the average size of women. Yeah. Muscle is also heavier than fat, so 4'11" soccer players' friends have wild BMI because she was solid muscle based. Thin lives matter, indeed, Jonah boy. It took me until I was 25 to make 150 pounds. Well, good for you guys. I'm happy that I have a bunch of thin chads and chadettes in my chat. Okay, a bunch of very disciplined workout addicts. I had a joke in my friends group that someday I was going to write a diet guide that was 2 pages: eat less and move more. Rude, Silver Jacket. Rude. I didn't ask to be genetically gifted. So true, Jonah Boy. So true.
Message comes actually from an extremely caring and helpful perspective to help remove the stigma around plus-size people. But also, so much fat glorification has been disguised as acceptance.
Oh my God.
And when the majority of your stakeholders need to make money from selling frozen pizzas and ice cream, the votes are not up to you. Hiding profit-generating fat glorification under the term fat acceptance is genius in 2 ways. First, it plays on the sentiment of correcting social injustices in society. Yes, arguably so, the statistical likelihood of fat and obese people facing more difficulties in society, such as prejudices, is a lot higher. And the stigmatization in media brought unfair shaming to obese individuals, which should never be normalized. But glorifying obesity, the disease, as conventional beauty hints at a moral superiority and makes anyone's opinions who differ morally shallow, regardless if fat is unhealthy or not. Second, a food company telling you that being fat is natural, which isn't, and awesome, is not so convincing.
There's no waistline worry with Coke, you know. This individual size bottle has no more calories than half a grapefruit.
When you can spot their profit motive from 50 miles away.
Coke is low in calories, too. Say now, don't you get any thinner.
A direct hard sell won't work here. But when a beauty or self-care company you never associate with frozen pizza casts someone plus size for a commercial, you get fired up with a sense of justice. Yeah, that is beautiful too. Don't get me wrong, overly restrictive beauty with models who are only Kate Moss level heroine chic is also problematic because, again, it is not healthy. But as much as many wish, the spectrum of healthy does not stretch over to obesity. It is amazing that women of all sizes are loving and accepting who they are, but genuine self-love and confidence comes from within, and not society telling you or some ads telling you that your size is also quote-unquote beautiful. What we're talking about here is not the opposite of fat shaming. For shaming someone for any reason is not.
She's being too centrist for me to argue with her. Razzle Cherry says I'm skinny fat. Well, dude, you got to start lifting. You got to start lifting. That the easiest way to fix skinny fat. I'm not kidding, because I've been skinny fat, or I was skinny fat until I joined the military, and then I was, worked out, and then I got fat, and then I started working out again. So the thing about it is, if you want to eliminate skinny fat, you got to lift. You have to turn that fat into muscle. You can't just let it like if you're allowing yourself to atrophy just sitting there all the time. And so your arms are skinny, your shoulders are skinny, your neck is skinny, your head is skinny, all that kind of stuff. And, that's better than, most, but then you got a little bit of pooch and you got a little bit of belly, but you have no shoulders to make up for it. I strongly recommend lifting weights. I really do. Well, QC John says, I want to lose weight, but my wife bakes brownies and cookies. That's my problem too. My mother, she makes some of the best brownies and cookies, and she showed me my wife how to do it. So whenever we have snacks in the house, I just devour them. And it doesn't matter how, I'm like, oh, I'm like a little thick, I should chill out a little bit. I'm like, nope, that's delicious, I'm going to eat it. Conservative liberalism, I think the FDA has done a good job to let poison on the shelf. The insidious part of the body soap models is an attempt to normalize and glamorize unhealthy choices, probably. Silver Jacket Man says it's not a knock, it's good advice. Well, and I think that's where we saw some of these commercials where basically people were moving more, right? And so the fat positivity, the body positivity movement would say that oftentimes obese people are shamed out of moving more, which is 50% of the problem when it comes to being overweight. And so we need to normalize obese people seeing athletic wear that they, other people who look like them are wearing, and also normalize fat people moving, because if you normalize that action, then you'll have more fat people who, you said, eat less and move more. We're normalizing the latter, right? Fat people moving more. She's being too nice. Shame the big bucks. I know. I was hoping that she'd be more mean, so I could engage more and be like, no. Be like, no, you're being too mean. You're being too mean to fat people. I'm gonna fight for their rights. Contra FDN says grandfather Nurgle will turn you fat into an advantage. True. If somebody tries to stab you with a power sword, but you're made out of a whole bunch of fat, then the power sword will just go in, but it won't kill you. Hooligan says, seriously, that's all it takes when someone offers you the second piece of cake. Just say no. I try to do portion control as well. Lifting is great for metabolism. People don't understand how good it is at burning fat over time. Cardio isn't your only option. Seriously, literally just walking or riding a bike and then lifting is seriously good. Cut out vegetables and vegetable and canola oil. Replace it with butter or olive oil. That's another red pill. That's just a red pill because it's delicious, bud. Listen, I'm not bought into all vegetable oil is bad. Like seriously, I know that's like the seed oils. The seed oils are giving you cancer. The seed oils are making you fat. Yeah, you know what's also making you fat? Fat. You know what's also like correlated with heart disease? Red meat. And trust me, I love red meat. I have red meat every now and then, but it's it's one of those correlated things they won't tell you about. The same people who are telling you to skip seed oils are the same people who are telling you that, a cigarette every now and then is okay. Yeah. Yep. All right, I'm going to give her like another couple of minutes, but the truth is she's being too nuanced for me to yell at, which is, too bad.
Not acceptable behavior because it does not come from a place of genuine care of
Christian
wanting
lawyer.
to help them be well. We're talking about the glorification of fat disguised as acceptance.
Positivity is toxic because it pretends to be rooted in compassion and kindness. But in reality, it encourages women to engage in very destructive behaviors. It encourages women to be obese, unhealthy, and be averse to personal responsibility and discipline.
If you think most body positivity campaigns are to help you love yourself, I'm sorry, honey. Corporate America is a surfacely sweet but extremely cruel place.
It's like, how can you not see the problem? They have to see it and just not care. They have to just be like, well, we're gaining profit. Do you see how much this McDonald's is making? Put another one across the street.
There is nothing wrong with fat acceptance. Acceptance of reality is...
All right, I'm going to go get McDonald's after this. I'm sorry. We got military industrial complex shilling to do, okay? So, don't be fat. In the immortal words of the Silver Jacket Man, eat less, move more. Now, we're going to move on into other content that I do enjoy. Obviously, talking smack about media personalities is fun. I do sincerely enjoy it. However, the military industrial complex is evolving, and I want to show some of that off. Silver Jacket Man says, I can criticize your creator. She actually needs some meat on her bones. True. She needs to lift some weights. She needs to eat more McDonald's. That's my opinion. But anyways, so what we're going to do is there's a lot of cool things that are going on. I'll do an intro and then I'll do like the actual what we're going to do. So, hi guys. I know you people in chat know, but there might be people who are watching a pre-recorded VOD who don't know. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I love the military industrial complex. It's my favorite. I love technology. I love robots. I love murder robots. I love AI. I love guns. I love all this stuff. And so there's a lot of cool things that have come out. The MIT Cheetah is a running robot. There is a video here of the future of base security where they've gotten a whole bunch of different technologies to talk to each other. And it's kind of like a skit or whatever. It's not a skit. It's like a pre-recorded art piece, but it actually does show off new technology that's coming out. We got the tasers, which I showed off earlier today. We got the bolo wrap, which I showed off earlier today. We also have military robots in action. That's the main thing that I'm excited about. The real nefarious thing, though, is Palantir. Palantir is AI military industrial complex technology that's going to have a whole bunch of different information systems speaking to each other and then classifying things based off of the information that's available and then disseminating it in a very fast and efficient way that might actually make command and control more effective. I have concerns about it, obviously. Basically, I have concerns of it turning into Skynet. But I think we should give it a shot and watch their stuff. And on top of that, it's cool. Let's just face it. Running robots are cool. It's terrifying to think about being hunted by running robots, but it's also bad to the bone. Okay. Palantir is Skynet? Yeah, probably. Liz Falling Up says, I do not like it when robots run. They can fly, they can roll, and running hits some animal fear stuff. 100%. Liz, you're going to love this segment. Oh man. Yeah. All right. Well, then Liz, avert your eyes. Watch this, guys. They taught a cheetah robot to jump over objects that they place on the treadmill. There's an infrared sensor in the front of the robot. And so you can throw stuff in front of it and we'll jump over it. Watch this. It's beautiful. It's horrifying, but it's beautiful. Oh boy, man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. Exactly. This is so dope. Watch it. This is just dope. We got Liz in trouble at work. Watch this, multiple jumps without a safety harness. Now just imagine that thing with a gun on it. Imagine that thing chasing you. Oh, I can't wait for these things to have like metal skins on the outside where they look like actual animals. Yeah. Yeah. Palantir does this, by the way, because the PE ratio was pressing up to 1,000. I don't know what you mean by PE ratio, but feel free to explain it in chat. I'll be happy to read it. So this is 8 minutes. I'll pause it intermittently, but this is kind of, I keep wanting to say the word skit because it's getting later in the day, but it's like a short film, but it's a short film showing off the security that Axon wants to sell to the military and to law enforcement. And so it actually shows off a lot of really cool technologies that I think are worth considering. So I'm going to fast forward the beginning part because it's basically just a family talking. I'm excited for you. But let me get to the part where everything kicks off. So we have traditional. Yeah, I'll shut up and I'll pause it in a few minutes.
Looks like we had a hit on a stolen vehicle.
Okay, I got an idea. How about you take Bugsy to school with you? Huh?
I can?
Yes, you can.
Hey, sir.
Here, come on. I want him to go to school with you to keep you safe. School can be a crazy place.
Dispatch, we got a stolen vehicle. We're going to go take a look.
Copy.
Okay, let me tell you something that you might not have considered, okay? So Liz Falling Up says, how many times did it have to heavy crash forward? I've seen Boston Dynamics donkey thing, and it does look like a metal draft animal. Yeah, and it's dope. Because basically the less that infantrymen have to carry, the better. But so the future of base security, okay? What I want you to think about right now is body cameras are cool. They help you record what's going on. So if somebody wants to Monday morning quarterback what happened, then you can give them the play-by-play, and they now have the context of seeing approximately what you saw when you saw it, right? So body cameras, I think, are dope. But what you might not have considered is that they're showing off the fact that body cameras are doing a live stream. And cops go into really hairy situations. They go into domestic violence situations. They go into murders. They go into stabbings. They do into all that kind of stuff. And so what's actually going to be horrifying for dispatchers in the future is they are going to watch their friends who are in law enforcement get smoked on a live stream. And so like maybe the technology is worth it for the dispatchers to be able to see what's going on and be able to relay like accurate information to other responders. But I do think that there will be dispatchers who experience PTSD because they watch some of their friends who are patrolmen get killed on the job. So, or just see all the horrors that patrolmen see on a day-to-day basis. There might legitimately, like, there might need to be dispatchers who don't watch the live stream because it will screw them up psychologically. Price to earnings ratio, says Grassroots Hegemon. The deficit between a stock and what it is materially brings as revenue. Interesting. Does this, by the way, because their PE ratio was, so they were too heavily invested, so they needed to prove that their product would have a real world application? Is that what you're saying, Grassroots? If I'm wrong, correct me, but that's kind of what I took away from what you said. Let's keep watching.
Explosion your gate for reasons. I know this is scary, okay? We have to be brave right now, okay? You know what adults like Daddy do to stay brave? We have special superhero games. Now you are gonna be safe, all right? You ready to be brave? Yeah, I won't let anything happen to you, all right? All right. We're gonna run to Daddy's car, okay? Ready?
Dispatch is up.
Eagle 13, this is Dispatch 1, local fire and EMS en route.
Break. Vulture spotted. Identified UAS inbound. I see the origin of the deployment and authorizing de-drone tactic. Yes, sir. De-drone is up.
Yes, sir. Vulture's potentially carrying payload.
Vulture's 3 kilometers north. Origin of deployment? Sir. Sir, the pilots are on base.
Authorized to mitigate drones.
They took out the drones. Move on to the next phase.
So in case it took me a second to understand exactly what happened right there, but it looks like they had cameras that were capable of identifying and tracking drones, and they are hooked up to drone jammers. And so as a result, there were hostile drones that were being used for reconnaissance for, like the quote unquote bad guy terrorists or whatever. And so as a result, they were able to jam their recon drones and knock them out of the sky just with like a microwave pulse, which is pretty sick, to be honest. That's actually dope. If you can take out like a drone swarm with a microwave pulse, that's going to be incredibly useful for quote unquote base security. Because right now, I'm just going to be real. In Japan, our base security was barbed wire, roving patrol cops, and then a Marine security guard with a Benelli shotgun and a Japanese cop at the front gate. So there was one Japanese cop and one Marine with a shotgun, and that dude was actually scary as hell. I don't know if you've ever seen a Benelli M4 semi-automatic shotgun deployed. It's terrifying. They can rip apart targets like it's nobody's business. And so that's dangerous, but they could get taken out realistically. And so there's nothing really stopping anybody from doing like a VBIED, like basically a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device to take out the gate and then driving in and then continuing to do that. But now it's even easier because they could do it with drones. They could just have drones fly into the base, and then you would need that system in order to jam them and knock them out. Grassroots Judgment says, for reference, Palantir had a PE of 1,000. The average is really high right now at 28. I would need your company to, at some point down the line, do 28x real production to crack even. Yeah, that's bananas. Yeah. Price to earnings ratio. Yeah, so hold on. You can actually produce a sellable product, or you can inspire more confidence. Either will let a company survive. Okay, gotcha. Christian Blair says USMC came up with a similar concept a decade ago with Gladiator tactical unmanned ground vehicles armed with MD40 and AT4. It was too expensive at the time. Yeah. Well, we might actually see some of that in a moment. You know they're bad guys because they have AK-47.
Sir, SRT has arrived at the location.
Show me a live feed. Yes, sir. Feed is up.
Alpha team in position. Eyes up on Loki. Loki moving. 20 seconds to location.
Suspect located East Warehouse.
Less lethal advised. Repeat, less lethal advised. Retain for questioning.
Copy. Suspects needed for questioning. Switching to non-lethal.
Copy. ETA on Loki.
Loki set. Deploying Typhoon.
Bravo team moving.
Lightning 7, this is Lightning 2 Alpha. 4 suspects apprehended. We lost 1.
All units, this is Lightning 7. 4 suspects in custody.
Lightning 2 Alpha, this is Lightning 7. Do we have eyes on the missing suspect?
So I want to point this out, okay? They used a aerial drone for a flashbang, which is dope. They are using a ground drone in order to recon the area before they bust in. That's dope. In real world, though, the bad guys are going to hear the good guys because, let's face it, walking around in armor is loud as hell. So they're going to hear a bunch of dudes in armor shambling up to the location that they're at. And then also, if all the bad guys have AKs, I don't care who you are, those dudes are getting smoked. They're not getting tasered, okay? They might say like, oh, we need to take these guys in for questioning. And no offense to grunts, but I have a feeling most of the grunts are going to be like, yeah, we'll definitely do that. And they'll be like, guys, we're going to kill them. So does the taser need to make the noise? I don't know. In real life, I don't think it makes anywhere near that noise. You hear the CO2 pop. It goes like a little CO2, like an air gun pop, like pop. And then after that, you just kind of hear the, zzz, you know, thing, but it's not loud. Like you hear the electric arc of like, I don't know if you could hear that, but that's what it sounds like. It's just like the sound T every half second.
SRT in pursuit. 1 subject, black clothes, mask.
Copy. Apprehend suspect for intel.
Fuses is up.
Armed suspect heading east.
I need a sit rep from Alpha Team.
Where's Leslie?
West perimeter, north, east, and south, okay?
Right. Emma? Emma? Emma's gone. She's not here.
Emma!
There you are, Bugsby.
Yeah.
We need him alive. Repeat, we need him alive.
You can tell that this is a promo.
Suspect down.
You can tell this is a promo because in
All
any
units,
real
this is
world
Lightning
event,
7.
they would have
We
mag
have
dumped
5
him with a
suspects in
pistol.
custody.
There's no way that a bad guy would have ever been taken into custody like that. But what's cool about it, I'll show you. So even though this is like a dramatization, 10 individually targeted probes, he effectively mag dumped with the taser, right? He just kept shooting until the guy was incapacitated. Take a look at this. So we need him alive. No, you don't. You already have 3 of his buddies. You know, you can interrogate his buddies. You can smoke this dude if you want, right? And then the bad guy doesn't draw his weapon. They're probably just doing that for like safety reasons, right? Like they don't want to point a gun at a child just because they're doing a dramatization for a commercial for like tasers and video cameras and drones and stuff. And also the bad guy could shoot him right there. But basically, boom, 1, 2, 3, 4. He shot him with like 4 taser rounds. But the reason why he did that is because he can. He can keep shooting until he makes the connection and the dude gets electrified. So that's actually where I was looking at this stuff. Sorry, let's go through all the tech that they actually displayed. So we got the Taser 10, which is awesome. This is a huge upgrade compared to what I had in 2015. Then The live stream body camera is dope, but you're 100% going to give dispatchers PTSD. You have the plate reader. This is dope. They did have this when I was in law enforcement, where it auto reads plates and it will notify you if there's a plate, like a car that's stolen. Then they're showing off the live stream. Unified live video. Oh, yeah. Then they have like it's hooked into the camera, so everything reads. Here's like the drone video and microwave gun, which is awesome. Sky Hero, which is their aerial drone that has a flashbang built into it. And then the Sky Hero SIGIN Mark 1, which is the ground bot. So yeah, like this is all sick. Now, of course, this is like created by the company, so it's all going to work better than in real life. It's all going to be more expensive in real life. But realistically, like all this stuff is dope. You know, they spent a healthy chunk of money. This only got 30,000 views on Axon. They spent a healthy chunk of money on this promotion, but this promotion actually is dope, right? And then just in case you were wondering about the Taser 10, we did watch this earlier today, but in case there's new people in chat, this is the new system. I'll skip the development thing because it's just more Axon stuff. But what's going on is they made it more water. They made it more water resistant. The CO2 cartridge is back here still, but they have 10 prongs instead of 2, and you can fire them in sequence as needed until the threat is stopped. And that's one of the problems with the old design is the old design, you would only fire 2 rounds and then you'd be done. And if you didn't connect, it was a problem, right? So watch this. This guy actually gets hit by 3. I want to point out something funny. So what happened was she shot this guy in the elbow. She shot this guy in the thigh. And what happened was he got an electric charge going up his arm, into his shoulder, down through his pectoral, into his stomach, and into his thigh. This is like experience of full body Charlie horse, right? But what this cop lady is a jerk, because what she did is she kept shooting. So if you look at it, another one hits his other thigh, which means that it was electrified from his right shoulder down into his groin. Watch this. Watch this. Right here. Look at this area. Oh, it's awesome. And same thing with this guy. Watch this. So one to the stomach, and then a second one to the thigh. He has muscle lockup between his thigh and his groin and his stomach. So I just wanted, what if she kept shooting him? Then she would consistently electrify more of his bodies. So that's the Taser 10, which actually, like, to me, this seems like a huge step up over what I was carrying, 10 years ago, which is crazy to say that I was carrying one of these 10 years ago, but it seems like a huge step up. I said this earlier, I never trusted my Taser because it was so unreliable. I had a lot of friends who tried to arrest seriously violent criminals, and they went to their Taser instead of going hands-on. And one of them one cop got beaten within an inch of his life because his Taser failed. And then another cop went to go went to go arrest one of the most violent guys in our city, absolutely a murderer. And so he pops out of the car in order to go arrest the guy. And instead of talking to the guy, he just pulls out his Taser and immediately points it at and fires him. And the CO2 cartridge was bad. And so basically the guy ran away, and the guy got away, and we had to hunt him down for another month. So, I am never going to confront a murderer with a Taser. That is crazy pants. Now, this is something that I showed earlier, but it is super dope. It's the Bola Wrap. It's basically Batman. I was talking about it. There was Batman Beyond, which was set in the future. Then there was Batman, the classic series, where he had a gray suit and a black cowl, and it was more of a detective show than it was an action show. But when it was an action show, he had a bola, which was effectively like a rope with some weights on either end, and he would spin it around in a circle, and he would throw it at the bad guy, and then it would wrap up their legs, and then it would trip them up. And bola is exactly like that, but it's a CO2 cartridge with Kevlar rope. It's awesome. So take a look at this with me.
The Bola Wrap device is a game changer for law enforcement, enabling them to apprehend suspects from a distance of 25 feet. It utilizes an 8-foot Kevlar tether rope with small barbed anchors that launch at 640 feet per second when triggered. These anchors catch onto the target's clothing, allowing the cord to wrap around their legs or arms, entangling them and restricting movement. This capability enables officers to control individuals without causing significant injury. Once restrained, officers can safely remove the Bola Wrap and apply more permanent restraints if necessary. The Bola Wrap device is a game changer.
So that was the Bola Wrap. We did watch this earlier. It's only a minute, but I also think it's dope because you can see it in practical application. I'm not gonna break it down as much as I did earlier, but I do just want to see you guys to see that this is a real thing. So we saw the Taser 10 in action in that promotional video. Here's the Bola Wrap in action in the field with law enforcement. Oh, sorry. No audio.
Stop it. Hey, wrap. Calm down. Calm down. Who's Reba?
Mercy on me now.
Who's Reba?
Some schizo high out of his mind on drugs.
Wrap.
No.
Come on, dude.
This is probably the best indication of what it does.
I know.
Hold on. I didn't steal no phone, sir. Sir, I didn't steal no phone. No, I didn't steal no phone.
What happens if it wraps around their neck? No idea.
Whoa. Stop, Javon. No. What is y'all arresting me for? I didn't steal no phone. I didn't steal no phone.
So anyways, I just wanted to show you those cool technologies. And so yeah, it's dope, you know, like security is obviously changing, anti-drone technology, the Taser 10, the flashbang drone, the Bola Wrap, this is all changing the game, right? It's dope. And then this is the Marine Corps deploying robots. And honestly, I think this is one of the coolest things ever. So take a look. And by the way, this is like 8 years ago. So it probably, I think I saw somebody mention in chat, I think it was Christian Valeris. He said that like the Marine Corps had this technology a decade ago, but they didn't deploy it because it was so expensive. You can see why. And this is super dope. Minutes, yeah. So in case you guys aren't seeing what's going on, these are tracked vehicles that can be deployed from trucks. Like I'm sure that you can hitch them to a trailer. I'm sure you can load them to a trailer. You can attach it to your vehicle. And then in smaller scenarios where you're like clearing urban terrain, you can effectively have these in order to carry your personnel, but also to carry your equipment, right? And then you can have these heavy machine guns like the M2s where you couldn't fit like a truck, like a Humvee, or you couldn't fit I'm trying to think of the other one, the MRAP or the JLTV. You couldn't fit that. And you're like, hey, I bet this dude wishes he had armor too. But the truth is that you can drive this and shoot this with a remote control, or you can turn the system into a, a position, a fighting position. And so I agree with you that like it doesn't have enough armor for the average infantryman. But imagine being in like a firefight in a downtown area, and then you get into a scrap with some bad guys, and you can either drive this around the corner and then fire the gun autonomously, or you can turn it into a fighting position. This would be so dope, right? 230 chain gun. I mean, that would be even doper. But no, this is an M250 cal with a BFA. So the BFA is, I forget what it stands for, but basically what it does is it allows blanks to, a blank fire adapter. That's what it is. So it allows the gun to be fired with blanks and still cycle like a normal gun. Yeah. Batteries were the issue. Well, I would probably make it a hybrid, right? I would probably have like a gasoline or a diesel engine and then have a battery pack. So you could run it off of like normal gasoline when you didn't need to be quiet. And then when you needed to be quiet, you could switch it to electric. But these are M250 caliber machine guns. These things are like, 50 to 100 pounds by themselves. So it's something that you would never want to carry. Then we actually saw this in the base defense one. They had the ground control robot. That's pretty sick. And then they also had the mules. I don't know if you've ever seen the mules. I think I have a video. Oh, they had the little hand helicopter. I don't know if they show it. Yeah, but if you had these little dune buggies and you had these vehicles and you had the gasoline and you had them be hybrid, these things would be sick. And this was 8 years ago, so I'm assuming that it's just gotten better with time. Oh, there's a little quadcopter. These are like foldable quadcopters that you can put in your pocket. They're awesome. And so if you want to know what bad guys are doing before you get there, you can use these.
You taking it back down to yourself?
So yeah, I'll concede to Chad, okay? There are plenty of points of failure. There are plenty of times where if it gets wet, it gets dry, it's windy, dry probably not as much of a problem. But if it gets wet or if it's windy or if there's compromised weather conditions, if there's a monsoon outside, these things aren't going to work and they're going to get damaged, right? But if you were talking about using these things in a urban warfare scenario, then it absolutely could be advantageous. Expensive, but advantageous. Solar powered and hope the jihadists don't shoot the panels. I hope not. Love my little mosquito drones. I agree. All right, then let's just watch a commercial for Palantir. So I started stream a little early today. I started at like 8:40, or I started at 11:45 because my son has karate, and so I gotta leave a little early. So I'm actually gonna leave in a minute. But I do want to show you Palantir. This is probably the most important thing that I'm going to show you today. This is AI. This is AI for the military. And they're using it specifically in this commercial to talk about Taiwan, which is bananas. It's bananas that Peter Thiel, one of the billionaires who's backing the Trump administration, is also responsible for Palantir, which is a defense AI, and they're selling it as a way to counter a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Watch this. So what they're effectively telling the Taiwanese, because that, in case you missed it, there's only so many flotillas in the world that anyone is concerned with. The Houthis don't have a big navy. The Russians don't have a big navy. You know who is working on a navy right now? The Chinese. You know where they're thinking about invading? Taiwan. You know who militarily backs Taiwan? The United States. Do you know who owns Palantir? The United States. And so the whole thing that they're effectively selling the Taiwanese is that if you use our AI, we will be able to have instantaneous communication between drone swarms, warships, and like host ships, like motherships for drones. So kamikaze drones, motherships, and surface-based missile platforms, and we can effectively delete entire navies instantaneously. We can make it so horrible that you don't even have to worry about losing your troops, because if a navy comes within 10 or 20 nautical miles of your island, you can delete them instantaneously. So, Palantir. So, well, thank you, NYC Falcon. I do appreciate it. But, you know, I do this. It is a job, but it's fun. And so there is something that you should watch, which is basically this one, but I don't have time to show it to you. Palantir AI military demo is actually scary. And I'll just give you the too long didn't read version of it. But what it does is it talks about how the AI is smart enough in order to be limited in its functions, how it's able to consume vast amounts of information from scout drones, how it's able to come up with tasks for the drones in order to operate, how it's able to communicate this back to a human, who all the human has to do is type in like what you want to happen, and the military tech is already pre-programmed to execute in the best way possible. It will suggest routes based off of the technology, based off of the armament of units that are in theater that it tracks automatically. It will automatically plan the route of least resistance with maximum cover for the unit that's approaching the enemy. And then it'll also, it'll basically suggest the way to minimize casualties and maximize effect. And then it'll feed all of that information to the battlefield commander, and it'll feed all that information to the people who are executing the mission. So Palantir actually could be a wildly, if it's adopted, could be a wildly powerful technology where it takes all of the information that's on the battlefield that causes the fog of war. It can eliminate large swaths of the fog of war, and then it can help humans communicate in such a way that it maximizes their lethality. So it's not surprising to me that AI is being weaponized and put into defense, but it is surprising what their goal is, which is effectively making like the ultimately lethal fighting force through immediately available intelligence that's able to be, I don't know how you phrase it, but like consumed and propagated instantaneously. I might be mashing up my words because it is late in the stream, but yeah, it's bananas. It's legit. It's very cool. It's very scary. So NYC says, wow, that's a long time you've been on. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Well, I appreciate it. I love being here. Problem is the Chinese make exceptionally more drones than we do right now. We need to make more advanced drones and drone counterattack. I agree, but I guarantee you that all the people in Washington, D.C. and all the people in the defense industry are thinking about that, right? Contra FDN says, Dayom, and I agree with Contra FDN. I do want to thank you guys sincerely for hanging out for the stream. We are going to be wrapping up now. The Dashing Rogue, thank you for your donations. Grassroots Hegemon, you're a champion. Honestly, thank you for helping out the stream so much. Christian Valeris, thank you for your donations as well. Multiple donations, might I add. Dashing Rogue, multiple donations, and of course, Grassroots again. So seriously, thank you. We had, like 4 or 5 people who donated today. They were very kind. They helped us out, and this is the first day that we're monetized. So I'm sure that Ken will be ecstatic that we have not just viewers who come in to watch the content, but also people who are engaged in chat, also people who are engaged in the comment section, also people who are willing to put their money behind the channel. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you for being here. And NYC Falcon says, lots of laughs earlier. Thank you. You're welcome. Raymond Smith says, what are the Dems doing just past the SAFE Act? I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. The flesh is weak indeed. So anyways, really hopes this goes well. Good luck, boss. Thank you, Grassroots. I do appreciate you. Worst case scenario, I'm not saying this in order to jinx myself. I'll knock on some wood. Worst case scenario, I'll be a normie business guy 6 months from now. Best case scenario, we build a beautiful, successful, happy, healthy stream that engages with cool content, talks smack about people that need to be talked smack about, supports people who needs to be supported, and generates tons of good content and laughs and fun and interesting information for the masses. So parasocial love to you and yours. Thank you for being here, and I hope y'all have a beautiful day. Bye for now.